5,000 years ago, the world experienced an unprecedented change. Spiritual energy revived and the heaven and earth turned upside down. Suddenly, an extraordinary power appeared in the world, spiritual power. Whether it is animals, plants, mountains, rivers, lakes, or even those seemingly lifeless dead things, they all have gained wisdom and the possibility of evolution. From then on, all adults have the opportunity to awaken the beast-controlling talent in their bodies through spiritual crystals. Once an exclusive beast-taming space is opened up, humans can summon their own natal beasts. With the profound influence of spiritual power, almost all objects may be transformed. Some people's mobile phones have evolved into mobile beasts, which can not only make and receive calls and surf the internet, but also emit electromagnetic waves to attack. Someone summoned a natal spirit beast which turned out to be a basketball beast. It was a basketball that was transformed and could fly in the air and deliver powerful attacks. Even an ordinary piece of chalk can be transformed into an extremely rare spirit pet that can automatically track enemies and launch attacks. Compared with these strange phenomena, I am so ordinary that it is almost ridiculous. My name is Weichi, and I'm just an ordinary person who accidentally traveled from Earth to Tianxian Star. Although he has lived in this world for 18 years, except for a slightly more handsome face, he is no different from an ordinary person in other aspects. Over the years, I have been trying various ways to awaken, fantasizing about being able to summon a system or a dragon, but all my efforts ended in failure. Tomorrow will be my last time to participate in the Beast Tamer Awakening ceremony. If I fail, there will be no chance of a reversal of my fate. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the gate of Pegasus No. 5 Middle School was already surrounded by crowds of people. The students' parents were anxiously waiting just to witness the annual Beast Tamer Awakening. Becoming a Beast Master means that you are no longer an ordinary person, but stand among the best and enjoy various privileges. Positive district residency, priority queuing, tax breaks, and even the ability to apply for outrageous loan amounts. These are treatments that ordinary people would never dare to dream of in their lifetime. At this moment, the fat principal had already finished his boring speeches, and the performance of the sweet-looking school beauty also ended in due time. Now it is finally the moment that everyone has been looking forward to. The talent awakening ceremony has officially begun. The first person to come on stage was Lin Hao. He walked to the towering crystal column, took a deep breath, and pressed his palm against the surface of the crystal. A moment later, the column emitted a dazzling red light. Fire attribute! People around began to whisper, and someone excitedly whispered, "It's the strongest fire attribute in group attacks!" What followed was the talent information displayed next to the crystal column: fire attribute, sea-level beast taming talent, emergency treatment. Next, Lin Hao needs to summon his natal beast from the space. Just as everyone was holding their breath in anticipation, a fiery red deer suddenly appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone. The deer looked naive and very cute. But don't underestimate it. If it can be trained to the Lord level, the fighting power of this little deer should not be underestimated. Next, Shenpei Hai, the principal continued. This was the best student in the school, always ranking first in every exam. He walked towards the crystal column with full expectation, but a shocking scene happened. The crystal column did not respond at all. The whole place fell silent. The principal's face changed slightly, and he announced solemnly, "Shenpei Hai, the awakening failed." Failure? This is a waste of years of hard work. The next few students couldn't change the atmosphere. Lu De failed to awaken, Li Xiang failed to awaken, Pang Fei failed to awaken. I stood in the queue and couldn't help but shudder in my heart. The probability of awakening failure actually reaches 15%. So far, there is no mysterious system or old man jumping out to tell me that I will succeed in counterattack. This situation is not good. Next, Shimiao. At this time, the principal's voice sounded, and the whole place instantly became restless. The students in the audience started talking one after another. It's finally Shin's turn to be the beauty. Shin Miao is recognized as the school beauty. Her parents are both powerful beast masters, and she herself is also my Ahem, the goddess in my heart. Generally speaking, if the parents are beast masters, the probability of their children becoming beast masters is almost 100%, but the specific talent level is random. I looked up at Shin Miao standing on the stage and couldn't help but sigh. Why are some people born to win at the starting line,
while others may not be able to catch up despite their best efforts. Shen Miao's long black hair fluttered gently in the wind, and she had a cold temperament, like a fairy who could not eat the fireworks of the world. She walked gently to the crystal pillar and touched the crystal pillar with her slender fingers. The moment she touched it, a purple light shot up into the sky, as if it was about to pierce the sky. The whole place was silent for a moment. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded by this vision. Even the well-informed principal froze on the spot, not daring to blink. A vision from the sky? This may be an S-level talent. As the dazzling purple light pillar slowly dissipated, the runes on the crystal pillar gradually appeared. Shen Miao, Thunder Attribute, SS-level talent, Thunder. Thunder. The damage of all Thunder Attribute beasts is increased by 50%, and the probability of triggering thunderstorms is doubled. Students, teachers, parents, and even the anchors who were enjoying the popularity outside the venue were all shocked by the news and could not recover for a long time. After all, the SS-level combat power is even comparable to that of a 3S-level thunderstorm. Thunder Attribute pets already have a natural critical hit bonus, and the Thunder talent can directly double the critical hit rate. This is too powerful. However, Shen Miao was expressionless at this moment, as if all this had nothing to do with her. She summoned her natural beast in a leisurely manner. A purple demon fox appeared in front of the stage, with a strong and wild posture. The demon fox had 6 tails, covered with flashing thunder and lightning. Its eyes were fierce and violent, and its whole body exuded an aura of arrogance. Sunlay 6-tailed demon fox, epic level. With SS-level talents and epic-level spiritual pets, Shen Miao's future is simply immeasurable. I stood aside, staring at the dangerously beautiful Sunlay 6-tailed demon fox, feeling deeply envious. It would be great if I could have such a powerful pet. The next moment, it was finally my turn. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and when I put my right hand on the crystal column, I felt a strange throbbing in my chest, as if something was jumping around in my heart. A strange power began to spread in my body, spreading from my fingertips to my limbs. Blue light flowed out along the crystal column, and the column was reflected in an exceptionally dazzling manner. My heart suddenly burst into joy. It worked. The light curtain gradually dissipated, and the result of the talent emerged. Weichi, Ice Attribute, Sea-level Beast Taming Talent, Projection. I was slightly startled, and the excitement in my heart subsided a little. Sea-level talent, not too outstanding, but not too bad either. Although the projection talent cannot directly harm the enemy, after development by predecessors, it can create illusion projections to assist in combat. Imagine a stone phantom as cover to block vision, or a fake grass to provide a jumping point for a pet. Although not very powerful, it is still useful. For me, being able to become a beast master is something to be thankful for. After all, SSS level talent only exists in those with extraordinary talents. What does it have to do with me? I closed my eyes and tried to communicate with the beast control space that had just been opened up in my body. I shouted in my heart, "Summon!" A furry thing suddenly fell from the sky and landed steadily in my arms. I looked down and saw that it was a pure white little fox. Its ears are pointed, its snow-white fur is smooth and soft, and its bright eyes stare straight at me. This look is really too cute. White Spirit Fox, top elite level. I silently recited its rank in my mind. Although this White Spirit Fox is cute, its fighting power is probably not enough to alarm anyone. A sea-level auxiliary talent coupled with a pet with weak melee ability is really not worth mentioning in such a beast awakening event. Seeing this, the class teacher came over and comforted him. Don't be discouraged, the projection talent can take advantage of the terrain changes to create output opportunities for the White Spirit Fox. There will be plenty of opportunities to turn things around in the future. I nodded, forcing a smile, but I knew in my heart that without a talent that directly enhanced combat, and with my pet's weakness in close combat, it would be difficult for me to develop at the beginning. I picked up the little white fox in my arms and walked silently to the end of the team with mixed feelings. Although she is cute, I feel a little lost when facing those powerful beast masters. In order to give her a more intimate name, I gently stroked her soft fur and whispered, "Just call me Liang Xue." However, I didn't notice that Liang Xue's little body was emitting a faint strange light. I refocused my attention on the beast taming space, and Liang Xue's detailed information emerged in my mind. Name, Rinshin Fox, rank, Superior General, level, 0, race, monster. Rinshin Fox? I was stunned, my mind was full of confusion. What kind of fox is this? I have never heard of this kind of spirit beast. And it is actually a top general level? Of course, I didn't know that the newborn white fox in my arms was once the king. In her previous life, she died in an accident. In order to resurrect me, she went through untold hardships and finally succeeded in breaking through to the domination level. However, even if she becomes the most powerful spirit beast in the world, she still cannot reshape my soul. At the moment of despair, Liang Shui decided to use her original spiritual power as a price to activate the Samsara Jade, one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianqian, and forcibly fall into reincarnation and return to the place of her birth. At this moment, my cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lu Xiu calling. Lu Xiu once saved my life and raised me for 2.5 years for nothing. I also worked in her shop for 4 hours and could easily earn 5,000 Tianqian coins. Now, she is half my benefactor. However, the moment the phone rang, Liang Shui in my arms suddenly became anxious and grabbed my sleeve tightly, as if she didn't want me to answer the phone. I was a little confused. Liang Shui had been very well behaved since she was born. Why was she so impatient today? Did she hate the sound of the phone? But I couldn't not answer Sister Lu's call. I pressed the answer button and heard Lu Xiu's gentle voice. Xiao Qi? I heard that your 5th middle school has awakened completely? How is it going? What's the result? I gently touched Liang Shui's head and signaled her to calm down. Sea-level talent, projection, the natal beast is a white spirit fox. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and then Lu Xiu's voice came. Xiao Qi is awesome. Do you want to come to your sister's place? I'll give you a celebration party. I was stunned for a moment, then nodded and agreed. Okay. It just so happens that I have something to tell her. Clearly it's time to say goodbye. If the next plan goes well, I will soon leave Pegasus City and go to other cities for development. After hearing my agreement, Liang Shui had no choice but to let go of her little paws. Although she obviously didn't want me to have any contact with Lu Xiu again, she would not make things difficult for me. Weichi held Liang Shui in his arms and strolled in the busy city. Amid the hustle and bustle of traffic, he felt as if he was isolated from the entire noisy world. Passers-by cast respectful glances at me and consciously made way for me. After all, I am a beastmaster, and ordinary people naturally dare not offend me easily. Liang Shui and I came to the famous commercial street in the city center. Pushing open the door of an exquisite pet store, the high-end decoration atmosphere that hit us made us feel comfortable. Not long after, a beautiful and graceful lady walked out from the backstage. She is about the same height as me, and the tight black veil barely covers her exquisite figure. Her snow-white skin is faintly visible through the veil, as if that snow-white skin can attract all eyes. Lu Xiu, the proprietress of that store, is also an old friend of mine. She took Liang Shui and me to the back room, while Liang Shui squatted obediently on the chair next to me, staring at Lu Xiu closely, as if thinking about something. Lu Xiu opened her veil, revealing her unparalleled beauty, with the corners of her mouth raised slightly and a smile on her face. Xiao Qi? She asked softly, with a hint of concern in her tone. Have you decided which Beast Control Academy you want to go to? I stuffed mutton into my mouth and shook my head with a smile. My talent is not that outstanding. I don't think I have much choice. I can enter whatever I can. Pegasus City has 3 key Beast Control Academies that come to recruit students every year, namely Guanlong Academy, Ziyu Academy and Xiaoyu Academy. Guanlong College is the college with the strongest comprehensive strength, Ziyu College is famous for its unique teaching model, and Xiaoyu College offers generous personal benefits, attracting many ambitious people. I don't really care about that much, as long as there is a beast taming academy that will accept me. After all, with my talent and Liang Shui's current combat power, it's not easy to get into a key academy. Beast training is a very expensive thing. I touched Liang Shui's head and smiled bitterly in my heart. This guy Liang Shui, just raising her almost makes me bankrupt, not to mention raising her level to level 10, or stage 1, before the national exam. Lu Xiu held her chin up and looked at me with twinkling eyes. Xiaoqi, you can do it! Sister believes that you can become a powerful beast master. After that, she took out a bank card from her bag and pushed it in front of me. Here is 1 million. Consider it a gift from your sister. The password is your birthday. I was immediately shocked and quickly shook my head to refuse. How can this be possible? I have been taken care of by you, Sister Lu, for the past 2 years. How can I take your money before I leave? After hearing this, Lu Xiu couldn't help but chuckle. She crossed her legs, looking lazy and charming. Sister will leave the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Xiaoqi, do you want to spend the night with sister? I instantly felt my blood boiling, my heartbeat quickening, and my breathing becoming a little erratic. The national exam is the day after tomorrow. I have to prepare in advance, and isn't this a bad idea? I swallowed hard, trying to calm myself down. Lu Xiu didn't say much, but quietly took off her shoes and rubbed my legs gently with the smooth instep of her feet. Her lavender eyes sparkled with charm and enchantment. I have been single till now, how could I bear such a teasing? Moreover, Lu Xiu is a stunning beauty, and any normal man would find it difficult to control himself in such a situation. I was panicked and quickly picked up Liang Shui and hurriedly ran out of the pet shop. Lu Xiu licked her lips as she watched Weichi fleeing in panic. A talent for projection? He is indeed her son. I held Liang Shui in my arms, my face flushed red, and ran wildly on the street, feeling a mixture of emotions in my heart. How could Sister Lu be so bold tonight? Spend the night with her? I'm not a fool, of course I can understand what she meant. But where does her money come from? Why is she so nice to me? Liang Shui lay in my arms. A hint of jealousy flashed in her blue eyes, and she seemed to be thinking about something in her heart. Liang Shui knew that Lu Suyu was not a simple person, and she was even more aware of the dangers she might encounter in the future. In my previous life, Lu Suyu was seriously injured in an accident. I desperately tried to find life-saving medicine for her, but I ended up losing my life and left Liang Shui forever. Liang Shui obviously didn't want to repeat the same mistake. She must be thinking about how to expose Lu Suyu's true face, but she didn't want to hurt my feelings. Just as Liang Shui and I were thinking about our own things, a malicious voice suddenly came from behind us. Weichi! We meet again! I turned around and saw Ma Chang, who I had beaten up a few days ago, approaching me with his 2 henchmen. Ma Chang still had gauze wrapped around his face, and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. He pointed at the wound on his face and said viciously, Weichi, pay the 200,000 yuan medical fee and we'll let this matter go. Otherwise, I won't be polite. I'm afraid your fox won't be able to withstand a punch from me. The yellow-haired boy laughed and said, Brother Chang, this kid looks scared. Green hair echoed exaggeratedly. That's right, our brother Chang is a B-level talent. If I were him, I would have knelt down and kowtowed long ago. I tried my best to stay calm on the surface, but I couldn't help but feel nervous inside. I looked as steady as an old dog, but I was actually very panicked. Don't be fooled by Ma Chang's arrogant look, he does have the capital to be arrogant. His B-level talent is paired with the Lord-level Fierce Wind Mastiff. Liang Shui and I are no match for him at all, not to mention that he has 2 younger brothers with him. Student Weichi, do you agree or not? Ma Chang smiled sinisterly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Liang Shui in my arms began to tremble. I gently stroked her back and comforted her. Liang Shui, are you scared? You can earn money again if you lose it. I still haven't figured out the reason for Liang Shui's mysterious advancement. If Liang Shui was beaten to death or disabled by them, my future would be dark. The little white fox Liang Shui raised her eyes and stared at the 3 people in front of her who deserved a beating. In her previous life, Weichi saw the timidity and weakness in her heart and chose to surrender. In the end, he was severely beaten by these 3 people, blackmailed for 200,000 yuan, and stole the only relic left by the mistress. Weichi was in a state of confusion after losing his parents' belongings. Lu Suyu took advantage of the situation and pushed him to the ground and rolled around on the bed all day. In the end, the unprepared Weichi took the national exam, but failed. He was completely captured by Lu Suyu, and no one else was in his eyes. It's all their fault. In my last life, I was timid and weak, causing my master to be bullied by men and women. In this life, I will never let my master repeat the same mistake. I instantly felt the overwhelming fighting spirit in Liang Shui's heart. Since Liang Shui wasn't afraid, why should I, as her master, be afraid? My eyes were as firm as iron, and I said in a cold voice, I don't have money, but I have my life. Do you dare to come and take it? Ma Chang was completely enraged by my look. How dare a weakling like me who is easily manipulated dare to challenge a genius like me? I will beat your white-haired fox to a pulp today. Ma Chang pointed at me and said coldly, Weichi, you brought this upon yourself, don't blame me for being ruthless. Why did you do this if you had given me 5,000 yuan earlier? The angry Ma Chang waved his hand, and a strong wind came from the space. The majestic fierce wind mastiff tore through the void and appeared in front of me. The knowledge I had learned came to my mind. Fierce wind mastiff, wind attribute, demon beast, good at close combat. The aura skill is frenzy wind, which increases the attack speed of nearby friendly forces. The ultimate skill is fierce bite. Beast types can be roughly divided into melee, agility, ranged, defensive, auxiliary, and possessed types. Ma Chang's fierce wind mastiff is a standard melee beast, equivalent to a warrior in an online game. It is good at close combat but has no long-range attack methods. My Rinshin Fox is a ranged attack type beast, good at long range and control, equivalent to the Ice Mage in online games, and its damage ability is not as good as the melee type. Moreover, every spirit pet that evolves to the Lord level will gain the ability to strengthen its body's size and transform into a human form. Ma Chang sneered. You dare to fight my Fierce Wind Mastiff with your stinky fox? Fierce Wind Mastiff, tear his white fox into pieces. As soon as Ma Chang gave the order, the green mastiff bared its white fangs and bit towards Liang Shui. I couldn't just stand by and watch, so I immediately used my innate skill projection. 2 or 3 trash cans transformed by spiritual power blocked Liang Shui's petite body. It's just a projection, break it for me! The madly running fierce wind mastiff brought with it the surrounding aura, and its front paws wrapped with strong wind spiritual power slapped hard towards the direction where Liang Shui was. Liang Xue jumped onto the trash can to gain leverage, and the violent wind brushed past its body. Wind Claw, the basic skill of wind attribute spirit beasts. Liang Xue is very familiar with the skills and abilities of the fierce wind mastiff. Ma Chang and I were shocked. Is the white spirit fox so agile? Liang Xue raised her head proudly and jumped into the air, her snow-white hair suddenly emitting a dazzling light. Fuck! Brother Chang, it's so cold! The strange coldness made Ma Chang and the other two shiver. I looked at the cool snow in the sky, my eyes wide in disbelief. The cold wind was like a woman's wailing. Liang Xue's body was growing rapidly, from a tiny thing to a slender body, with soft curves but full of wildness, a handsome fox. The limbs, head, torso, and tail are all evolving rapidly. The furry tail is splitting into three. The evolved Liang Xue lowered its noble head and rubbed against me affectionately. Based on this attitude, I was very sure that it was Liang Xue. What the hell? What is this? How did the white spirit fox evolve into a three-tailed demon fox? There was clearly a white spirit fox at the awakening ceremony. Ma Chang was confused. Three tails, a three-tailed fox. Could it be the evolution of the legendary race? The only ice-attributed fox with this temperament is the Emperor-level Bingchen three-tailed fox. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The fierce wind mastiff was not willing to be outdone, and raised its head and howled. It locked onto the ice-dust three-tailed fox in front of it, and used its ultimate move, Fierce Wind Bite. The fierce wind mastiff, ready to attack, rushed towards Liang Xue like a ghost. Liang Xue's eyes, which were chilling to the bone, stared at Ma Chang and the other two. A particularly terrifying ice storm descended from the sky, sweeping over the three men and the dog. This is... Ma Chang stared at the scene in front of him, even forgetting to dodge. Countless ice blades poured down like a rain of arrows. Like Liang Xue, the fierce wind mastiff was at level 0, and its skin defense had not been tempered at all. Swish, swish, swish! The ice blade easily cut through its entire body. Puff! The warm blood turned into ice blood in the air and shattered on the ground. Liang Xue's attack actually tore the lower-level fierce wind mastiff apart alive. I was also shocked. Is this still the soft and cute Liang Xue who was begging for a hug just now? After completing the first evolution, Liang Xue landed gracefully on the ground, and her three tails, ignited with ice flames, gently stroked my face like the hands of a lover. Bingchen three-tailed fox, Emperor level, Demon Beast Clan. The king of ice foxes, good at large-scale control and possessing excellent melee capabilities. The moonlight shines on the silver lines on Liang Xue's back, constantly emitting an evil and charming glow. Ma Chang stared blankly at the corpse of the fierce wind mastiff, which looked like a dog, and his mouth moved slowly. What kind of trick is this? Before I could answer, 3 ice cones as thick as my arms flew into the air and pierced the throats of Ma Chang and the other two. Although I was mentally prepared, the first time I killed someone, I still felt very uncomfortable. My stomach was twitching and my gastric juice was boiling. Liang Xue was too cruel. I even wonder if Liang Xue has some trouble with Ma Chang and the others? I didn't have time to worry about why Liang Xue evolved, so I forcefully recalled Liang Xue and quickly escaped from the alley. Residents near the alley saw only a flash of silver light and thought someone was so full that they were setting off fireworks in the middle of the night. The bodies of the traffic light trio and Gale Mastiff were cut into thousands of pieces, and every piece of flesh was frozen by ice spiritual power. Until the next day, the old sweeper discovered the gem in the stinky soup while cleaning. At this moment, my heart was pounding in my chest. I opened the door of my house secretly. Sister Lu's charm, Liang Xue's evolution and Ma Chang's death, this series of things kept stimulating my little heart. When I got home, the first thing I did was to take off my clothes and throw them into the washing machine, then I got into the bathroom and washed them thoroughly. While I was in the bathroom, a pleasant girl's voice suddenly came from behind. I turned my head in horror, and in front of me appeared a peerlessly beautiful girl whose appearance was no less beautiful than Lu Suyu. Her cascading blue hair fell behind her waist, and she was wearing a tight yet slightly noble plush fox fur coat. 6 faint animal patterns appeared on her beautiful face, and her swaying fox ears and 3 long tails hanging on the ground proved that she was definitely not human. Looking down, the pink and tender legs were well proportioned and long, with a blue ribbon tied around the beautiful feet. What the hell? I subconsciously stood up and asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The absolutely beautiful fox girl smiled and tilted her head. "Master? I'm Liang Xue." I was stunned, and then quickly checked the beast-taming space, and sure enough, there was no trace of the little white fox. The fox-herd girl in front of me happily wagged her tail, and I was stunned. The little white fox turned into a 3-tailed fox, and now it has become a beautiful fox girl? What is going on? Liang Xue looked at me in amazement, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Recalling the time when I used to hold the little white fox all day, pointing at all kinds of fox girl photos and saying things like, "Change for me. and I'll marry you in the future. I didn't expect that I would be speechless when I saw her in human form for the first time. As expected of my master, she is as reserved as ever. Liang Shui helped me to the sofa and pressed me down hard on it. Maybe she thought that instead of letting her master be seduced by other women, it would be better for her to seduce her master herself, so that I would not leave her. I gently inhaled the faint fox scent and muttered to myself, fortunately, the spirit foxes in this world don't have body odor. Are you really Liang Shui? Liang Shui's eyes turned red, and she looked pitiful. The master's favorite soy product is yuba, his favorite is shabu shabu mutton, his favorite is animalerd girl, his favorite is hongru, and his favorite snack is potato chips. My eyes widened. How do you know? Liang Shui's ears suddenly drooped, she threw herself on me and twisted wildly. Her voice also became much softer. I am the master's natal beast, of course I know the master's little secrets. In fact, there is no such saying. It's just that Liang Shui naturally knows my personal preferences through decades of getting along in the previous life. After meeting again after 1,000 years, Liang Shui doesn't want me to see her crying. I sensed Liang Shui's high spirits through my soul, and gently stroked her fox ears to comfort her. I checked the beast control space again. Name, Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox. Rank, Upper Imperial Grade. Level, 5. Race, Monster Race. Skills, Ice Light Leaping, Normal Active. Attacks group targets and tears enemies to cause bleeding effect. In long range mode, replaces with Ice Spear to attack single target. Shattered with Jade, Death Rattle. After the Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox dies, it will cause irreversible freezing and frostbite effects to surrounding enemies. Ice Cannon Skill, Elite Active, after charging, causes penetrating damage and freezing effect to enemies in a straight line, can be cast up to 3 times in a row. Chulian Skill, General's Aura, has a 20% chance of making the Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox immune to any damage. Snowfall Skill, the Emperor takes the initiative to create a snow river and ice waterfall with the target as the center, causing a large-scale group attack, causing freezing and frostbite effects. I quietly felt Liang Shui's soft body, my eyes full of confusion. Could it be that Liang Shui was born as a white spirit fox? But she first evolved into a spirit fox and then evolved into a three-tailed fox? Racial evolution. Some extremely talented pets can unconditionally upgrade their rank through racial evolution, and the chance is roughly the same as winning the first prize in a lottery. If outsiders knew that Liang Shui had evolved twice in a row within 1 day of birth, I would probably be taken as a specimen and sliced for research. But Liang Shui could really be such a highly gifted spiritual pet. I was overjoyed. Her potential is endless. My current top-level Emperor level can easily allow me to enter a key beast-taming university, and I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. If I continue to work hard to upgrade her to epic or above, my future will be bright. Liang Shui looked at the master under her. She really wanted to tell him who she was and what kind of pain she had suffered in order to see him. But Liang Shui had made a promise with someone that she would not tell anyone the truth after she went back in time and was reborn. Otherwise, her soul would be exiled by the will of heaven and earth, and even her existence would be forgotten by the world. I'm sorry, Master, please forgive Shui. Liang Shui smiled sweetly. Master, Shui doesn't know anything. I have become your natal beast when I first opened my eyes. Weichi touched his chin and did not continue asking. In fact, most beast masters did not know where the natal beast sealed in the beast taming space in their bodies came from. Some say it is a gift from the goddess of hope, some say it is your lover in the previous life, some say it is a creature born randomly in space, and some say it is yourself in another world. If the beast master dies in battle, his natal beast will also die. If his natal beast dies in battle, the beast master's first spiritual bond will be sealed forever. Therefore, no beast master would doubt the loyalty of his beast master, let alone harm it, and the beast master would not be able to terminate the eternal soul contract. Now, I have to support Liang Shui's waist and help her up gently, because if she continues to press me down like this, my mind will be out of control like a horse running wild. From this perspective, the white and tender scene is really dazzling. Being young and a little bit repressed at heart, I couldn't help but take a few more glances. In fact, Liang Shui wanted to have a closer contact with me immediately, but she knew that doing so would easily scare me. She was also worried that she would drain my energy and affect my subsequent training efficiency. Even so, she still resolutely took the risk of being punished and transformed into a human form, just because she didn't want Luciu to succeed. Liang Shui smiled and said, Please tell Shui what to do, Master. I nodded in approval from the bottom of my heart. That's great, so beautiful. Liang Shui was immediately panicked. Huh? Beautiful? Master, are you praising me for being beautiful? If it weren't for Luciu, Liang Shui wouldn't dare to take the initiative to transform into a human form. After all, in my last life, I didn't see her transform until I was about to die. She was afraid that if her appearance didn't meet my aesthetic standards, I would dislike her. Now that she has my approval, she is really happy. Then, Liang Shui sat in front of me in a standard duck sitting posture, with her playful fox ears swaying from side to side and her tail wagging like a puppy. The happy Liang Shui walked around the house happily. It was her first time to move around in the world as a human being, and the change in perspective brought her an extremely novel experience. I looked at the fair-skinned vixen in front of me and felt secretly delighted. Emperor-level spirit beasts are not common creatures that can be found everywhere. They are rare creatures that are 1 in a million and extremely rare. If you want to transform into a human form but your rank is not high enough, you can only buy the spiritual transformation pill by spending a lot of money. However, this thing is just like a sex robot. Rich people look down on it, and poor people can't afford it. Moreover, the pets transformed into human form by the spirit pill have a time limit every day. The lower the level, the shorter the time. Level 1 has only 1 minute. Unless you are a quick shooter, you have to train to at least level 30. The time and money costs are very high. The most important point is the trust value. If the trust value is too low, the pet will ignore you. And this trust value can only be increased by pleasing the pet and accumulating it over time. It is almost unheard of for a pet like Liang Shui to have a trust value of 100 at the beginning. Although I really want to experience what it is like to be with a vixen right away, I don't have much time left. According to some unofficial historical records, the fox tribe is very powerful, and the time it takes for intimate matters starts from days. The stronger the power, the longer the time. But the national exam is the day after tomorrow, and I can't waste my energy and time on Liang Shui. Master? Liang Shui's sweet voice brought me back to reality. Liang Shui knew that this exam was very important to me. In my previous life, I failed the exam due to Lucy's temptation. After graduation, in order to upgrade Liang Shui, I worked as a bounty hunter and lived on the edge of a knife every day. Liang Shui doesn't want me to live that kind of wandering life again, so this time I must get into the Key Beast Taming Academy no matter what. Through the conversations between those people this morning, Shui probably understood the basic logic of human society. In order to get better results in the exam, we should go out of the city for training tomorrow, right? Liang Shui said with a smile. The higher the grade of a pet, the higher its intelligence, and the stronger its learning ability. I did not get carried away by Liang Shui's evolution, because I knew there were 4 more levels above the Emperor, namely Epic, Legend, Myth, and Saint Destroyer. People who are stronger than me are all working hard to cultivate. How can I, who have no special advantages, indulge in beauty and tenderness and stagnate? Liang Shui added silently in her heart, of course, I should beat the little monsters with my master. It is really lonely to fight monsters alone. I was a little surprised, because the teacher once said in class that ice-attributed spirit pets are of a cold type that are very difficult to increase their trust value, have a low desire to attack, and like to play badly. But why is Liang Shui so attached to me? And why is she so eager to level up? This is really strange. Even if I rack my brains, I can't guess that Liang Shui was reborn from the future. If you can't figure it out, forget about it. I'm going to take a shower first. Everything that happened today was like a dream. I was in no mood to cultivate my spiritual power. Liang Shui obediently turned off the computer and the lights in the room. The house was quiet. Good night, master. The next morning, I sat up suddenly from the bed and rubbed my temples in confusion. I dreamed again, but I can't remember what I dreamed about. The dream was like flowing water, blurry, but there was always an indescribable feeling. I don't have the habit of staying in bed, so I quickly got up, put on my clothes and walked into the living room. Liang Shui had already prepared breakfast, with boiled corn and eggs on the table. Her long light blue hair was draped softly over her shoulders, her curly bangs on her forehead revealed a bit of playfulness, and her deep blue eyes were filled with a hint of tenderness. She was wearing my discarded white shirt and shorts, with 3 furry tails swaying gently behind her. The scene before me made me feel like I was in a dream. My little white fox turned into a beautiful girl and was preparing breakfast for me. Master, let's eat, Liang Shui said with a sweet smile. I couldn't help but pinch my thigh, it hurt a little. It seems that this is not a dream, everything yesterday was real. Liang Shui really evolved from a white spirit fox to a 3-tailed fox. I reached out and carefully stroked the pair of playful fox ears on her head. Her tail wagged excitedly like a puppy, and she seemed very happy. I silently accepted the reality before me, sat on the chair, and ate the corn and milk that Liang Shui prepared for me. Liang Shui sat opposite me, her hands clasped together, a happy smile on her face, and she looked at me intently. Her posture was elegant, and her chest swayed slightly with her breathing. Liang Shui. I looked up and asked her, "What type of feed do you like to eat? I'll go buy some for you." After saying that, I picked up my phone and planned to search where I could buy good animal feed. In order to allow Liang Shui to level up faster, I must prepare the best feed for her. After all, tomorrow is the national exam, and only if our pet becomes stronger can we get good grades in the exam. Thinking about the money I had saved for 2.5 years, plus the 1 million given by Sister Lu, I decided to give Liang Shui the best no matter what. However, Liang Shui gently pressed my phone and said with a smile, "Master, there is no need to spend so much money. The fastest way for a pet to grow is to fight, not to eat feed. After dinner, let's go fight monsters." I was a little worried. "But you are only level 5, will it be dangerous to fight outside the city?" She shook her head and showed a firm expression. "It's okay, I will be careful." Finally, I spent 100,000 Tianxian coins to buy 10 sets of first-grade high-quality feed. The express was delivered quickly. Liang Shui looked at my grateful eyes. After eating the feed, her body glowed with blue light, and her level was successfully upgraded to level 7. Looking at her slightly tearful eyes, I felt a little uneasy. "What's wrong? Is the feed not tasty? I just gave it a 5-star rating. Do you want to complain and ask for a refund?" Liang Shui pulled my sleeve, smiled and shook her head. "Master, no need, it's really delicious. As long as it tastes good." I breathed a sigh of relief, but then she suddenly pounced on me, pushed me down on the sofa, and began to rub my chest like a spoiled child. I supported her a little embarrassedly. "Okay, are you full? If you're full, let's go for a walk." I sorted out the necessary props for leaving the city and put them in my military bag. Although Liang Shui unexpectedly rose to the upper emperor level, I am still an apprentice beastmaster with no actual combat experience. My main goal today is to increase my practical experience so that I can better cope with tomorrow's novice trial. After I went out, I hailed a taxi. "Driver, go to Pegasus North Gate, the faster the better." The driver smiled cheerfully and stepped on the accelerator, and the car quickly drove to the destination. "Young man, what are you doing at the North Gate?" "Tomorrow is the big exam. I want to go outside the city today to gain some practical experience." The uncle glanced at Liang Shui on my shoulder from the rearview mirror and said with a smile, "Your little fox seems to be quite clingy to you. I have traveled all over the country, but I have never seen such a clingy fox." "Haha, really?" I responded with a smile, but in my heart I couldn't help but wonder, why is Liang Shui so attached to me? Is it really fate from the previous life? Soon, the car arrived outside the city. I swiped my ID card and registered to enter the area outside the city. The guards have always been indifferent to people leaving the city. After all, ordinary people running to the suburbs are almost like delivering food to the Warcraft. I looked up at the jungle in the distance. The sky was clear and cloudless. Occasionally, a few low roars of beasts could be heard in the distance. Many trainee beast masters were calling on their teammates to form teams in front of the city gate. I walked slowly forward with the cool snow. The air around me was unusually quiet, with only the slight sound of dead leaves under my feet. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the bushes ahead. I immediately held my breath, my heart tightening. Is it coming? Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, I felt something tightly wrapped around my ankle. I looked down and saw a vine like a poisonous snake climbing up my leg. Ah! This? Before I could finish my words, a brute force suddenly pulled me down and dragged me into the depths of the jungle. Liang Shui reacted quickly. With a flash of blue light, she quickly jumped up, and her sharp claws cut through the air, instantly cutting off the vines that were entangled with me. She manipulated her furry tail and easily pulled me back from the ground. I gasped, still in shock. "Liang Shui, thank you!" But before I could completely relax, I heard the familiar, rustling sound again. Deep in the jungle, the attacker finally revealed his true face, a monster made of thorns and vines. Its information immediately popped up in my mind: Vine Beast, a low-level rare-grade magical beast that likes to set vine traps underground for hunting. They are carnivorous monsters. Although they are not rare, their danger should not be underestimated. If Liang Shui hadn't intervened in time, I might have been dragged to the vicinity of its main body, with disastrous consequences. The vine beast was obviously enraged, and it waved its thorny tentacles towards us angrily. The thorns in front of him didn't have sharp thorns yet, and it looked like this vine beast hadn't yet reached level 1, so it was estimated to be between level 7 and 8. I immediately pulled out a short knife from my backpack and prepared to fight alongside Liang Shui. My blood was boiling. This was my first battle. Just as I was about to shout out the battle plan, a blue light suddenly flashed before my eyes. Liang Shui's ice cannon accurately hit the body of the vine beast, piercing through it instantly. With a loud bang, the tree behind the vine beast was also cut down. The vine beast's body was frozen in an instant, and then Liang Shui pounced forward and hit it lightly. The vine beast's body instantly shattered like ice chips and scattered all over the ground. But at this moment, I saw green liquid flowing out of the vine beast's body, and I immediately shouted, "Get out of the way! This is the vine beast's death language skill, corrosion!" Liang Shui seemed to be prepared and dodged lightly. When she landed, her graceful movements made people feel very calm. Looking at her, I couldn't help but sigh. How could Liang Shui be so agile? She was just born. Liang Shui shook her head playfully, as if to say, "Master, am I awesome?" Her fighting ability made me a little confused. Is this the strength of an emperor-level spirit pet? She killed an enemy of the same level in one move. I put away the short knife and touched her head. Liang Xue, you did a good job. Liang Xue looked quietly at the corpse of the vine beast on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. There was a hint of nostalgia in her eyes, as if she was remembering some distant memory. Perhaps it was a past that I didn't know about. I squatted down and examined the corpse of the vine beast. What a pity no wood spirit seal was found. For beast masters, spiritual seals are rare treasures, especially the vine beast's whip. If they can obtain it, selling it for a good price will not be a problem. However, Liang Xue's ice cannon directly destroyed its body. It seemed that there was no chance today. We continued to move forward in the jungle, and most of the monsters we encountered were low-level enemies. Vine beasts, mad wolves, and slimes were all wiped out by Liang Xue's frozen cannon. Although the battle went smoothly, I was a little depressed. Liang Xue shot too quickly, and the battle was over before I even had time to swing my sword. It seems that it is not a good thing if the spiritual pet is too strong, and I have no sense of participation at all. At noon, I found a green shade and prepared to take a short rest. I touched Liang Xue's head and said with a smile, Liang Xue, thank you for your hard work, please take a rest. She immediately transformed back into her human form, wearing a fox fur, holding my arm, smiling sweetly and saying, Okay, master. We sat down next to a broken tree. I took out the instant lunch from my bag and was about to eat it, but Liang Xue pointed to the fat pig carcass not far away and said with a smile, Master, don't spend money, Xue will eat it. Seeing her expression, I couldn't help but smile. When we have a chance to buy the sky stone in the future, we can have a picnic anytime. Kongming stone is a spiritual stone that contains the power of space and can be made into space props. Thinking about taking the space ring with me when I go out and having a barbecue anytime and anywhere, life will be so wonderful. I took out the feed I bought this morning from my bag and handed it to Liang Xue. You've been busy for so long, eat something to replenish yourself. Liang Xue smiled and shook her head, her eyes thoughtful, pointing at the fat pig on the ground, as if to say that this was enough for her to eat. Looking at her, I suddenly remembered that Liang Xue is not only a powerful fighter, but also my closest partner. No matter what the future holds, I feel at ease with her by my side. I patted her shoulder and swore silently in my heart, no matter what, I will protect her and become stronger with her. At this moment, Liang Xue's face suddenly turned slightly red, and with a hint of shyness in her eyes, she said softly, In fact, there are things that taste better than feed. I was stunned for a moment, followed her gaze to the fat pig on the ground, and replied with a smile, The fat pig is really good, I will grill it for you later. I started to busy myself with collecting firewood, but Liang Xue was still looking at me from behind with a faint blush on her face. Her eyes were complex and gentle, as if she was thinking about something that I could never guess. Chapter 12: The Mysterious Attacker. Weichi used a dagger to dismember the fatty pig, then quickly built a bonfire and started grilling the skewers. Here, let me give you a taste of cooked meat, but unfortunately the only seasoning is salt. Weichi handed Liang Xue a skewer. Thank you, master! After a hearty meal, Weichi felt a little tired and his eyelids began to droop. Controlling spirit pets to fight consumes a lot of mental energy. Liang Xue, I'm going to take a short rest. Please help me keep watch on the surroundings, Weichi said. Okay. Liang Xue nodded slightly and turned into a half-human high three-tailed ice fox again. It crawled beside Weichi, pricked up its ears and kept patrolling the surroundings. Its tail gently covered Weichi's body, as soft and comfortable as a blanket. Weichi uses the 357 sleeping method to quickly enter sleep and restore energy. Liang Xue looked at Weichi, who was sleeping beside her, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Suddenly, there was a sound of wind coming from the distant woods. There were strange fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from the surrounding space. What happened? Liang Xue stood up curiously and walked around Weichi but didn't find anything unusual. Is it an illusion? Liang Xue just turned around. Something strange happened. Suddenly, a dark figure in a black robe appeared beside Weichi. He was bending down and reaching his hand into his collar to grab Weichi's necklace. Ah! The angry Liang Xue roared. Weichi, who was sleeping, immediately opened his eyes. Weichi reacted quickly and slapped the other person's hand away, then performed a tactical roll and came to Liang Xue's side. Who are you? What do you want? After Weichi woke up, he immediately picked up the sharp dagger. The man in black robes slowly stood up and stretched out his hand to Weichi. Give me the necklace. His voice was a little hoarse, and he sounded like an elderly man. Necklace? Weichi lowered his head immediately. The crystal necklace left by her parents fell out of her collar at some point. Boy, I don't want to kill it, give it to me quickly. The man in black robes stepped forward. Weichi held the crystal necklace and said, This is the last thing my parents left me. I won't give it to you. Liang Shui reacted quickly and quickly embraced Weichi behind her and got into a fighting stance. Looking at the unfathomable man in black robe in front of it, several doubts arose in its heart. Who is this man in black robe? Why had I never seen him in my previous life? Is there any secret in the master's necklace? In the previous life, Liang Shui did not have any cheats, but because of its timidity, Weichi chose to surrender to Ma Chan and the other two. The trio beat up Weichi and then snatched the crystal necklace from his neck and sold it for money. Weichi, who lost his parents' belongings, was depressed and went to Lu Xiu to complain. As a result, the mature older sister pressed him on the bed and made him play poker for a whole day, thus wasting his preparation time before the national exam. So Liang Shui didn't know what secrets were hidden in the necklace left by Weichi's parents. The man in black robe swung his hand and said, "Humph, this is not up to you." A huge granite monster slowly walked out of the void. It is nearly 3 meters tall, white and green all over, and so huge that it can kill an ordinary person with one punch. Weichi looked at the granite monster in front of him and was suddenly shocked. A first-level rock monster. Liang Shui, you must be careful. If you get hit by this guy, you will definitely get into trouble. The man in black robe glanced at Liang Shui and said calmly, "Rock monster, hold it back." Dong dong dong. The granite monster raised its arms, which were as thick as trees, and slapped Liang Shui hard. What the man in black robe didn't expect was that Liang Shui was very agile. She used her flexible tail to hook onto a nearby tree and bounce her body out of the rock monster's attack range. There's something strange about this fox. It was clearly a newly born beast. How could it predict the rock monster's attack by its movement? If that guy hadn't dismissed the rest of the spirit pets, I really wanted to slap him to death. Liang Shui, who had successfully dodged, crawled on the ground, and her flying foxtail suddenly ignited with blue flames. The rock monster is not a vegetarian pet. It will not wait foolishly for the ice cannon to finish charging. Bang! The rock monster raised its leg and stomped hard on the ground. The sky collapses and the earth cracks, and it is a combat skill that causes a large-scale dizziness effect with the body as the center. Weichi and Liang Shui only felt a white flash before their eyes, and their ears rang and they felt dizzy. The man in black robe grinned, and the next second he suddenly appeared behind Weichi and forcibly broke the crystal necklace on his neck. When he was about to take a closer look at the legendary treasure, he found that the necklace in his hand gradually became transparent and disappeared. No, this is a projection created by illusion. The moment Weichi woke up, he realized the enemy's intention, so he used his projection ability to make a fake crystal necklace to hang around his neck, and he secretly hid the real one in his trouser pocket. Weichi quickly sent a message in his mind. Liang Shui, this guy's movements are weird. We are definitely no match for him. Retreat quickly. Clear. Weichi took out a crystal necklace from his trouser pocket, swung it twice in front of the man in black robe, and then threw it out. Do you want it? Here you go. After saying that, he turned around and ran away. Liang Shui retreated while blocking the rock monster's way, buying Weichi enough time to escape. The man in black robe quickly dodged to the spot where the crystal necklace landed. It's fake again. The black-robed man stared at Weichi in front of him and whispered, "Boy, you're forcing me to kill you!" The next moment, his body disappeared out of thin air. Liang Shui's pupils suddenly widened when she saw this. Space travel? This is a special ability that can only be used by a 9th-level beastmaster, known as Xuanzu. These immortals are usually the leaders of superpowers, who spend years in seclusion practicing or climbing the ladder of the gods to seek breakthroughs. How could they appear in the suburbs of the tiny Pegasus city? Weichi, who had just started to accelerate, suddenly bumped into a black shadow that appeared out of nowhere. My whole body is numb and painful. You! Weichi was so shocked by the black-robed man in front of him that he was speechless. He should be behind me. Why did he suddenly appear in front of me? Liang Shui was entangled by the rock monster behind her, and could not come over for the time being, so Weichi could only rely on himself now. He gritted his teeth, picked up the dagger, and stabbed the other person in the chest. The man in black robe quickly raised his leg and stumbled strangely, and Weichi, who had no fighting skills, was kicked to the ground. Hand it over. Weichi endured the severe pain and used all his strength to hold the other person's feet and try to push him to the ground. However, the man in black robe easily controlled his body's center of gravity and kicked Weichi away with another shadowless kick. Weichi struggled to get up from the ground. His whole body was in excruciating pain. After a brief fight, Weichi realized that his opponent was a master of fighting, and he would have no chance of winning even in a 1v1 duel. The crystal necklace is the only relic left by his parents, and Weichi will never give it to anyone else. Hand it over. Liang Shui, who had escaped from the battle in the rear, was rushing towards Weichi's location. Master, wait a minute, Shui will come to save you. Weichi reached out and took the crystal necklace out of his trouser pocket, with a mocking expression on his face. You want it so badly? Then come and get it yourself. Court death! A trace of anger flashed in the black-robed man's eyes, and he raised his foot and kicked Weichi hard in the face. Weichi rolled over and picked up the fallen dagger and stabbed it hard at the opponent's calf. Bang! The man in black robe was faster. He kicked Weichi's right hand and knocked the dagger away. You want to hurt me? Weichi gritted his teeth, immediately took out the real dagger hidden in the sleeve of his left hand, grasped it in his palm, and stabbed it fiercely at the opponent's left calf. With a puff. The sound of the knife entering the flesh rang in my ears. Chapter 13, Mountain and Sea Seal. The man in black robe felt a pain in his left calf and cursed in his heart. How could I forget that this little beast's talent is projection? The dagger that was kicked off is fake, the dagger that stabbed into the leg is the real one. Feeling the pain, the man in black robe kicked Weichi hard in the chest, sending him flying more than 3 meters away. His body stopped only when it hit a tree trunk. Weichi felt a sweetness in his chest, and a mouthful of fresh blood gushed out of his throat. Liang Shui, who arrived late, looked at Weichi who was spitting blood, and a fire of anger flashed in her blue eyes. Weichi's spurting blood happened to spill on the crystal necklace. The originally crystal clear crystal necklace began to emit golden light. The man in black robe looked at Weichi in shock. No! Snap! The crystal necklace suddenly shattered. A ball of golden light slowly penetrated into Weichi's chest. Weichi felt a warm force entering his body, and a large golden seal suddenly appeared in his beast-controlling space. Looking closely, 3 powerful words are engraved on the seal: Mountain and Sea Seal. There is another row of small words below: the hearts are connected by spiritual bond, and we travel together in mountains and seas. As soon as Weichi silently recited these words in his heart, he felt a mysterious power. The first spiritual contract hanging high in the beast-controlling space suddenly burst out with brilliant golden light. The angry Liang Shui suddenly felt a heart-warming power appear. This is? Weichi's body fell to the ground with a thud. His soul floated out of his body and gradually grew bigger. A golden 3-tailed fox that looked exactly like Liang Shui slowly appeared, its 3 wild tails fluttering in the wind, its powerful limbs exuding nobility and dominance, and golden hoof flames rising. Not only the man in black robe, but even Liang Shui was stunned. This golden fox constantly exudes the scent of its master. Could it be the Mountain and Sea Seal, one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianqian? When Weichi opened his eyes again, he found that he had turned into a golden fox. Endless power flows in the body. The man in black robe looked at everything in front of him, stunned. His rock monster began to show fear after smelling the breath of the golden fox. The invisible pressure made it dare not attack actively. At this moment, Weichi and Liang Shui were in tune with each other. The 2 foxes jumped up at the same time, one on the left and one on the right, and pounced on each other. The rock monster raised its arms helplessly and smashed Liang Shui hard. It could not disobey its master's orders. The golden fox took the initiative to use its body to withstand the full force of the rock monster's attack. Its body did not stop at all and continued to charge forward as if it was not hurt. Liang Shui at the back took the opportunity to charge the ice cannon, and the blue laser formed by the tail flame exceeded the speed of sound and hit the rock monster directly. The golden fox was not willing to be outdone. A layer of golden flames covered its claws and easily tore the hardened skin of the rock monster. The skin defense of the earth attribute spirit pet is naturally +1 level. As a level 1 rock monster, it has the defense of a level 2 spirit pet. Even so, it couldn't withstand the powerful claw attack of the golden fox. Bang! The indestructible granite collapsed. The violent golden spiritual power penetrated into the rock monster's body and ran wildly around, leaving traces of cracks on its body. The golden fox swung its tail vigorously, and Liang Shui also used her tail to cooperate. The 6 tails grabbed the rock monster's limbs and pulled hard. Collapse! The 3-meter-tall stone giant was torn to pieces on the spot, with broken stones splattered all over the ground. 2 foxes, 1 gold and 1 blue, landed on the ground at the same time. They landed smoothly without looking back at the rock monster that turned into powder. Their cold and arrogant eyes stared at the black-robed man in front of them. Is the power of the Mountain and Sea Seal so strong? The man in black robe said, gritting his teeth. Whoosh! The whip formed by 6 tails slapped him hard in the face, and the man in black robe was attacked and flew backwards more than 10 meters. Not only was Weichi's attack effective, but the man in black was also in trouble and his body was shaking violently. That's interesting. I'll let you live a few more days. The black-robed man hastily retreated after the rock monster was killed. Come and go in a hurry. The golden fox's body shook and began to dissipate, and Weichi's soul gradually returned to its body. Ahem. Weichi slowly opened his eyes. The blue-haired beautiful girl hugged him in her arms with a look of remorse on her face. I'm sorry, Master. It's all Shue's fault that she was too weak and caused you to get hurt. Liang Shue felt a little guilty, wishing she had discovered the enemy earlier. For the safety of her master, she is willing to break the rules and sacrifice herself. Weichi moved his lips but couldn't utter a word. My body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead, my head was dizzy and I felt a little uncomfortable. This is a symptom of spiritual overdraft. Weichi struggled hard to get up, but he couldn't hold on and fainted in Liang Shue's arms. Beastmasters can use the mountain and sea seal to transform into beasts, but the cost is burning mental energy. As a level 0 Weichi's mental strength is too weak, so he will enter a weak state for a period of time after the transformation. It's too dangerous to leave the unconscious master here. I have to take him home. The clever Liang Shue found the ID card in Weichi's backpack, so she carried Weichi back to Pegasus City. Behind a tree, the man in black, covered in blood, looked at Liang Shue's back and clenched his fists angrily. Ha ha, Wei Tianqiu, look at the good things you have done. You couldn't even bring yourself to kill your own son. No, I won't let you hurt him. Humph, then I will let him live for a while longer, and I will take back the mountain and sea seal after you die. The man muttered to himself as he tore through the void and left the forest. When night came, Liang Shue put Weichi on the bed after going through a lot of hardships. The guards questioning, paying for a ride, remembering the way home, and using the key to open the door were all difficult tests for her. Water, water. Weichi murmured twice in a coma. Liang Shue was relieved to see that her master was fine. She tried to feed Weichi water with a spoon, but unfortunately Weichi's mouth didn't cooperate and most of the water flowed out. What to do? Liang Shue's pretty face turned red as she looked at the unconscious Weichi. She slowly lifted her long hair, bent down and fed her master water personally. After drinking the water, Weichi's complexion became much better. It was only a matter of time for him to recover. Liang Shue sat at the head of the bed and gently stroked Weichi's cheek, her eyes full of tenderness. The man in black robe just mentioned the mountain and sea seal. That golden fox is indeed the power of the mountain and sea seal. Why is the mountain and sea seal one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian in the owner's necklace? In the previous life, was the snatching of the necklace by Ma Chang and other two an accident, or was it someone's deliberate plan? If I remember correctly, the people who held the mountain and sea seal in the previous life were from the Qin family of Dragon Country. Could it be that the man in black robe just now was from the Qin family? The mountain and sea seal is clearly a gift from the mistress to the master. How dare you, the Qin family, snatch it away? If the master in the previous life had the mountain and sea seal, he would not have died on the stairway of the gods. Liang Shue's eyes were filled with resentment. Qin family, I will make you pay for your blood debt with blood. Buzz buzz buzz. Weichi's cell phone suddenly rang. The anger in Liang Shue's eyes gradually disappeared, and she picked up the phone with a puzzled look on her face. Lu Siyu. She remembered the verbal agreement between the woman and her master last night. The current owner needs to rest, so he definitely won't be able to keep the appointment. Do I need to explain it to her briefly? Liang Shue's hand almost pressed the answer button. Forget it. It's too much trouble to explain. Besides, the fewer people who know that I can evolve, the safer the master will be. Liang Shue thought about it and turned her phone to silent mode. She didn't want that woman to have a close relationship with her master anymore. Weichi's safety was one reason, but more importantly it was Liang Shue's selfishness. Liang Shue lay beside Weichi with her ears drooping and murmured, Master, please don't leave Shue again. Chapter 14 The Power of the Mountain and Sea Seal. Weichi slowly opened his eyes. In front of me is the familiar ceiling. Didn't I fight in the jungle? When will you come back? As soon as Weichi got up, he found a beautiful blue-haired girl sleeping soundly beside him with her ears drooping. Liang Shue opened her eyes in confusion. Master, are you awake? Weichi frowned slightly. He had no recollection of what happened after he repelled the man in black robe. The master fainted from exhaustion last night, so Shue could only take you home to rest. How is your health? Weichi got up and stretched his limbs. His whole body felt full and strong, without any feeling of fatigue at all. It should be fine. That's great. Liang Shue wagged her tail happily. The first thing Weichi did when he woke up was to turn on his cell phone. He was startled by the several missed calls from Sister Lu. Oh no, because of all the bizarre events yesterday, he didn't get to see Sister Lu for the last time. Weichi quickly dialed Lu Siyu's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Please check before redialing. No number available? What on earth happened to Sister Lu? Why did you cancel your phone number? Weichi sat blankly at the head of the bed, feeling empty inside. Liang Shui looked at Weichi with dull eyes and shook her head slightly. It was the same in the previous life. Lu Suyu's quiet departure dealt a great blow to Weichi. The two of them were rarely together and had little contact with each other, so Liang Shui didn't know who Lu Suyu was. Weichi in this life did not progress to the final step with her, and Lu Suyu would probably never come back. The first step of the plan has been completed. Next, as long as we successfully help our master enter the Key Beast Taming Academy, we can change the past and welcome a new future. Weichi didn't have much time to miss Sister Lu, as today was the day of the national exam. He glanced at the living room clock. 7 o'clock. Liang Shui got up immediately. Master, Shui will go and prepare breakfast for you. Weichi took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes slightly. Consciousness enters the beast taming space. The golden mountain and sea seal floated in the center of the beast controlling space. Shanhain, why is it hidden in the crystal necklace left by my parents? Did they leave it for me on purpose? Weichi has lived with his parents for 16 years and has never discovered that they have any spiritual pets. On the day when Tiange City was attacked by a tide of beasts, they were still working in the company. Parents' relics. Sister Lu's departure. Mysterious cool snow. The man in black robe who launched a sneak attack. Weichi couldn't help scratching his head. More and more strange things were happening to him. Never mind! Let's first figure out what the Shanhai seal is for. Weichi focused his attention on the beast taming space. There are 10 black holes in everyone's beast controlling space, which symbolize the 10 great spiritual contracts. The image of a 3-tailed fox appeared from the black hole representing the first spiritual contract. 3 bright stars shine below the black hole. Huh! I've reached level 3? 1 star represents 1 level of Beastmaster. When the Beastmaster collects 10 stars, that is, reaches level 10, he can break through. A successful breakthrough will unlock the second black hole and allow further upgrades, and the second spiritual contract will also be activated. Consuming all spiritual energy, mental power, and restoring it is also a form of practice. The mountain and sea seal floating above the 10 black holes is shining brightly, as if it is the real master of this space. Weichi injected the spiritual power in his body into the mountain and sea seal. The black hole of the Bingchen 3-tailed fox suddenly emitted a golden light, and Weichi once again felt that his soul was about to break free from his body and fly out of the body. Liang Xue, who was boiling eggs, felt a strange force coming from her chest. Owner? She hurried back to the bedroom. I saw Weichi's body lying weakly on the bed. Standing on the ground was a majestic golden 3-tailed fox. Weichi tilted his head and looked at his own body, feeling deeply moved. Liang Xue? You came at the perfect time. Huh! Xue can hear her master's thoughts? Liang Xue's eyes were full of surprise. Stop complaining, hit me. Why? Don't ask so many questions, hurry up. Weichi urged. Okay. Liang Xue couldn't disobey Weichi's order, so she patted the golden 3-tailed fox's head with her hand. The golden 3-tailed fox shook its head. As expected, it won't be hurt. Yesterday, Weichi used his body to bear a lot of damage for Liang Xue. If the golden fox was Weichi's soul, he would have become an idiot long ago. Weichi could feel that the transformation would take a very short time and would consume a large amount of spiritual power, so he quickly drew his own spiritual power out of the mountain and sea seal. Buzz! The black hole of the first spiritual contract gradually dimmed. The golden fox figure faded and slowly dissipated, and his consciousness returned to his body. Weichi slowly stood up from the bed. I see. I think I understand. As long as Weichi injects spiritual power into the mountain and sea seal, he can choose a spiritual pet with a trust value of more than 50 to transform and fight. Weichi will not be harmed in the transformed state. His only weakness is that he loses consciousness. In other words, as long as Weichi can keep his original body from being harmed, he will be invincible in his transformed state. Weichi chuckled. What a great treasure! I have a lot of bodyguard candidates in mind. The spiritual pets on Tianxian Star have all kinds of strange abilities. For example, Coffin Beast can put friendly troops into a coffin and reduce the damage they receive by 70%. Defensive pets like the Coffin Beast can perfectly solve the weaknesses of the mountain and sea seal. When Liang Xue heard Weichi's words, she stood at the door in amazement. The master's talent is projection. Could it be that the golden 3-tailed fox is a physical projection created by his consciousness? Because it's a projection, so I won't be hurt? Liang Xue knew that Weichi's talent was somewhat different from that of others. The living projections created by Weichi were extremely realistic, and had never been seen through by anyone. She still vaguely remembered that the owner of the mountain and sea seal in her previous life seemed to have transformed himself into a beast, so he would take damage, but there was no setting that the original body was a weakness. Could it be that the Shanghai seal would change its abilities according to the talent of its holder? Liang Shui clapped and laughed. Master is amazing. Weichi shook his head. Apart from the main body factor, the transformation state consumes too much mana. If the spiritual power is exhausted, it will be a dead end. In actual combat, it must be used appropriately. The growth potential of Shanhain is very high, and the more pets you have, the more transformation options you have. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the longer the duration. Overall, Weichi was still very satisfied. This could definitely be regarded as a life-saving trump card. As long as you make good use of the projection talent, Shanghai Seal will be invincible. Gulp gulp. Liang Shui was shocked. Oh no! The boiling water is going to overflow. Weichi looked at Liang Shui's back and smiled knowingly. Forget the sorrows, happiness is just around the corner. Chapter 15. Can we team up together? Liang Shui, it's getting late, let's go. Weichi said after simply washing up. The attack by the mysterious man made Weichi feel like there was a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Must become stronger. Liang Shui put her hands on her hips and said seriously. Breakfast is very important. Master, don't underestimate boiled eggs. Although Shui can only make boiled eggs now, I will learn it in the future. Okay, I'll eat it. Weichi sat at the dining table and ate all the eggs cooked by Liang Shui. Liang Shui's fox ears swayed and she showed a satisfied smile. Master, don't worry, Shui will work hard. After saying that, Liang Shui turned into a cute little fox and jumped onto Weichi's shoulder, secretly looking at him with a pair of charming eyes. Well, let's work together. Weichi picked up his backpack and left home. 7:44. The central square of Pegasus City was packed with people. Everywhere were parents of candidates, spectators who were looking for fun, and businessmen selling groceries. Come on, my girl. Try to get into Guanglong College and find a rich husband. Did you see that? That's my son. Selling blood recovery pills 5,000 per pill, no money if they don't work. Whose child is so eager to be reborn? Those who will enter the novice trial today are not only Pegasus No. 5 Middle School, but also the trainee beast masters of the entire Pegasus City. An hour passed. The candidates went from being enthusiastic at the beginning to being listless. A middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Tianxian Alliance came to the rostrum. He used his spiritual power and shouted loudly. Dear students, the novice trial copy will be opened soon, please be ready. The originally noisy central square suddenly became quiet. Candidates, please bring your credentials and line up. This trial will only allow 2 people to form a team at most. Let me be frank with you. The novice trial dungeon in Pegasus City is Nightmare Assault. The monsters inside are quite powerful and quite dangerous. What? It's Nightmare Strike, which has the lowest overall pass rate. Oh my god! It's poisonous. My child's spirit pet is only level 3. Who will be responsible if something happens to it? Said a parent. There are 32 novice trial copies in total. Pegasus City had bad luck and drew the most difficult, Nightmare Assault. The trial taker must return to the scene he fears the most and defeat the stronger inner demon monsters before he can pass the level. The higher the difficulty of the copy, the more treasures it contains. However, the difficulty of Nightmare Assault is too high, and even the city with the highest average score will eliminate many people if it is drawn. When the middle-aged man heard the people below talking, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. At this time, a flaming saber-toothed tiger slowly emerged from the void. A straight laser beam shot out from the domineering saber-toothed tiger's brow, and black lines formed by burning soon appeared on the ground. The duty of a beastmaster is to fight monsters and protect the human race. If anyone is afraid of death, now you can stand behind this line. We will send people to send you to various technical colleges for training, such as spiritual construction workers, training workers, transportation workers, and other skilled occupations. The candidates queuing below looked at each other. My daughter, let's not be a beastmaster. What will happen to your parents if something happens to you? Beast tamer is too dangerous. You can earn money but not spend it. With my qualifications, I'd just be cannon fodder on the battlefield. I'd better just be a well-paid technician. If it weren't for the good benefits for beastmasters, who would be willing to risk their lives? Weichi also had some hesitation in his heart. With his current savings and the well-behaved and sensible Liang Shui, he will definitely not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. The next attack by the black-robed man. The origin of Shanghai Seal. And the truth behind the destruction of Tianga City. He wants to become stronger. Besides, if you want to gain a foothold on Tianxian Star, you must become a truly strong person. Liang Shui looked at Weiqi's determined eyes and wagged her tail playfully. My master is not a coward who hesitates to take action. He is a great hero in my heart, a real man. Several pretty girls crossed the line timidly. Other candidates who were thinking of giving up, I'm not the first one to give up anyway. So more and more people are crossing that line. In the end, only 30% of the candidates chose to continue. You are the worst class I have ever seen. The middle-aged man shook his head and complained. If you want to get promoted and make money, please go elsewhere. If you are afraid of death, don't enter this door. A white-haired old man walked up to the podium with vigorous steps. Behind him followed a large group of beastmasters in purple robes and golden dragon costumes. Weichi's eyes lit up. Tianxian Alliance, Dragon Guard. The Tianxian Alliance is a unified organization established by elite beastmasters from various countries. The code name of Dragon Country in the Alliance is Dragon. I am Long Mu, the Northern Steward of the Dragon Guard. He is also the chief examiner of this assessment. The white-haired old man was intimidating without being angry, and the other candidates and parents shut up one after another. In the eyes of the Beastmaster, civilians are no different from ants, not to mention that the other party is the leader of the Dragon Guard. Long Mu explained the assessment rules to everyone. Although Nightmare Assault is the most difficult novice trial dungeon, the level of the monsters inside will definitely not exceed level 10. As long as you can keep your original intention and cooperate with your own beast, you will definitely be able to defeat the inner demon, which will be of great benefit to your future breakthrough to the Xianzhu realm, level 50. Nightmare Assault is different from other dungeons. The dungeon environment is ever-changing. I recommend that you form a team of 2. A combat-type Beastmaster and an auxiliary-type Beastmaster team up with each other. The chance of clearing the dungeon will be higher. Weichi was delighted after hearing this. Fortunately, I am not the protagonist template, otherwise there would definitely be monsters over level 10 in there. The remaining 200 candidates began to whisper to each other and look for suitable partners. Weichi touched Liang Shue's head and said, Liang Shue, do you think we should play solo? Or should we find someone to team up with? Go solo, master. A gentle female voice came from the heart. Liang Shue has been with Weichi for decades and knows his character very well. He is a lone wolf player and almost never teams up with others. Can we communicate telepathically? Liang Shui nodded. Maybe it's the ability of the mountain and sea seal. Weichi sighed and said, It's fun to play alone, but you will be very tired if you do that. It's alright, master. Okay, since you agree, let's try it alone. Just then, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Student Weichi, can we team up together? A quiet female voice came from behind. Liang Shui turned her head slightly, her expression becoming more serious. Sure enough, it was her. The world is still moving along the path it should have. Chapter 16 Return to Tianga City. A clear and sweet voice sounded from behind Weichi. Dressed in white clothes, with bright eyes and black hair flowing in the wind, who else could Chen Yao be if she wasn't the school beauty? Liang Shui stared at the young and beautiful girl in front of her, and recalled the battle on the Stairway of the Gods in a daze. According to the owner, Shen Miao is a typical protagonist template. He started with extremely talented people, picked up artifacts at will, and was constantly given resources and experience, and finally became the youngest Xian emperor in history, level 80. At that time, she was extremely beautiful and looked down upon the world, and countless men were vying to become her slaves. Time passed, and we met again. The once unattainable peerless empress turned back into a young and beautiful girl. Liang Shui still remembered that Shen Miao in the previous life took the initiative to invite Weichi to form a team to level up, and the two of them entered her nightmare world together. It's just that Liang Shui was too weak at the beginning, and was forcibly taken out by Weichi after entering for a few rounds. In the end, Weichi missed out on the Key Beast Control Academy because her ranking was too low. The candidates around them were talking about it. Damn it, why doesn't Goddess Shin team up with me? School Beauty Shin. Look at me, my talent is rapid healing. Professional foot washing. Isn't he just a little more handsome than me? Why didn't he choose me as a teammate? Damn it. How could Senior Shen Yao find a boy as a teammate? A certain lesbian girl said angrily. Weichi pointed at herself, with a surprised look on her face. Are you talking to me? From his perspective, Shen Yao, who possesses SS talent and the Blue Thunder six-tailed fox, is the #1 genius in Pegasus City. People of this level should not team up with him. Shen Yao nodded slightly. Your projection talent has a lot of room for development. My Sunlei six-tailed fox will have a damage bonus when it has fox teammates. If you are willing to team up with me, drop 55 points, and I will work hard to protect your safety. Shen Miao is a beautiful girl, but she is also a girl who speaks unpleasantly. Most of her suitors were embarrassed by her. Weichi glanced at Liang Shui, who was squinting in her arms, and then at the graceful Shen Miao. Sorry, I have other plans. Confronting your inner demons is a great opportunity for spiritual practice. Shen Miao's eyes froze. She obviously didn't expect Weichi to refuse. From the perspective of others, Weichi's talent was average and his natal royal pet was average. He had no reason to refuse Shen Miao's request. Shen Miao's lips revealed slight dimples. I'm sorry to bother you. Weichi looked at Shen Miao's back and shook her head slightly. She is the well-deserved school beauty of Pegasus No. 5 Middle School, but unfortunately this kind of cold beauty is not his type. He prefers the considerate Lu Xiu to the Bingshan school beauty. Others don't think so, they only think Weichi is an ungrateful bastard. Smelly SB, the beautiful woman asked you to form a team to promote you, why are you pretending to be arrogant? 94, do you still want to play hard to get with her? I gave you a chance but you didn't use it. Senior Shen Miao, let's form a team together, a certain lace girl said with bright eyes. Shen Miao's Tsunglei six-tailed fox looked at its master curiously. Master, why did you choose him as your teammate? He seems to have the blood of heaven and humans. I want to confirm it up close. Longmu pointed at the dragon-shaped column in the center of the square and said, Nightmare attack restricts entry to beast masters above level 10. For everyone's safety, we have set the adventure exploration time to 24 hours. After speaking, he patted the head of the dragon-shaped cylinder, and a white spell came out of the lifelike golden dragon's mouth. This is the dragon talisman. If you encounter an emergency in the dungeon, you can tear the talisman into pieces and return here. Every time you kill a monster in the dungeon, you will gain points, and your ranking will be displayed on the dragon pillar outside. Don't underestimate the points value, it is an important parameter for your future college life. The top 30 students can choose to join the 3 major colleges. Want to be among the top 30 among more than 200 people? That should work. Long Mu stroked his non-existent beard and said, The rules have been read out. I wish you all excellent results. Start collecting dragon talismans now. The candidates lined up in an orderly manner and received the dragon talismans in order. Soon it was Weichi's turn to receive the dragon talisman. Long Mu looked at the lonely Weichi, and then glanced at Liang Shui in his arms. Are you alone? Be safe. Thanks. Weichi touched the dragon head of the dragon pillar, and a white talisman fell into his palm. He silently said in his heart, Enter the copy. Buzz. A magical spiritual power emanates from the dragon talisman. When Weichi opened his eyes again, he found himself in another world. I didn't expect to come back here again, Tiange City. Endless ruins, collapsed high-rise buildings, incomplete corpses, and huge monsters roaring in the distance. The immersive feeling seemed to bring Weichi's memory back to 2 years ago. Liang Shui also widened her eyes in shock. In the previous life, Weichi and Shen Miao formed a team, so she didn't know what her master feared most. Weichi took a deep breath and said, Liang Shui, prepare to fight. If this instance is really derived from my nightmare, there will be many terrifying enemies here. Shui understands. The faint cries for help, the roars of monsters, and the impact of collapsing buildings made Weichi tremble all over. Master, are you afraid? Liang Shui raised her fox head and asked. No. Nothing, let's go. Weichi didn't want to tell Liang Shui what he saw at that time. Suddenly, a string of words appeared in front of Weichi's eyes. First place, Shen Miao 5 points. Shen Miao has already defeated Warcraft and scored? Then I can't fall too far behind. The man's competitive spirit overcomes his fear. In response to Weichi's fighting spirit, Liang Shui jumped down and transformed into an icy 3-tailed fox that was nearly half a person tall. Shashasha. There was a strange noise from the ruins ahead. A bloodthirsty frog that was all red and about the size of a basketball jumped out. Basic information about the bloodthirsty frog appeared in Weichi's mind. Bloodthirsty frog, upper ordinary level, water attribute, its main output method is tongue licking, and it doesn't even have a death rattle. The only noteworthy thing about it is its tongue, which is very flexible and becomes bigger after sucking blood. It is said to be a good friend of some resentful women. The bloodthirsty frog, which had just sucked enough human blood from the ruins, discovered a man and a fox in front of it. It let out a strange cry and opened its mouth wide, ready to lick. Liang Shui's eyes flashed, and it leaped forward and raised its right paw. A hint of cold light arrives first. Puff. The sharp eyes claws easily toward the bloodthirsty frog's head, causing a ball of smelly blood to burst out. Bloodthirsty frog, why are you so selfish? Good job, Ryuyuki. Liang Shui circled around him, wagging her tail like a loyal puppy. Weichi thought that this bloodthirsty frog would turn into data and disappear like the monsters in online games. It didn't. The bloodthirsty frog lay quietly on the ground. Weichi couldn't help but doubt the source and operating logic of the copy. Since the name of the copy is Nightmare Assault, Weichi already knows what kind of monster the final boss looks like. Level up first. Don't waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Weichi took out a dagger from his backpack and took Liang Shui into the ruins of Tiange City. Chapter 17 Use of Projection. A blood-red light burst out from the dilapidated department store next to him, and the overturned car exploded. Gaga! The creepy ghost screams echoed all around, and the 3-year-old child immediately wet his pants after hearing them. Weichi immediately grasped the dagger and entered a state of alert. Liang Xue, be careful around you! As soon as the words fell, the door of the department store was kicked open with great force, and a ghostly figure like a zombie pounced towards Liang Xue. Liang Xue looked stern. It took swift steps to dodge calmly, and left a blood mark on the opponent's body. There was a flash of surprise in its eyes. Is this the breath of the demon clan? Why are there demonic creatures in the master's nightmare? Gaga! The black humanoid monster screamed in pain, and a black flame suddenly ignited in his body and rushed towards Weichi's position. Weichi quickly lay down to avoid the sudden fire attack. Jia. After the black shadow released its final death rattle, its limbs danced a few times in extremely twisted shapes, and then it lay on the ground without a breath. Phew, that was a close call. Weichi slowly got up from the ground. Liang Xue stared at the motionless black shadow on the ground, lost in thought. My hunch was correct. These were indeed humans who had been infected and corrupted by evil spirits. The demons are an ancient and mysterious race. The demon world they live in constantly exudes a decadent and corrupt atmosphere, demonic energy. If ordinary creatures are contaminated by evil spirits, the consequences will be death or degeneration. Under the leadership of the goddess of hope, humans completely sealed the entrance to the demon world, and there were no more demons in the world until 100 years later. Could it be that the destruction of Tianga's city is related to the demon clan? Otherwise, there is no way to explain the degenerate corpse in front of us. Liang Xue, what's wrong with you? If you feel uncomfortable or scared, let's leave here. Weichi patted its head. Oh, nothing, Xue is just curious about the origin of this monster. I don't know either, and the Tianxian Alliance doesn't know either. It was only after Liang Xue ascended to heaven that she learned about the feud between the gods and demons. Of course, her current master knew nothing. Let's go, we still have 20 hours to level up. Weichi walked slowly along the deserted streets according to his memory, because he might encounter a self-destructive attack from a demon every few steps. In order not to arouse the master's suspicion, Liang Xue quickly sent a message in her mind. Master, there are 7 demons ahead. With its combat experience, it is enough to easily defeat the 7 little ones on the opposite side. Weichi frowned slightly. Station distribution? 5 of them were wandering around the intersection, and 2 were lying in ambush inside the store. The flat terrain encountered a large number of enemies, and there was also Lao Lu who ambushed and attacked. After all, Weichi now has no secondary pet or spiritual seal skills, and his level is still low. It's a bit difficult for Liang Xue to fight 1v7 alone. What should I do? Weichi hid behind a car and quietly observed the battle situation. There is a demon standing in each of the 4 directions at the intersection ahead, and 1 in the center. Liang Xue's ice cannon is a straight-line penetrating attack. If you want to kill all the enemies in one fell swoop, you must lure the enemies into a straight line. The circular snowfalls can indeed kill these minions instantly, but doing so will consume Liang Xue's spiritual energy. At her current rank, she can cast Snowfall up to 3 times. The ultimate skill cannot be wasted on minions. Weichi looked at the bricks everywhere, and came up with a plan in his mind. Liang Xue, you will stand on the street, and use the ice cannon in a while, and leave the rest to me. Xue understands. Weichi picked up a brick and threw it hard towards the far left. Pa! The demon standing guard on the left shuddered when he heard the sound of bricks falling and began to move to the left. Stupid and easy to deceive. After completing the arrangements, Weichi picked up his short knife and rushed to the right. The demons who had just had their fill saw a young man suddenly appear from nowhere, and they immediately showed their brutal side. Weichi successfully pulled the demon on the right to the middle straight line. Gaga! Gaga! A terrifying voice was chasing behind. Liang Xue, it's now. Liang Xue, who had been on standby for a long time, naturally understood what Weichi meant. She jumped high from the shelter, with 3 foxtails behind her wrapped in a ball of ice blue flame. 4 points and 1 line. The ice cannon with penetrating properties gushed out. The madly running demons all stopped and allowed the ice cannon to penetrate their bodies. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded, and a strong blue light engulfed the 4 demons. The demon that was lured away by the sound of bricks and the 2 demons who were waiting for an opportunity discovered that their friendly forces were attacked. They made strange cackles and rushed towards Liang Xue on all 4s. Weichi Liang Xue retreated immediately. The demon's eyes turned red. Damn Lao Lu, you killed my teammates and still want to leave? They continued their pursuit along the only road. Drink! Roar! Suddenly, I heard the roars of people and foxes beside me. Weichi holding a short knife and Liang Shui attacked from both sides. The unsuspecting demon had his body torn apart by the leaping icy light and died on the spot. The only remaining demon looked at the gradually disappearing image in front of him and realized that he had been fooled. Weichi created a projection of him and Liang Shui escaping in the distance in advance, with the aim of paralyzing the vigilance of the three demons. The moment he and Liang Shui retreated from the intersection, they transformed into Lao Lu and ambushed on both sides. I fell asleep. In the end, of course, this demon couldn't withstand the mixed doubles of the two main pets, and its body was torn into two pieces by Liang Shui's sharp claws. 2v7, unscathed, big win. I didn't expect that my talent for projection would be surprisingly handy in actual combat. Weichi put his hands on his hips with satisfaction. Liang Shui rubbed her master's hand with admiration. Of course, my master is awesome. This is also the reason why she was confident in handing over the command to Weichi. In the previous life, Weichi won the title of King of Shadows, with his projection tactics that were both true and false. Although he was not the strongest king-level master, he was definitely the most troublesome Xian king. Weichi knelt down to inspect the demon's body. Because the demon is not a purebred warcraft, it does not drop any spiritual seals and spiritual patterns, and it is not allowed to explode the warcraft inner elixir. Weichi looked at the rankings. First place, Shimiao, 78 points. Second place, Zhou Chang, 56 points. Third place, Weichi, 48 points. Fourth place, Li Xian, 47 points. Oh, I'm third? Really nice. The name Zhou Chang is somewhat impressive to Weichi. He is a genius from the number 7 middle school next door. He seems to be an A-level talent? If Ma Chang were still alive, he would probably be in the top 20 just based on his green-haired dog. Lord-level spirit pets are rare, and a freak like Liang Shui that can evolve continuously is even rarer. Just continue to maintain the status quo. Come on, Liang Shui. Weichi touched Liang Shui's head. What are you looking at? Weichi followed its gaze. I saw a strange plant growing on the ground on the next street, and its blood-colored fruits were extremely strange. Liang Shui was surprised and delighted. This seems to be blood nether fruit. Great, the owner is blessed. Chapter 18: The Legend of Atticus. Blood fruit is a treasure that usually only appears in the demon world. When swallowed by a human or a spirit beast, it can greatly increase the level of spiritual power. Because this plant needs to absorb a large amount of human essence and blood in order to grow, taking it can improve physical fitness and nourish young energy. Liang Shui immediately said in her mind, Master, this fruit is called the blood nether fruit. It is a treasure. Pick it quickly. Weichi was confused but didn't think too much about it. It is well known that the natal beast will not harm its master. Yeah? Weichi picked the fruit and held it in his palm. It was warm and beating inside like a living heart. He subconsciously passed the blood nether fruit to Liang Shui's mouth. Since it is a good thing, Liang Shui, you eat it first. Liang Shui looked at the blood fruit in front of her and felt extremely excited. The master is still the same, he will give me any good things first. You've been so good to Shui, and you want me to forget you? Eat? Why don't you eat? Liang Shui shook her head. Master, you should eat it, Shui is not hungry. Okay, I will refine and absorb it when I rest at night. Weichi and Liang Shui continued on their way to the city center. In the dark imperial city, Shimiao led the Tsunglei six-tailed fox to easily kill a menacing demon. Xiaozi, thank you for your hard work. Master, are you ready? Tsunglei six-tailed fox asked softly. Shimiao looked at the closed imperial city gate and clicked on the dungeon ranking list. There is no doubt that she is number 1. What surprised Shimiao was that the boy named Weichi ranked 3rd, with a 30-point difference between them. Him? How is that possible? Shimiao knew very well how strong the demons in the dungeon were, and also knew more about the capabilities of the Tsunglei six-tailed fox. Weichi's talent is a projection with no combat power bonus, and his natal beast is the white spirit fox that can be seen everywhere. Could it be that he teamed up with the second-place Zhou Chang, and Zhou Chang gave him a lot of points? Master, actually I just wanted to say that boy's spiritual pet is no ordinary fox. Ah? Shimiao was stunned for a moment. Tsunglei six-tailed fox shook his head. Bingdu Yurawei, Mo Yen Wutsuibai, she also has the blood of the 10-tailed demon fox flowing in her body. She and I will eventually have a battle. Perhaps the other party also noticed it, so he refused your invitation. Shimiao had a question mark on her face. Why? Isn't it a white spirit fox? I don't know what kind of demon fox she is. Judging from the breath alone, she should be 1 level lower than me. Her spiritual attribute is ice. Weichi's polite smile appeared in Shimiao's mind. Zilei, are you afraid? Of course not. Sunglei Six-Tailed Fox said. Let's go, I will train you to become the strongest demon fox in the world. Lightning suddenly appeared, and the gate of the Imperial City was blasted by thunder. One person and one fox entered the depths of the copy. In an amusement park somewhere. Zhou Chang gently wiped the blood on the blade, and the huge black bear behind him beat the demon into a pulp. The best way to defeat fear is to face it. My scarlet flame demonic bear is so strong, it should definitely take first place, right? The confident Zhou Chang looked confused after seeing the dungeon ranking list. Xinyao? An interesting woman. Zhou Chang, who has always taken first place since childhood, was very unhappy. Just wait, the first place will always be mine. As for the third and fourth place, Zhou Chang, who has a high self-esteem, is too lazy to remember the names of the weak ones. Copy door. Longmu sat steadily on the chair and teased the parrot. Xiao Wang, how many points did the top-ranked candidate get? The middle-aged man who was previously in charge of hosting said respectfully. Sir Long, the first-ranked candidate is named Xinyao, with a score of 78. 78 points? Ryuki straightened up in shock. Nightmare Assault is the most difficult among the novice trial dungeons. Did you get a score of 78 not long after the big exam started? What kind of freak is this? All regular beast masters have gone through the national exam and experienced the difficulty of the exam firsthand. Beast masters who have not learned the spirit seal technique and newborn spirit beasts have very single attack methods. Even if the warcraft in the novice trial copy are generally weaker than the wild warcraft, it is not something that a fledgling recruit can easily deal with. In the national exams in the past 10 years, the highest score in history was just over 600 points. This little guy named Xinyao has something. The middle-aged man looked at Long Mu, who was calm and confident, and said cautiously, Master Long, I just joined Dragon Guard not long ago. Why is Nightmare Attack the most difficult dungeon? Long Mu chuckled. Xiao Wang, have you heard of Adikos? Adikos? Is there a terrifying legend that has been circulating on Tianxian Star for a long time? The story of Adikos is very classic, comparable to the boy who cried wolf on Earth. A long, long time ago, there was a strange creature named Adikos on the star Tianxian. He liked to scare and tease humans for fun. If your life sees a TV turning on automatically, a faucet suddenly opening in the middle of the night, or a human baby mysteriously disappearing when you want to have a deep conversation, then it is Adikos who is causing trouble. At this time, you must not let fear dominate your brain, otherwise Adikos will continue to haunt you until you have a mental breakdown or die. It is said that Atticus likes to take the souls of humans who are frightened to death by it, and then take on the appearance of the victim to continue to scare others. Mothers on Tianxian Star like to scare their children when educating them. If you cry again, I will throw you out the door and let Adikos eat you. No matter how wild the kid is, he will become a good and obedient child when he hears the name, Adikos. The elders did not dare to use the name of Adikos to scare children often, as it was said that doing so often would easily attract unclean guys. Long Mu glanced at the middle-aged man and said, It is said that Nightmare Assault is an illusory world created by Adikos, so people who enter it will see the most terrifying scenes in their hearts. The middle-aged man was stunned. What? Aren't those children in great danger? Don't worry, the novice trial copies are all for the goddess to bring down miracles. The goddess will not harm us. This? The three views of middle-aged people have been severely impacted. It turns out that the novice trial copy is a miracle bestowed by the goddess of hope. Long Mu smiled charitably. Although the difficulty of the nightmare attack is a bit high, if the children can defeat the inner demons, it will be of great benefit to their future cultivation. At least it will be easy to break through the 5th level of Xianzhu realm. The novice trial that year when I awakened was also Nightmare Assault. Although it was scary, as long as I stick to my original intention, I can still pass it easily. Lord Long, have you seen Adikos? The middle-aged man asked doubtfully. Long Mu's hands suddenly stopped shaking. It seems to be there, but it also seems not to be there. I don't know if that thing is Adikos. But my intuition tells me that the ghost has been hiding in the world of Nightmare Attack and has never left. Is this the real secret of why Nightmare Assault is the most difficult and has the highest casualty rate? The middle-aged man frowned. Long Mu shook his head. I have tried hard for half my life but still haven't understood the truth of the world. The middle-aged man stared at the lifelike dragon pillar in silence. He suddenly felt that the dragon spitting pearls from its mouth was gradually devouring his sanity. Is it really safe for candidates to enter such a hidden world of terror? Chapter 19 Liang Shue's Tenderness. As night fell, the sun of Tiange City fell into darkness. A chill penetrated Weichi's windbreaker and made him shiver. Hiss, it's so cold. After 9 hours of adventure and exploration, Liang Shui, who had slain countless demons, successfully upgraded from level 7 to level 9. Master, let's take a break, Liang Shui said in her heart. Weichi looked around and found a convenience store with its doors and windows still intact. Yeah, I'm hungry too. The quack quack coo sounds in Tianga's city gradually disappeared. Weichi pushed open the door of the convenience store, and of course the food inside could not be eaten. He took out the quick-cook hot pot and braised chicken with rice from his backpack, added seasoning and water, and covered the lid in one go. Liang Xue, do you want to eat some food to recover? I'm afraid there will be a fierce battle tonight. Yes, master. The big white fox transformed. A beautiful girl with blue hair and fox ears, wearing a cool fox fur outfit, appeared in front of Weichi. Weichi took out a small psychic heater and turned on the switch. The temperature inside the house rose to around 16 degrees. His eyes followed the light of the psychic heater and unconsciously fell on Liang Xue's lips. They were light pink, moist and sexy. Maybe they tasted like peach? Liang Xue, who was glancing at Weichi from the corner of her eye, was the first to notice her master's gaze, and she was very happy in her heart. Master, are you cold? Weichi tightened his cheap windbreaker. It's okay, at least we have a place to shelter from the wind. It would be terrible if we were outside. Hey. Liang Xue trotted into Weichi's arms and leaned her body steadily in his arms. Master, please hold me so that my body can be warmer, Liang Xue said with a smile. Weichi, whose hands and feet were cold, of course did not refuse. He sat on a small stool and hugged Liang Xue tightly. The girl's long blue hair fluttered back and forth on the tip of her nose, and a faint fragrance penetrated into her nostrils, making her feel heavy. Liang Xue's body is warm, fleshy and feels very comfortable to touch. It's also very relaxing. Gulp gulp. The self-heating hot pot is heating itself. Faced with the sexy and cute girl, the tongue-tied Weichi didn't know what to talk to her about. If it was Liang Xue in fox form, he might hug it and talk to himself. Liang Xue leaned in Weichi's arms with a happy look on her face. The haunting scene was so real that she unconsciously grabbed Weichi's hand. Master's hands are so cold. It's okay, it will be fine in a while. Liang Xue said distressfully. It will freeze to death outside, let's put it here with Xue. After saying that, she held Weichi's hand around her lower abdomen to keep warm. Weichi didn't expect Liang Xue to be so bold. Isn't this a bit too bad? What's wrong with that? The master has already touched Xue's whole body anyway. Liang Xue smiled foolishly. Weichi lowered his head and rubbed Liang Xue's fox ears without saying anything. 3 furry tails covered his neck like a fox scarf knitted by a lover. In this quiet, happy, warm and ambiguous atmosphere, a trace of fatigue appeared in Weichi's mind. Such a comfortable and warm feeling. Weichi fell into a short light sleep. He vaguely saw his kind and gentle mother, and his strict father. Xiaoqi, Mom doesn't ask you to become a great person, as long as you are healthy and happy. Happy birthday, Xiaoqi. The father, who was always serious, took out a small box from under the table and said, This necklace is your 16th birthday gift. The beautiful dream was suddenly shattered, and a rag doll made of rags suddenly appeared on the table. Its body began to grow longer and twist continuously. The doll's head also twisted to 90 degrees, and a strange ga sound came out of its mouth. Xiaoqi, run away! Mom looked panicked. Here they come! Ga goo goo! Ah! Puff, puff! The sound of a knife piercing flesh. Weichi suddenly woke up from his dream. Liang Xue turned around with a slight pain. Master, are you okay? Did you have a nightmare? No, nothing. Weichi quickly pulled his hand out from the snow hill. Liang Xue looked at Weichi tenderly, and said silently in her heart, Master, you dare not look the other person in the eye when you lie. Because your eyes are filled with fear and panic. Weichi didn't remember what he had just dreamed about, but he felt very scared. Not wanting to think, he just picked up the braised chicken with rice and started to show off. Someone tapped my shoulder gently. Liang Xue, with bright white teeth, pointed at a high-quality feed and said coquettishly, Master, Xue wants you to feed her, can you? Feeding spirit pets is a basic job for a beast master, and Weichi had no reason to refuse. The coquettish little fox threw himself into his arms again and acted cute in a crying voice. I can feel Liang Xue's wet and naughty tongue on my fingertips. Master, what is your dream? Liang Xue smacked her lips. Weichi said without hesitation. Become a powerful beast master. Why? Only by becoming a strong person can I find out the truth about the attack on Tianda City and the whereabouts of my parents. I don't believe they are dead. Weichi's parents have been listed as missing persons and their whereabouts are still unknown. In a large-scale monster attack like this, the missing people are likely to have been eaten by the monsters. In his previous life, Weichi never uncovered the truth about the destruction of Tianda City until his death. Liang Xue didn't think Weichi's parents were still alive, so she asked cautiously, If the mistress and the others are really gone, what will you do? Continue your revenge? I don't know, maybe. Weichi stared at the heater blankly. Master, come on, Shui will always be by your side. Yes. I am determined to get into the Key Beast Taming Academy. Liang Shui greedily enjoyed the embrace of her master. Maybe the master can find more clues in the copy of Nightmare Assault. I hope so. I want to refine the blood nether fruit. Please let me go first. Huh. Oh, okay. Liang Shui, with her ears drooping, pouted and stood up from Weichi's arms. Shui hasn't been hugged enough, her owner is such a fool. Weichi took out the bloody fruit from his arms. Ali gay, done! The taste of the blood fruit is weird. Why does it smell like blood? The hot, spicy liquid enters the body through the esophagus. Weichi felt a powerful force surge out of his body. In the beast taming space, the little stars below the first spiritual contract are constantly twinkling. 3 stars. 4 stars. 5 stars. 6 stars. 7 stars. Weichi's physical fatigue was swept away, and the strength of his arms became even stronger. Chapter 20. Attack of the Corpse Worms. Wow, I've reached level 7! Weichi was overjoyed after opening his eyes. The higher the level of the Beastmaster, the stronger the innate skills and spiritual seal skills can be, making it easier to control the battlefield. After another 3 levels, Weichi can contract a new spirit pet partner. Although you can only summon 1 pet to fight before reaching level 2, having 1 more pet means 1 more option. The spiritual power of a spirit pet is also known as the blue bar, which is limited. The most efficient way to fight is to alternate battles between spiritual pets. Weichi and Liang Shui pushed open the convenience store door. The streets here are quiet. All street lights and electrical facilities were scrapped, and darkness completely swallowed up the entire Tiange city. Weichi looked at the dungeon rankings. First place, Shen Miao, 482 points. Second place, Zhou Chang, 375 points. Third place, Li Xian, 350 points. Fourth place, Wang Tao, 322 points. Fifth place, Weichi, 299 points. Don't these Wan Kings take a break? Weichi couldn't help complaining. Liang Shui, it's time for us to set off. Ouch. The streets are deserted. The cold hair all over my body stood up quietly. Wow 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 gaggg. Weichi looked up suddenly, and saw a dense flock of crows flying overhead. Run, they're coming! Master, be careful! At this moment, Weichi didn't care about his image and immediately lay on the ground. The cold wind quickly passed along his neck. Sizzle. The electric pole next to Weichi broke. Liang Shui raised her claws and slapped the attacker, who was hurt and took several steps back. This is a demon with a very strange appearance. Its limbs are thin, narrow and twisted, and it holds a blood-stained sickle in its hand. How terrible! The demon let out a strange cry and then crawled towards Weichi on all 4s. Quack, quack, quack. The crows circling in the sky seemed to be accompanying it. Weichi was frightened by the strange-looking monster and subconsciously rolled backwards to escape. Liang Shui's eyes flashed, and a sharp ice spear quickly condensed in the air and stabbed towards the monster. Puff! Something happened that stunned her. The ice spear easily pierced the monster's head, but it did not die and there was no sign of injury on its body. The deformed arms grabbed Weichi's ankles and tried to throw him up. Not good. If you are thrown by it, you will definitely be smashed into a meat patty. At the critical moment of life and death, a great force burst out from Weichi's body, and he desperately held on to the telephone pole in front of him that was cut in half to stabilize his body. Help! The monster dragged Weichi's ankle while crying like a human. Liang Shui suddenly pounced from behind, and its sharp ice claws tore its neck apart. The headless body gradually lost strength, it twitched a few times, let out a few strange cries, and then fell to the ground with a bang. Ga. The flock of crows overhead scattered in response. The furious Liang Shui used 2 consecutive claws to finish off the opponent. Unfortunately, the monster is dead beyond death. Weichi, whose legs were weak, stood up slowly. What the hell is this? Such a weird monster has never been mentioned in the textbooks. Weichi carefully examined the monster's corpse. There was no trace of blood, and the severed head had disappeared. Its body is actually made up of the dummies in the specimen room. An unspeakable fear rose in my heart. An image of an unknown creature holding a sickle in its left hand and a lantern in its right hand suddenly flashed through Weichi's mind. 2.5 years ago in Tiange City, Weichi, who was hiding in the ruins, witnessed this monster sucking human souls with his own eyes. Every time the monster sucked a human soul, it would imitate his voice and scream twice, spreading fear to other unfortunate people who were waiting to die. At that time, Weichi fainted on the spot due to excessive blood loss and shock. When he opened his eyes again, he had been rescued by Luciu. The unidentified creature holding a sickle is very similar to the Adikos in the Tiangshuangsing ghost story legend. Later, because the search and rescue team did not find the bodies of the victims, Weichi thought that the scenes he saw were all hallucinations and gradually forgot about them. When he returned to the ruins of Tienda City again, the first thing he thought of was the ghost figure that seemed to be Adikos. Weichi shuddered as he looked at the dummy under his feet. Liang Shui keenly noticed the change in Weichi's mood. "Master, what's wrong with you?" Weichi didn't want to expose his vulnerable side and could only deny it through gritted teeth. "Nothing, I was just startled. Let's move on." Liang Shui looked at Weichi suspiciously but didn't expose him. Weichi was not a coward, he quickly adjusted his attitude. The dummy under his feet was a monster that materialized the thing he feared most in his mind. Perhaps he could use the properties of nightmare attack to explore the truth that happened 2.5 years ago. "There is still a crossroads ahead," Liang Shui whispered. "Master, where are we going?" Weichi looked up at the sky and saw a group of crows circling in the west. To the west. The man and the fox had not gone far. Boom! The tall buildings on both sides collapsed simultaneously, completely cutting off their retreat. "Jie jie jie ku ku ku!" The cries of crows came from all directions. Strange things happened again. The street lights on both sides of the road lit up at the same time, as if to light a clear path for him. Weichi swallowed his saliva to embolden himself. "It's just a copy. At worst, I can use the dragon talisman to retreat. What's there to be afraid of? Don't do anything wrong, and you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door." Weichi continued to move forward with Liang Shui. There was a strange noise coming from both sides of the ruins. Fat white-green worms emerged from the sewer. They all woke up from their sleep when they smelled the fragrance of Liang Shui, and pairs of green eyes flashed in the darkness. Weichi's face changed. "Damn it! It's actually a carrion worm!" Carrion beetle, lower elite level, Zerg, its special move is Venom Blast, and its lethality is not very high. The combat power of these insects alone is not very strong, but their death rattle, poison explosion, is very tricky. When a carrion beetle dies, it will cause an explosion to infect surrounding enemies, and the poisoning effect can be stacked. The most disgusting thing is that carrion worms are social monsters, and they all obey the collective actions of the queen worm in the group. It's not difficult to defeat them, but it's difficult to defeat them intact. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A group of people with trypophobia appeared in front of the street and died on the spot. A fat queen insect nearly 3 meters tall shook the tentacles on its head and tried to approach Liang Shui with a heartless step. "Liang Shui, we must kill this queen insect, otherwise the dungeon journey will end early," Weichi said solemnly. Liang Shui looked at the densely packed maggots in front of him, and even though he was fearless, a trace of fear arose in his heart. "I hate disgusting creatures like Zerg the most. Liang Shui, who is fearless, is most afraid of Zerg. So disgusting." Hiss, hiss, hiss. More and more carrion worms emerged from the ground. The fat queen insect suddenly opened its chrysanthemum-like mouth, revealing its hideous true face. Hiss, hiss, hiss. All the carrion worms rushed towards Weichi Liang Shui like a flood. "Fuck! Liang Shui, jump up and dodge first, don't use the ice cannon." Liang Shui was so frightened that she shut herself up and dared not speak. What if the master heard her frightened voice? It would be so embarrassing. Weichi took out a grappling gun from his backpack as quickly as possible. This gun can shoot out a hook and is generally used for outdoor rock climbing. The human ancestors of Tianxian Star created all kinds of strange props to assist in combat, and the grappling gun is just one of them. Weichi aimed at the top of the ruins behind him and pressed the switch. Bang! The sturdy flying claws firmly grasped the top rock, and Weichi gritted his teeth and began to climb up. The nimble Liang Shui stepped on the stones on both sides and jumped to the top of the street lamp. The man and the fox suspended in the air temporarily avoided the attack of the army of carrion worms. Chapter 21. Have I grown up? Weichi, who was suspended in the air, breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, luckily the blood nether fruit strengthened my physical strength, otherwise I would not be able to climb such a high wall without strength training. Master, actually, Shui is very afraid of insects, Liang Shui whispered cautiously while squatting on the street lamp. In order to prevent Weichi from making a wrong judgment, Liang Shui, who had been struggling for a long time, lowered her tail and admitted the fact that she was afraid of the Zerg. This feeling seemed to bring me back to the moment when I was surrounded by the trio in my previous life. Weichi looked at the disgusting swarm of insects under his feet and kept soothing them. Then let's try it once. If we fail, retreat immediately. Ah? Well, that's not right. Shui is not afraid of insects. I can hold on. Liang Shui insisted. Weichi was not surprised that Liang Shui was afraid of insects. No matter how powerful a spiritual beast is, it has its weaknesses. All things are interdependent and mutually exclusive, and there is no real invincibility. The level of the Corpse Queens is no higher than the first level. They have no long-range attack methods. Liang Shui felt more secure as she watched Weichi analyze things calmly. It's great to have a master. Weichi took out a lighter from his trouser pocket and threw it down. When the swarm of carrion bugs saw the lighter fall to the ground, they immediately swarmed over it. It's good to be able to see something. Weichi projected his projection onto the top of a street lamp not far away. The carrion bugs discovered a human being appeared out of nowhere above their heads. With their low intelligence, they thought that it was the reinforcements summoned by Weichi, so they immediately surrounded Weichi's projection. The Zerg have strong vitality, but their IQ is too low. Liang Shui, prepare to cast Snowfall. Make sure to kill this rotworm queen in one go. Shui understands. Weichi can only project objects that he has seen. With his current level of cultivation, he is unable to project spiritual beasts other than Liang Shui. Even if he was projecting himself or Liang Shui, creating two projections at the same time was already his current limit. It is enough to solve the current dilemma. Weichi concentrated his mind on controlling the projection. Weichi pretended to fall accidentally, and the corpse worms below took the opportunity to swarm up. The fat corpse worm queen also took 2 steps forward. Still a little distance away. Weichi gritted his teeth and continued to control the projection of Liang Shui to jump forward. The carrion bugs, crying out that they had been tricked, continued to pounce towards the direction of the projection. Liang Shui, get ready! Weichi shouted angrily and held the dragon talisman in his left palm, aiming the grappling gun in his right hand at the top of the street lamp where the swarm of insects gathered. Bang! The chain gun fired again. Weichi held the rope tightly with both hands and used the force to swing far away. The swarm of corpse insects, which had been deceived by the projection twice, chirped angrily. When they saw Weichi taking action, they continued to chase him. With a strong wind in his ears and a swarm of rotten insects beneath him, Weichi held his breath and shouted with all his strength. Now! Liang Shui looked at Weichi, who used himself as bait, and was speechless. With grief and anger, it used its most powerful killing move at the moment, the snow falls. The temperature dropped sharply throughout the venue, and white snow fell from the sky. Following closely behind were countless ice blades. With the corpse worm queen as the center, a blue and white storm gradually sucked the corpse worm queen into it. Weichi gritted his teeth and immediately let go, becoming a flying acrobat without a safety rope. Liang Shui! His body was thrown forward with great force due to inertia. So he escaped from the range of the corpse swarm's death rattle skill. The ultimate move of an imperial spirit pet is not something that a small swarm of corpse insects can handle head-on. The storm formed by the ice blades continuously sucked in the swarm of corpse insects, and emerald green blood splashed out crazily. Puff, puff, puff! The very relaxing sound of bodies exploding is heard all the time. The flying man who was about to land was tied around his waist with a long foxtail. Liang Shui's body rolled several times on the ground and became a cushion for Weichi. Ouch! Weichi crawled out from Liang Shui's foxtail. The result was very successful, and neither of them was affected by the most difficult death rattle skill of the carrion swarm. There were simply too many carrion worms. Liang Shui, who enjoyed exclusive experience, had colorful lights bursting out of her body, and her level rose to 12. After the upgrade, Liang Shui's body became several times larger, the patterns on her back became clearer, and the whole fox became more graceful. When your mount pet is upgraded to level 20, you can comprehend riding, and have the ability to carry people safely. There are still 8 levels to go before you can reach the level of riding Liang Shui. Weichi looked at the grappling gun hanging on the street lamp, the gun body covered with emerald green poison. Well, I'll just have to buy a new one. Weichi glanced at the rankings. I killed so many carrion worms in one breath. How many points do I have now? First place, Weichi, 648 points. Second place, Shimiao, 491 points. Third place, Zhou Chang, 400 points. Fourth place, Li Xian, 367 points. Fifth place, Wang Tao, 340 points. What the hell? Weichi was stunned. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 648 points? A surge of more than 300 points? It's developed. In fact, no one would dare to kill all the carrion insects at once, because the explosive poison with such a high density is enough to poison the beast master. Weichi, whose body was different from ordinary people, dared to perform acrobatics, combined with the projection talent to gather monsters to draw hatred, the ice attribute to suppress the spread of toxins, and finally the snow waterfall that caused explosive damage. The combination of various factors can accomplish the feat of destroying the carrion insect swarm in one strike. Weichi patted Liang Shui excitedly. We won first place! Liang Shui is really great! It's all thanks to the master. Weichi rubbed his hands happily as he looked at the fantastic results. With his current grades, he can easily be admitted to a key beast taming university. If you continue to explore the dungeon, you may encounter more dangerous enemies. Should you use the talisman to leave? Weichi looked at the dark road ahead and muttered to himself. How can I be a deserter when I haven't even met the final boss yet? Liang Shui, can you still fight? Liang Shui shook her white and soft fur and said in a graceful voice. No problem at all, master. Then let's move on. Liang Shui looked at her master's back and felt deeply moved. The master always uses himself as bait to create output opportunities for her. This time, Shui finally overcomes her inner fear and becomes your support. Have I grown up? Chapter 22 Boss, Nightmare Shadow. Weichi suddenly noticed a green light flashing next to the corpse of the corpse worm queen. He held his breath and took a closer look. A spiritual crystal actually popped up. What good luck! Weichi picked up the round green ball excitedly. Spirit crystal, a crystal formed by the energy of spirit beasts. The spirit crystals dropped by the corpse queen belong to the Zerg spirit crystals. After the Zerg spirit pets absorb them, there is a chance that they will comprehend its skills. Spirit pets of other races cannot comprehend the skills of the corpse queen after absorbing the spirit crystal, but they can still absorb the power stored in it. Weichi wiped the spirit crystal dry and stuffed it into Liang Shui's mouth. Come on, hold it in your mouth. Then he placed his hand on top of Liang Shui's head. Don't swallow it. Just follow my instructions. The energy contained in the spirit crystal is enormous, and it would be a waste if it cannot be fully absorbed if swallowed at once. Therefore, the Beastmaster must concentrate his mind to assist the spirit pet in absorbing the spirit crystals. Weichi smiled happily. After completely absorbing this spirit crystal, we can at least level up by 1 to 2. Even if we enter the Key Beast Taming Academy, we will still be ahead. Woo woo woo! Liang Shui licked the crystal in her mouth and responded obediently. Weichi closed his eyes and used his spiritual power to communicate with the first spiritual contract in the beast taming space. His spiritual power flowed into Liang Shui's body through his palm. The higher the pet's trust value, the easier it will be to adjust the spirit and engrave star patterns. Fortunately, Liang Shui's trust value has reached the maximum value, and Weichi's spiritual power can roam freely in her body. The emerald green spiritual power slowly overflowed from the spiritual crystal, gorgeous and charming. They were like naughty children running rampant inside Liang Shui's body, and Weichi needed to concentrate his spirit and guide them to Liang Shui's heart. The mountain and sea seal in the beast-controlling space suddenly lit up, and the spiritual power scattered in the Zerg spirit crystal instantly became much more obedient. I didn't expect that the mountain and sea seal could also assist in adjusting the spirit? With the help of the mountain and sea seal, Weichi did not expend too much energy to inject 30% of the power in the spirit crystal into Liang Shui's heart. The characteristic of the Zerg is their tenacious vitality. Liang Shui's body has quietly evolved, with the muscles of her limbs and torso developing subtly. A faint green light gradually appeared on the white fur, and it could only be seen clearly when you got close to it. He really wanted to get a high-quality Beastman spirit crystal for Liang Shui to absorb, but the drop rate of this thing was too low, and the only way to obtain it was to buy it with Krypton gold. Weichi took the spirit crystal out of Liang Shui's mouth and said, Don't worry. You can't become fat in one go. This spirit crystal is enough for you to eat for several days. Woo woo woo! Liang Shui wagged her tail happily. Weichi looked at the cute big fox and smiled knowingly. I'll strengthen you after leaving the dungeon. Just then, a faint cry for help came from the end of the street. Help! No! Liang Shui's expression switched to a cold one. Master, be careful! Well, there can't be any living voices here. It's probably just a weird dummy. The vigilant man and fox continued to move forward. Ga. A flock of crows flew overhead. Liang Shui, who had a keen sense, quickly turned around and showed her fangs behind her. Weichi turned his head quickly. That's right, it's still the strange demon holding a sickle. Go ahead, Liang Shui. As long as they are monsters in the dungeon, they will not exceed level 10. And there is absolutely no possibility that Liang Shui, who is at level 12, will lose. All fear comes from lack of firepower. As long as it is a monster that dares to show its health bar, I will kill it for you to see, even if it is a god. After the upgrade, Liang Shui's movements became even more agile, and it slapped the opponent with a simple claw. A gap was torn in the sickle demon's body, and his body was shaken and he almost fell down. Are you scared? Liang Shui summoned an ice spear and pierced the demon's head on the spot. Cuckoo, quack, quack. The demon's body twitched, and then he fell to the ground unwillingly. Weichi touched his chin and said, "If it were in an online game instance, this monster would at least be a minor elite. Our Liang Shui is so strong!" Sure enough, the headless monster gradually turned into a mannequin in a shopping mall. There is a mysterious guy hiding behind the dummy and playing tricks. Weichi looked up at the blood-red moon in the copy. "Are you ready, Liang Shui? It's time for a big fight." Walking through the empty streets, Weichi finally arrived at the place in his memory. All the high-rise buildings nearby collapsed to form a circle. In the center of the circle stood an unknown creature with a sickle in its left hand and a lantern in its right hand. This is indeed the thing I fear most in my heart. A monster I encountered 2 years ago. Only this time there were no victims who died tragically. A panel gradually emerged above the sickle monster's head. Name: Nightmare Shadow. Level 10. Race: unknown. Skills: unknown. Weichi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw its level. The ruins of Tianda City and even the sickle monster in front of me are all monsters created by Nightmare Strike based on my inner thoughts. What is there to be afraid of? I am no longer the powerless me I used to be. Liang Shui, kill it! After Weichi gave the order, he found that the atmosphere around him was a little strange. From the beginning, Liang Shui remained silent. He tilted his head and found that Liang Shui's limbs were trembling and her eyes were wet. Were you scared and crying? Is this guy so scary? If you think about it carefully, Liang Shui was only a few days old, so it's normal for her to be scared by him. I remember that Weichi was able to get out of his psychological trauma only with the guidance of Lu Suyu. Liang Shui? Liang Shui beside her slowly came back to her senses, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. What's going on? What I just saw was clearly the scene before my master died. Am I under an illusion? The nightmare shadow in the center of the ruins suddenly turned around. Ga goo goo. It turned out that the strange sound came from his mouth. The unthinkable happened again. The nightmare shadow standing in front of him was strangely holding a sickle and waving it in the air, and a voice familiar to Weichi came from its mouth. Xiaoqi, run! Here they come! Weichi was stunned for a moment, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. You damn bastard! The nightmare monster looked like a giant cockroach, crawling towards Weichi on all fours, with the voice of Weichi's mother echoing in its mouth. As it moved, red-eyed crows flew out of nowhere all around it. The flock of black crows grew larger and larger, and finally formed an illusion of a black crow in Weichi's eyes. Liang Shui raised his head and roared, and the ice-blue ice cannon pierced through the stars and hit the nightmare shadow in the chest. But its body continued to pounce towards Weichi without any pause. A flock of crows in the sky slammed into Weichi. The powerful impact knocked him to the ground, and the blood in his body continued to surge. The tragic scenes of those who died after their souls were sucked away kept appearing in Weichi's mind. An inexplicable feeling of fear arose in my heart, and I felt weak in my legs. Gugga-quack! The nightmare shadow fed on fear and became stronger. It flew towards Weichi with a sickle in hand, wanting to take his life. Liang Shui would certainly not let it get its wish. It protected Weichi and used its flexible tail to sweep away the nightmare shadow, followed by streaks of ice. Puff, puff, puff! The nightmare shadow was injured and wailed in pain. Weichi, who had gradually recovered from his fear, slowly stood up. The nightmare shadow once again summoned a flock of crows to attack Weichi. This time he didn't dare to face them, and could only dodge quickly. The sound of a flock of crows rang out again, and the phantom of a huge black crow shot towards Liang Shui like an arrow. Liang Shui slightly bent her body with the three tails behind her standing up high. An ice waterfall appeared out of thin air and enveloped the black crows in the sky. The sharp ice spear stained with black blood pierced towards the nightmare shadow. Puff, puff, puff! The black crow died. The surviving black crows protected the figure of the nightmare shadow as if they were risking their lives, and dragged it out until the snow waterfall ended. Liang Shui and nightmare shadow were unharmed, and a layer of crow corpses appeared on the ground. The nightmare shadow laughed strangely, waving his sickle and continuing to summon black crows to attack the two. Liang Shui's snow waterfall once again dissipated the opponent's crow flock, but was still unable to cause fatal damage to it. When the nightmare shadow summoned a flock of crows to attack Liang Shui for the third time, Weichi, who was hiding on the side, frowned and said, Damn, does this guy have an infinite mana bar? You can't play like this. Chapter 23, The Arrival of Adikos. The shrill crow sounds overlapped and made Weichi's eardrums ring. The nightmare fiend summons a crow storm mindlessly as if there is no mana bar limit. If Liang Shui continues to fight with it, she will probably be exhausted and defeated. We must fight quickly and decisively. Weichi didn't want his pet to get hurt, but he currently had no direct combat capabilities except for the mountain and sea seal. After thinking for a few seconds, Defender Chi decisively chose the Shanghai transformation. Using the projection talent consumes a lot of mana, and it would be a big loss if you failed to gain a combat advantage. Weichi connected the mountain and sea seal in his body, and Liang Shue's body suddenly emitted a golden light. The nightmare shadow that controlled the flock of crows froze for a moment. This breath. Weichi's consciousness left his body and turned into a golden three-tailed fox. Its overall strength was 3 points stronger than Liang Shue's. The flocks of crows in the sky could not stop Weichi's movement, and the golden afterimage shuttled back and forth, leaving behind a faint shadow. The crow storm could not cause any harm to Weichi after his transformation, so Weichi rushed to the nightmare shadow in one go. Boom, boom, boom! Golden light exploded. The sharp claws of the beast easily knocked the nightmare shadow away, and the ground under its feet was also blasted into pieces. Really dig 3 feet into the ground. It's not that the nightmare shadow is too weak, but the setting that Shanghai is not harmed during the transformation is too strong. Otherwise, Weichi's body would have been gnawed into bones by the crows. Liang Shui stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. The mountain and sea seal is worthy of being one of the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian. When combined with the owner's talent for projection, it's like a cheat. Liang Shui, who knew the importance of finishing off the enemy, immediately joined the battle. The 2 foxes tumbled back and forth in the air. Gugga-gugga-quack. The nightmare shadow suffered continuous claw attacks, and his right arm was torn into pieces. Why are these students so crazy? Weichi and Liang Shui used their tails to throw it into the air, and 2 ice cannons, 1 gold and 1 blue, completely blasted its body apart. Crackling. The nightmare shadow turned into a flock of crows and flew into the sky before disappearing. Plop! A black treasure chest fell from the sky. Weichi's eyes lit up. Copy treasure chest. Defeating the final boss of the dungeon will give you a mysterious reward. The appearance of the treasure chest also announces the end of the Nightmare Assault dungeon. Liang Shui took small steps and took the initiative to approach Weichi in his transformed state, rubbed his head and licked his cheek as if to show goodwill. Weichi also rubbed its head. It is common for a spirit pet to transform into a human to accompany a beast master, but it is almost unheard of for a master to transform into a beast and accompany his spirit pet in battle. Maybe Liang Shui prefers me in my animal form? Just like I prefer her in human form. Master hee. Liang Shui's silly laughter appeared in his mind. Stop rubbing it, my body is still buried in the pile of rocks. Oh, Shui will take you out right away. Because the current level of Weichi's beast master is low, he cannot continue to transform for a long time. The body of the golden demon fox gradually collapsed. When Weichi opened her eyes again, she saw Liang Shui crying with joy. Liang Shui hugged Weichi excitedly and moved her. Her furry tail and turbulent plumpness made Weichi breathless. Weichi subconsciously held her delicate and round buttocks. Ah, master! Qishuang Saishua's face was flushed. The charming peach blossom eyes exude a pure and sensual sexiness. For some reason, Weichi suddenly wanted to experience what it was like to be King Zhou. Explore the back mountain lightly. Liang Shui uttered a moan as if waking up from a dream. She quickly let go of Weichi and stood up quickly, leaving Weichi with a scent all over his body. Liang Shui, you almost tempted your master to commit a crime just now. Although absorbing yang energy can quickly upgrade and transform, doing so will harm the owner's cultivation foundation. Just bear with it for a few more days. Wait until the master becomes a second-level Xuanzhe and has a strong physique before you can give it a try. The more powerful the Fox clan is, the stronger its star-absorbing ability is. And once that door is opened, the demand grows day by day. There was a hint of evasion in Liang Shui's eyes. Weichi thought she was shy, so he didn't force her to continue. A crow falling from the sky interrupted the beautiful moment. Weichi patted his head. Second brother made a mistake. Now that the 2 of them are still in a dangerous copy, how can they think of such things? Weichi walked towards the treasure chest. It's finally over, let me see what treasures I got. Yes, it's all thanks to the master. Shui admires you so much. Liang Shui's flattery made Weichi feel a little shy and a little happy. Weichi, who was stabilizing AK, reached for the treasure chest. At this moment, something strange happened. Jie gagadiga. The dead crow on the ground came back to life. They took off, hovered in the air and continued to gather. Weichi and Liang Shui looked at each other. What's going on? Isn't Nightmare Shadow dead? How come these crows are alive again? Jie. The flying crows gradually merged into a shadow, and the Nightmare Shadow came back to life. No, the resurrected Nightmare Shadow is more oppressive than before. The bloodshot red eyes, the exaggerated scythe, and the lantern shining with golden light illuminate the body made of straw and crows. It also wears a uniquely shaped straw hat on its head and a white scarf around its neck. Nightmare Shadow Plus. Liang Shue's starry eyes were filled with disbelief, and she opened her lips slightly. Adikos. Why is it this? Why is it here? All the crows in the copy disappeared. Adikos fell to the ground, tilted its head and looked at Liang Shue, making a strange sound. Ha ha ha, how could a mere ice-dust three-tailed fox know this king? Adikos? Weichi's eyes suddenly widened. As soon as he finished speaking, Adikos stretched his head and stared at Weichi. 2.5 years ago, my clone was attracted by the power of fear to a human city. The little fellow who fainted that day, we meet again, haha. Weichi was so shocked that he was speechless. His memory was indeed correct. Weichi, who was hiding under the ruins at the time, had a glance at the soul-sucking creature. It turns out that the Nightmare Shadow is not Adikos, but an incarnation of Adikos. Why is the Novice Trial Dungeon Nightmare Assault related to Adikos? Weichi swallowed. The devil wearing a straw hat raised his arms above his head and made extremely exaggerated movements. There has never been such a wonderful start. A human emperor's sword, mountain and sea seal. They are all mine. Haha. Little guy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being careless. If you hadn't used the power of the mountain and sea seal, how could I have tracked you down from countless small worlds? Adikos made a showy move and swung the sickle in his hand. The black wind in the air turned into countless sharp knives and shot towards Weichi Liangxue. Don't even think about it. At the critical moment, Liang Shui stood up again. Chapter 24 Endless Nightmare. Liang Shui picked up Weichi and retreated more than 10 feet away. Swish! Densely packed sharp knives were stuck in the ground. Liang Shui, put me down! As soon as Weichi landed on the ground, he took out the dragon talisman. Adikos, the monster protagonist in the urban legend, does not think he can defeat his opponent. If I can't beat you, can I still outrun you? Weichi crushed the dragon talisman with force. A golden exit immediately appeared in the gray sky. The warm light shone on Weichi and Liang Shui, and their bodies gradually became transparent. Adikos laughed strangely. Ha, I want to escape. The golden exit in the sky was blocked by countless crows, and the teleportation technique on Weichi stopped. Fear is everywhere. Suddenly, I heard its strange sound behind my ear. Weichi. Adikos used some unknown means to get behind Weichi, and a huge sickle pierced his chest, taking out half of his soul. Weichi's body froze and he couldn't move. The Adikos in front of him gradually turned into a beautiful middle-aged woman. Xiaoqi, run! Don't let them catch up! The mother's voice slowly came out of Atiko's mouth. Could it be that my mother has already? No! Affected by fear, Weichi slowly lay on the ground. Half of his soul had been hooked out. Sweet soul breath, haha, it seems you have hunted a lot of spirits here. Adikos laughed strangely. What it is absorbing now is Weichi's spiritual thoughts, that is, Weichi's copy points. Once the points return to 0, Weichi's soul will be completely imprisoned by it, and the mountain and sea seal that has lost its owner will fall into the hands of Adikos. Liang Shui became furious upon seeing this. The icy claws flashed by, leaving a deep claw mark on Atiko's body. Adikos, holding a sickle, tilted his head and laughed. Ha ha ha, I am the god of this world. You, a white-haired beast, want to ruin my good deeds? As soon as the words fell, a huge black shadow of a crow fell from the sky. Liang Shui wanted to dodge, but her body was completely out of control. Most of Atiko's attacks are aimed at the soul. Ga, taste the fear. Tremble. Because the maximum combat power of the copy is set to not exceed level 10, and Adikos is not in his original state now, he naturally cannot exert the true strength of the demon god. So it can only take advantage of loopholes in the rules and use mental attacks to deal with Weichi and Liang Shui. The skill that Adikos used on Weichi and Liang Shui was called Endless Nightmare. The recipients would repeatedly reincarnate in the most terrifying scenes of their lives until they suffered a mental breakdown. Liang Shui's body was unable to move, and the whole world fell into darkness. When she regained consciousness, a sweet smell entered her nostrils. What's going on? What smells so good? Why does this smell seem so familiar? Liang Shui, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. A middle-aged man with an unshaven beard and a shaved head waved the high-quality feed in front of her. Liang Shui looked around and was immediately stunned. This is a well-decorated villa with exquisite furniture, artistic decorations, and a living room filled with fitness equipment. There were a few men's clothes and women's underwear hanging on the balcony. Liang Shui, what's wrong with you? Liang Shui came back to her senses and suddenly sat up from the expensive bed, staring at Weichi with a dull look. Middle-aged Weichi rubbed Liang Shui's head, a trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes. Hurry up and eat. After eating, we still have to challenge the stairway of the gods. Sister Lu doesn't have that much time. Liang Shui stood up and walked into the bedroom. Lu Xiu, now a married woman, is more charming than when she was young. However, this stunningly beautiful woman was lying motionless on the bed with a pale face. Liang Shui's heart was in a mess and tears blurred her vision. I don't know how many years of longing, this scene clearly only appears in dreams. When Lu Xiu's life was hanging by a thread, Weichi risked his own life and climbed the stairway of the gods with Liang Shui to try to find an elixir to save her. The final outcome is that Weichi dies and Lu Xiu dies. After the unexpected encounter, Liang Shui was left alone. It had fantasized about it countless times. If she could go back on time, Liang Shui would never let Weichi take the stairs to death again. Liang Shui opened his mouth to say something, but found that he could not say anything. At that time, it had just broken through to the intermediate general level and had not yet transformed into a human form. How could it possibly communicate with Weichi? No! Owner! Don't go! If you continue you will die. The scene in front of me kept fast-forwarding. Liang Shui could only watch herself and Weichi embark on a fatal journey. It shouldn't be like this. The master is obviously the best person in the world, he shouldn't die here. Endless nightmare is the most proud skill of the Dread Lord Adikos, so Liang Shui once again experienced the pain of losing her master. With the death of middle-aged Weichi, the scene before his eyes continued to distort. Liang Shui returned to the time when Weichi first fed it. According to Atikos' prediction, it would repeat the day of Weichi's death over and over again until it suffered a mental breakdown. Liang Shui, who had experienced the cycle of time and space, noticed a clue. It gradually realized that its soul was being disturbed by some strange existence. Adikos looked at the unconscious Weichi and grinned. Almost there, almost there! At this moment, Liang Shui, who was lying on the ground, suddenly opened her eyes. The biting cold ice cannon instantly pierced through Atikos' sickle. Weichi's soul immediately returned to his body after losing the influence of the sickle. Ha ha ha! You beast, how could you possibly escape from my endless nightmare? Atikos' body began to tremble. The crows in the sky were cawing strangely. Asshole, you actually used that kind of magic on me, I'm going to kill you! Liang Shui bared her cold fangs in anger. The furious Liang Shui jumped up instantly, and the shocking ice spear pierced Atikos' body and nailed it to the stone slab. Adikos was not a vegetarian either. He raised his sickle and chopped at Liang Shui. At this moment, a bright golden light flashed in Liang Shui's azure eyes, and the golden light shot into Atikos' red eyes at lightning speed. Adikos is the demon that symbolizes fear. He is best at playing with the mind of his prey and finally devouring it completely. But he never expected that he would be hit by Liang Shui's mental attack. Charm. This is a well-known racial skill of the Fox clan. Enchanted enemies will fall into a confused state and be at the mercy of others. But the golden light emanating from Liang Shui's pupils was even more powerful than the charm. Atikos' eyes were dull, his scarlet pupils gradually turned golden, and finally became dull and lifeless. The enraged Liang Shui raised his tail and threw Adikos into the air. The combination of the snowfall weapon and the whip whipped Adikos so hard that even his own mother might not recognize him. Thousands of years of regret and longing were poured out by her. The poor demon god became a living target for Liang Shui to attack as much as she wanted. Chapter 25 Hidden Secrets. At the same time, in a dark imperial city, the Tsunglei six-tailed fox looked at the strange creature in front of him and panted. Master, this guy can't be killed at all. Xinyao looked solemn and said, imitating the voice of the deceased, holding a sickle, giving people a creepy feeling of fear and the dirty stench. It should be the legendary Adikos. Adikos chuckled strangely. As expected of a pure-blooded celestial clan, you can actually see through the identity of this king at a glance. Give me the human emperor's sword, and I will ensure that you leave here safe and sound. Xinyao looked calm and unfazed. If you want it, just try to get it. If you don't eat the toast, you will be punished with alcohol. Just as Adikos was about to raise his knife and slash it, its body suddenly stopped and murmured twice. Is this the breath of the mountain and sea seal? God jj, this king is so high! The Tsunglei six-tailed fox looked at Adikos, whose aura had suddenly decreased, and stood bravely in front of his master. The door of the copy. The middle-aged man said in panic. Master Long, it's bad, something big has happened. You look so panicked, how can you be so decent? Long Mu, who was lying on a chair and teasing his beloved cat, showed a look of disgust. The middle-aged man pointed in the direction of the dragon pillar and said, Master Long, the students' points are starting to decrease strangely. Although the middle-aged man had just joined the Dragon Guard for a few years, based on his experience in hosting national examinations in other cities, he had never seen the copy points being reduced on their own initiative. Candidates also have no way to transfer their points to other people. So weird. Long Mu patted his beloved cat on the back, stood up and walked towards the dragon pillar. Whose points have been reduced? Lord Long, the scores of the top 10 candidates have begun to decrease to varying degrees, the middle-aged man said respectfully. Long Mu glanced at the candidates who were slumped on the ground beside the dragon pillar. Apparently they encountered some crisis in the copy and had to use the dragon talisman to escape. Lord Long, these people have just been teleported back from the dungeon. I have sent people to question them, and they have no recollection of what they encountered in there. Long Mu was silent for a moment, and then ordered, Little King, immediately send someone to settle the frightened students. I understand. Long Mu looked at the middle-aged man's back and stroked his non-existent beard. That guy appears again. I hope the little guys this year can get out of danger. In fact, there has always been an undisclosed secret in the Nightmare Assault dungeon. When the candidates accumulate more than 300 points in the copy, they will enter a hidden level and encounter Adikos. Adikos will attack the candidates and absorb the attached spiritual thoughts, which are the phantoms of the inner demons killed by the candidates. In the eyes of the outside world, it means that the points in the rankings have decreased. However, Adikos will not kill the candidates due to certain rules. It will send the candidates away after absorbing some spiritual thoughts to make pranks and scare people. Minor spoiler, it was actually Atticus who was picking wool from the candidates. Beastmasters who leave the Nightmare Assault instance will also lose their memories of Atticos. For example, Long Mu, he actually encountered Atticos head-on back then. He would forget the key memories after leaving the dungeon unless he returned to the world of nightmare attacks again. So no one remembers that there is a very dangerous demon god hidden in the novice trial copy. Long Mu glanced at the rankings. First place, Zochan, 365 points. Second place, Shimiao, 348 points. Third place, Weichi, 321 points. Fourth place, Wan Tao, 270 points. Fifth place, Li Xian, 250 points. Did the top 5 kids all encounter that thing? Long Mu's eyes were fixed on Weichi. From 600 points to 300 points, how intense was the battle between him and that guy? Not many people can get 600 points in the novice trial copy. Long Mu remembered Weichi's name at once. That year, Long Mu's score after clearing Nightmare Assault was 310 points, which indirectly shows that Weichi's future achievements will not be inferior to his. Moreover, Long Mu's highest score in history did not exceed 500 points. Long Mu looked at the ranking list and smiled with relief. The future of the human race depends on them. The ruins of Tiange City. Bang! Atiko's body hit the gravel hard. After finishing a small burst of attack, Liang Shui fell to the ground with her limbs and stared at the opponent closely. Haha, what a great power! The black wind raised by the crow hit Liang Shui, and her body shivered and she felt a little cold. There was a hint of surprise in Liang Shui's eyes. Isn't this guy too tough? Adikos used his sickle to pick up the straw hat that had fallen far away and put it on his head. Haha, you little beast, no wonder you can break free from the endless nightmare with such a weak soul. It turns out that you used the power of the Tianxian's secret treasure to travel through reincarnation and tamper with the cause and effect of heaven. Atiko's words shocked Liang Shui. This secret is too secretive, and the consequences are so huge that I don't even dare to tell Weichi. Unexpectedly, Adikos saw through it at a glance. Liang Shui glanced at Weichi's body. Fortunately, the master hasn't woken up yet. What? You don't dare to admit it? I have seen with my own eyes the deepest fear in your heart, haha. Adikos laughed strangely. Liang Shui raised her claws grimly. Gagaga, the fox tribe's charm cannot be used on the same target in a short period of time. Adikos easily dodged Liang Shui's claws, but it had no desire to attack. Little beast, where is the Samsara jade? If you tell me, I will spare his life. Liang Shui. At this moment, Weichi's body moved. Adikos was suddenly shocked. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! This guy is just a fragile human being. How can he possibly break free from his endless nightmare? Weichi slowly opened his eyes. He had just woken up from a very horrible nightmare. The horrific memory faded away quickly like the tide. Ryuyuki? Adikos raised the lantern in his other hand and pointed it at Weichi, then he laughed. So that's it. The breath of the demons and the gods. You are a cursed Xianren. Your soul must have many secrets. As soon as he finished speaking, Adikos pounced towards Weichi fiercely, and the sharp sickle emitted a strange black light. Master, be careful! Liang Shui shouted hurriedly and attacked Adikos from behind. The serious demon ignored Liang Shui's existence, muttering a few obscure and difficult-to-understand spells, and the deadly black sickle flew out as if it had eyes. A knife pierced Weichi's chest. No! Liang Shue's heart sank as she looked at the scene in front of her. Why? Why am I still unable to protect my master? Chapter 26 The Dragon King. The spinning sickle pierced Weichi's chest and nailed him into the ruins. Ha ha ha, this is the first Xianren soul. I want to see what secrets are hidden in it. Adikos got on all fours and crawled towards Weichi like a cockroach. No, this is. Weichi's body slowly dissipated. Adikos was stunned for a moment. You can actually deceive my eyes, is this your ability? Liang Shui, with tears in her eyes, was also stunned. Could it be that what was pierced just now was an illusion created by the master? Puff. A figure crawled out from the rubble beside Liang Shui. Weichi, who was covered in dirt, spat out the slag in his mouth and said, Fortunately, I have something else in reserve. Adikos laughed out of anger. Ha ha ha, very good, very good. I haven't felt emotional fluctuations for a long time. Die. It threw the lantern in its hand high into the sky. Guide the soul, Ming! The uniquely shaped lantern suddenly lit up, and countless souls of different shapes seemed to want to break free from it. Liang Shui opened her mouth slightly when she saw this. Is this a soul-guiding lamp? You have good taste, little bastard. Weichi slapped his face hard and quickly woke up. Liang Shui, what is the soul-guiding lamp? The soul-guiding lamp is one of the 10 great secret treasures of Tianxian. It is said that it can restrain the souls of all things for its use. This treasure has been missing for thousands of years. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of the dread demon Adikos. Is it very strong? Every soul inside can be enslaved and driven by it. If we fight head-on, it's hard for us to win. Weichi frowned slightly. They are both among the 10 great secret treasures of Tianxian, so why is the soul-guiding lamp so powerful? In fact, it's not that the soul-guiding lamp is so powerful, but that Adikos uses his ability to see into the inner fear of his enemies to imprison the souls of many powerful beings. If it is an empty soul-guiding lamp, it is just a lantern and is of no use at all. The main strength of this treasure lies in its infinite growth and collection attributes. Roar, roar, roar! A 3-headed hellhound was summoned by Atticus from the soul-guiding lamp. "'Tis the damn world rules limit the fighting power of souls," Adikos cursed inwardly. Liang Shui, who had good hearing, quickly passed the information to Weichi through her mind. Weichi touched his chin. Although Adikos is very powerful, it is restricted by certain rules in the dungeon and cannot exert strength beyond level 10. And its most powerful killer move, Endless Nightmare, was cracked by Weichi and Liang Shui. The Adikos in front of him is just a paper tiger without claws. However, Weichi's own condition was not very good. He no longer had enough spiritual power to activate the mountain and see transformation. Liang Shui, you will follow my instructions from now on. The big fox rubbed against him obediently, with tenderness in his eyes. 3 huge vicious dogs with foul-smelling saliva pounced on Liang Shui. Liang Shui's eyes flashed with bright golden light again. Roar, roar, roar! The 3-headed dog was charmed. Liang Shui, who was full of fighting spirit, immediately charged up the ice cannon and blasted 2 of the 3-headed dog's heads. The 3-headed dog felt the pain and went into a frenzy, but its frozen body was out of control. Liang Shui rushed to the bottom of the enemy and jumped high, and with an elegant leap of icy light, she cut off the last head of the 3-headed dog. Ah! The soul of the 3-headed hellhound was blown away by the wind. Adikos plans to continue summoning new minions to kill the 2 of them in a tug-of-war. Weichi certainly would not allow himself to be led by the enemy. We must find an opportunity to destroy the soul-guiding lamp at close range, or at least cut off the arm. You 2 think you can defeat me? Adikos snorted coldly. Liang Shui's body flashed with a charming blue light, and Weichi jumped onto its back at the risk of being thrown away. Let's go! Liang Shui rushed forward as fast as she could using all her strength. Adikos swung his giant scythe, and countless blood crows swooped down at the 2 of them. This time Weichi had no way to avoid it. He crawled on Liang Shui's back and hugged her waist tightly with both hands. A flock of bloodthirsty crows flew over the galloping cool snow. Maybe it was because Liang Shui was born beautiful and had great luck, the fatal damage caused by the bloodthirsty crows was immune to Chu Lian's damage immunity effect. There were only bruises on its body and some scars on its smooth and soft fur. Vital parts such as the eyes, tail, and abdomen were intact. Liang Shui's eyes were firm and she said nothing. This little pain is nothing. Compared to her, Weichi on her back was in a miserable state. If it weren't for the backpack that took 80% of the damage for him, Weichi would have been eaten into a bloody mess by a flock of crows. Atticus exclaimed in his heart. The physical quality of the Xianren tribe is indeed strong. No wonder they are jointly suppressed by the gods, demons, and demons. They can eat Crow Storm as soon as they reach adulthood. What if they can lift the curse and merge the blood of the 2 tribes? The mountain and sea seal is also on this kid, and his natal beast is related to the reincarnation jade. I have been walking around the world for thousands of years before I found a soul-inducing lamp. This kid has two treasures at the beginning. Could it be that he is a lucky person favored by the world? There is also a problem with the human emperor's sword. I don't care about it anymore. You all go to hell. Adikos was anxious. It originally planned to kill Xinmiao and take away the human emperor's sword from his body, but it didn't expect that the aura of the mountain and Cecile came from another small world. So it divided half of its energy and came to Weichi's nightmare world to steal the mountain and Cecile. As a result, the progress of both sides is now stuck, leaving Adikos with little time left. Invite the soul, Ming! Demon Dragon King, crush them! Along with Atikos' howl, an angry dragon roar roared out from the soul-inducing lamp. The strong pressure forced Liangxue to stop, and even Adikos closed his eyes. A huge, mighty and domineering black dragon flew out of the soul-inducing lamp. My Luoqiani, is this a dragon? It's too big. Weichi was stunned. The black dragon, which is nearly 30 meters tall, is covered with red glowing black scales. Its claws are full of power, its wings are spread enough to cover the sky, and its tail and chest are covered with dangerous barbs. Liangshue's body shook slightly. How is it? In the previous life, this guy was Xinmiao's second spiritual contract, the evil flame-fallen demonic dragon. Xinmiao also relied on this favor and the human emperor's sword to reach a height that many people could not even look up to. Could it be that Xinmiao in the previous life met the demon dragon king in this copy? The cause and effect of this life, does the master have the opportunity to contract this pet? If the owner possesses the terrifying fighting power of this dragon, the future is absolutely limitless. Liangshue's eyes flashed with determination. The freed Dragon King glanced at Adikos. Its soul has been imprisoned by the other party for an unknown number of years. Fortunately, it is powerful and still maintains itself without being completely enslaved. Today is your chance to break free. So the domineering demon Dragon King immediately turned around and aimed his spear at Adikos. Adikos also discovered that the demon Dragon King did not obey his command, and his tone became hoarse and sharp. How dare you, a beast, deceive me? Liangxue, who shared the same thoughts, jumped high. Weichi picked up a dagger and dropped from the sky. He doesn't care whether the Dragon King is an enemy or a friend, his target is always the soul-guiding lamp in Atikos' hand. Chapter 27 Dragon Contract. Adikos let out a strange cry, and its arms twisted into inhuman arcs, and a pure black aura spurted out from its eyes. Then it jumped high and summoned several giant monsters that looked rough and powerful. Their hooves trampled the ground, and the biting cold wind blew directly into Weichi's face. The Dragon King roared, and the monsters summoned by Adikos trembled. Weichi jumped down from behind Liangxue and slashed at Atikos' arm with a dagger in his hand. It's full of flaws! Adikos stared at Weichi, and then he chopped back with a sickle in his hand. How terrifying are the eyes of the god of fear! Ordinary people would be so scared that they would pee their pants when facing it, and would not dare to fight back. However, Weichi was not afraid. He was still able to remain calm and formulate a battle plan. Seeing this, Liangxue immediately used her tail to wrap around Atikos' sickle, and the two began to wrestle. Good opportunity. Weichi seized the opportunity and used inertia to lock the dagger on Adikos. Roar! The cries of crows echoed among the ruins. Adikos threw Liangxue away and the sharp sickle pierced Weichi's chest again. The Liangxue who was thrown away began to chant the snow waterfall. Adikos sneered and easily jumped out of the attack range of the white ice storm. Stupid fellow. It hooked its sickle and locked its eyes on Weichi's body. I deliberately exposed my flaws to you to trick you into getting close, and you really fell for it. Mountain and Cecile! Another secret treasure! Gaga. Atikos' hand actually went straight through Weichi's body and touched nothing. Another fake? Impossible, when did he? The next second, Liangxue and Weichi, who emerged from the ruins nearby, attacked Atikos' left and right hands respectively. Damn little devil, don't get carried away! Adikos swung his scythe at the man and the fox. Liangxue used her body to resist the opponent's attack and knocked it to the ground. Weichi gritted his teeth, held down Atikos' soul-guiding lamp and stabbed it hard. It's useless. Your weapons alone cannot destroy the soul-guiding lantern. Weichi was so angry that he threw the knife to the ground, grabbed the soul-guiding lamp with both hands and smashed it to the ground. Bang, bang, bang! God will not let down those who work hard. A wrinkle appeared on the surface of the soul-guiding lamp. Atikos' eyes were so angry that they almost turned green. You bastard! How dare you break my treasure! Weichi saw that throwing the soul-guiding lamp hard on the ground was going to crush it with his foot. No! Adikos was really distressed. It shook its body and threw Liang Shui and Weichi away on the spot. Then a mysterious passage appeared in the void and sucked it and the broken soul-guiding lamp into it. Atiko's cancellation of his arrival was equivalent to admitting defeat and running away. Its soul-guiding lamp was destroyed by Weichi and gradually lost its power. If the restoration is not carried out now, Atiko's 1,000 years of efforts will be in vain. The human emperor's sword and the mountain and sea seal are not as important to it as the soul-guiding lamp. Boy, I will remember you. You and that white-haired beast will sooner or later become the collection of soul-guiding lanterns. Atiko's figure gradually disappeared. The golden channel in the sky once again shed auspicious and warm light. Weichi stared at the tearing space in front of him and said blankly, "Did we win?" The demon dragon king and several summoned beasts broke free from the soul-guiding lamp and regained their freedom. Their pupils gradually became brighter and regained their luster. Colorful tiger? The demonic dragon king? The thousand-legged centipede king? Red scorpion? Several ferocious beasts looked at each other and called each other's names. I never thought that we would see the light of day again. Thanks to this little brother for his help. Young man, you can find me when you pass by the scorpion forest someday. Who needs him to save? Adikos, don't let the king catch you. The souls of several ferocious beasts thanked Weichi symbolically, and then quickly ran away following the golden light. Only the demon dragon king stared at Weichi without saying a word. The golden light above the head became stronger and stronger, and forced teleportation was immediately carried out. The demon dragon king hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth and spit out a black light, which went straight into Weichi's chest. Roar! It quickly flapped its wings and left this strange space with the golden light. As the black light entered his body, Weichi felt the back of his left hand become extremely hot. A black dragon head mark appeared on it. What is this? Weichi was puzzled. Liang Shui's eyes burst into ecstasy. Dragon contract. The dragon race is one of the strongest races on Tianxian Star. Their abilities are so strong that ordinary humans simply cannot establish a soul contract with them. Only a beast master recognized by the Dragon King can bear the soul contract of the dragon pet. In the vast dragon kingdom, only the top nobles in the royal capital can control the dragons. All dragon riders are prominent figures with distinguished status. And as a commoner, Weichi also possesses the ability to contract with the dragon clan, which is equivalent to having the key to cross classes. There were originally only 2 dragon kings on Tianxian Star, namely the Azure Dragon King in the east and the Mad Dragon King in the west. The Demon Dragon King, who had been imprisoned for 1,000 years, escaped from prison with the help of Weichi. Will the world situation undergo drastic changes? However, Liang Shui would not let Weichi miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It vaguely remembered the approximate location where the Demon Dragon King was born in the previous life. If he doesn't seize the opportunity now, the Demon Dragon King may eventually follow the strongest of the younger generation, Shen Miao, because of his strength. Anyway, my master also has one of the 10 secret treasures with him, and he has been a life-saving benefactor to the Demon Dragon King, so it should be easy to trick him into joining the gang. Weichi patted Liang Shui on the head and smiled happily. Liang Shui, you work really hard. Master, are you okay? It's okay, just a small problem. Weichi coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. When Adikos used the crowd of crows to attack the 2 of them, Weichi made a very risky decision. He ordered Liang Shui to throw him away with his tail, and then used the sight-shielding effect of the crowd of crows to hide in the ruins and wait for the opportunity. Even someone as powerful as Adikos couldn't see through the projection he created, so Weichi decided to develop a tactic of using projection to lure enemies. It calls itself Shinren, and it possesses the auras of heaven and demon. What does this mean? Weichi suddenly remembered that he had a special ability that allowed him to recover extremely quickly from injuries since childhood. Could it be that the parents in this life are not ordinary humans but demons and unheard of celestial beings? The incident in Tianga's city was no accident. If Atticus's clone hadn't taken the initiative to attack Tianga's city, who would be the real culprit? What is its purpose? Warm golden light shone on Weichi and Liang Shui. Their figures gradually disappeared. A few seconds later, the ruins of Tianga's city completely collapsed and turned into nothingness. A giant Adikos slowly emerged from the darkness. Damn it! Shen Miao, Weichi, I have recorded today's vengeance. If I hadn't lost to the goddess of hope, I would have, ugh. Fear is everywhere and we will still meet. Chapter 28. The demonic dragon is born. Outside the copy door, several golden lights suddenly emerged from the dragon pillar. Several shadows of magical beasts floated into the sky and gradually dispersed. Among them, the mighty and domineering black dragon was the most conspicuous. Roar! Long Mu's legs went weak from the majestic dragon roar. People around whispered, "Is this the roar of a dragon? What's going on?" There are dragons in the novice trial dungeon? An uninhabited restricted area in the East Continent. This is the most mysterious and dangerous forbidden area in the East Continent. The roar of the tiger and the groaning of the scorpion have shaken the ultimate creatures in the center of the forbidden area. All the magical beasts living in the forbidden land, regardless of their rank and strength, look towards the east. Are the two top masters who have been sleeping for hundreds of years about to wake up? The capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Tianlong City. The lingering Azure Dragon King seemed to sense something and said to himself, "The unruly dragon has been reborn. The world is about to change." The supreme ruler of the Dragon Kingdom was horrified. "Dragon King, what should the students do?" "The demon Dragon King is obsessed with power and uses it to prove his truth. He cannot be defeated by force, but only by wits. If we can find the human emperor sword inherited by the Xianyuan family, we can ensure that our clan will be prosperous for thousands of generations." The human emperor sword, a legendary artifact from the last century. Where can I find it, students? The dragon emperor anxiously put his hands in his pockets. The Azure Dragon King shook his head. "It's fate, don't panic too much." The dragon emperor frowned and said, "First, the heavenly fate palace rebelled, and then the demonic dragon brought disaster to the world and plundered the dragon's luck. I am worried." "Don't worry, a person with great fortune born in heaven will soon appear, and the inheritance of the ancestral dragon will not be cut off." The dragon emperor felt very upset when he heard what the teacher said. It's ironic that the emperor is not the true emperor of the world. The powerful clans such as the Lighthouse Country, the Thief Country, the Curry Country, and the Ghost Country also felt the breath of the alien beast's soul for the first time. They all ordered to find the alien beast to strengthen their own strength. In the northern part of Dragon Country, somewhere in a forest, the excited dragon roar caused the surrounding monsters to panic. A charming body pushed open the coffin and slowly stood up. She looked at the rotten dragon bones beside her and said to herself, "Time has changed. Cody Lawya, are you dead?" The charming black hair covers the full headlights, but cannot hide the aura of embracing the world. Heroic sword-like eyebrows, domineering red eyes, slightly pale but beautiful lips, straight nose, and snow-white skin covered with mud. The curved dragon horns and barbed tail indicated that she was the demon dragon king who had just returned to his original form. The demon dragon king did not feel any life from the dragon clan in this dragon king's tomb. She was the only one left of the demon dragon clan that once dominated the area. She patted the dirt off her body and said, "I didn't expect that a human body also has advantages. If my noble dragon body is targeted by villains, I'm afraid nothing will be left." The images of Weichi and Liang Shui suddenly flashed through the demon dragon king's mind. The mountain and sea seal? If he is lucky enough to find this place by following the dragon contract, should I kill him? Well, with his qualifications, he shouldn't be able to sense the aura of my soul. I will go find him when I recover. If he is willing to surrender, I will spare his life and make him a lord. Who says I am a benevolent and wise ruler? When Weichi opened his eyes again, he had returned to the familiar Tianxian star. Bright sunshine, hot summer breeze, and noisy cicadas. The heat outside and the coldness of the ruins of Tianga City formed a sharp contrast. Weichi quickly took off his dirty black windbreaker. Weichi looked around and saw that many candidates had already given up the test early due to injuries, fear, lack of strength, and other reasons. I'm so tired and scared. I don't want to take the exam anymore. The test is too difficult. This is not a novice trial copy at all. I'm too lazy to work hard. I need a rich loli to support me. Bin, I'm so hungry. I have some bread here, please eat some first. Let's go to Brother Jia's house for a drink tonight. Come, you can come. That guy Atticus is good at exploiting the weakness of human nature to create fear, which is indeed a huge challenge for the newly adult trainee beast master. If it weren't for Liang Shui, I might have left the show as early as them, right? Buzz buzz! Golden light flashed one after another near the dragon pillar. Xin Yao, dripping with sweat, supported the Sunlay six-tailed fox to stand on the ground with difficulty. Panting heavily, Zhou Chang and a giant red and black bear walked out of the portal. The fierce battle with Atikos completely exhausted their spiritual power. When a beast master controls a spiritual pet to fight, a lot of spiritual power will be consumed when performing spiritual seal skills. Weiqi's physical fitness is different from ordinary people, and coupled with the baptism of the blood-ming fruit, his basic consumption is not a pressure for him. Longmu walked to the center of the square with his hands behind his back. The exam is over! There were 208 people who took the exam, and 158 people passed. Here are the personal results. First place, Zhou Chang, 350 points. Second place, Xin Miao, 348 points. Third place, Weiqi, 321 points. Fourth place, Wang Tao, 260 points. Fifth place, Li Xian, 248 points. Everyone looked at the names on the ranking list. There is only 2 points between first and second place. They are geniuses from Pegasus No. 5 Middle School and Pegasus No. 7 Middle School respectively. Who is third? Why have you never heard of it? Xinyao was shocked when she saw the ranking. Strange, why are the scores so low? So does that guy Weichi. She subconsciously looked through the crowd towards Weichi. Careful observation revealed that although Weichi had multiple scratches on his body and blood at the corners of his mouth, his breathing rate was very stable and he obviously still had the energy to fight. Zhou Chang, who ranked first, was waving his hands in joy, but his and the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's bodies were already trembling slightly, which was a sign of exhaustion. Xinyao subconsciously regarded the smiling Weichi in the crowd as an opponent. Zhou Chang glanced at Xinyao arrogantly and raised his middle finger. Women are nothing more than men's trophies. What's the use of being beautiful? Wasn't it taken back to first place by me? I am indeed the most outstanding person in the world. Long Mu coughed lightly and glanced at Zhou Chang, Xinyao and Weichi. The next level is a simulated battle. The schedule is determined by random drawing. The winner can freely choose the Beast Control Academy he wants to join. Representatives from the 3 major colleges will arrive at Pegasus City the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be a day for rest and preparation. It's 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow. I don't want anyone to be late. Do you understand me? The excited Beast Masters shouted. I understand. Okay. Disband. Weichi excitedly raised Liang Shui high. You have a rest tomorrow and I will take you to relax. What reward do you want? There was no surprise in Liang Shui's eyes, and she stared straight at Weichi's back. A pleasant female voice sounded slowly from behind. Student Weichi, can I borrow some of your time? Looking back. The pure and beautiful Xinyao smiled and stretched out her hand to greet him. Chapter 29 Friends. Even though Weichi had been prepared in his heart, he still lost consciousness for a moment when their eyes met. Her skin is like cream, her nose is straight, her thin rose-colored lips, and her piercing starry eyes form a stunning face like a narcissus. Having seen the stunning looks of Lu Xiu and Liang Shui, Weichi's resistance to beauties has exceeded most people's. A strange idea came to his mind. Why is Xinyao's skin so delicate? Fair skin is a bit too much. The skin that many ladies spend a lot of money on is not as good as that of Xinyao, who did not apply makeup. This made Weichi have to wonder if this woman was the reincarnation of some great power. It is said that when a beast master reaches level 95 or above, he can choose to be reincarnated with his memory and use his superior talents to reach the legendary 100-level realm, a saint. Liang Shuai stared at the beautiful school beauty in front of her. Xinyao is the holder of the human emperor sword, the master of the demon dragon king in his previous life, and a genius with pure blood of heaven and man. It's only right that such an extremely dazzling genius doesn't have much interaction with his master. She actually took the initiative to talk to her master. Is it a blessing or a curse? Oh my god! Goddess Shen actually took the initiative to talk to that guy. What about that kid? Weichi is the 3rd most ruthless person. Is this guy hiding his strength too well? I've never heard of this guy before. I seem to believe in love again, said a certain nymphomaniac. Weichi showed an awkward yet polite smile. Classmate Xinyao? What's the matter? Xinyao took a step forward and pointed behind Weichi, signaling for him to turn around. I saw 2 boys sitting on the bench covering their heads. Brother Song, do you still have the nightmare you had in the dungeon? Another boy shook his head blankly and said, I don't remember, it's really strange. It's obviously a very important dream. Weichi's pupils suddenly dilated. What's going on? Have other candidates encountered Adikos in the dungeon? Have you been attacked by that terrifying nightmare? Xinyao said calmly. I just made a brief observation. Most of the candidates are trying to recall their dreams. Classmate Weichi, your expression is different from others. Do you still remember something like that? Xinyao's words made Weichi tremble all over. What's the meaning? Xinyao looked around. This is not a place for chatting. Let's change places. Weichi's brain began to think rapidly. Adikos once mentioned the human emperor sword and mountain and sea seal. Judging from its tone, it seems that there is one candidate among this batch of candidates who, like Weichi, possesses the top 10 secret treasures of Tianxian. Could this person be Xinyao in front of me? Is she friend or foe? Weichi and Liang Shui looked at each other and said, Okay. An innocent smile appeared on Xinyao's lips. Let's go. Weichi hugged Liang Shui and asked carefully, Classmate Xinyao, where are we going? Xinyao, who was leading the way, turned back and said with a smile, Classmate Weichi, you have been busy in the dungeon for a whole day, aren't you hungry? A little. There's a new hot pot restaurant called Subianzu up ahead. The food is great. Do you want to eat and chat? I'll treat you today. Since the beautiful campus belle was willing to pay for the meal, Weichi had no reason to refuse. Okay. I'll treat you again when I have the chance. Then it's a deal. The two came to the Subianzu hot pot restaurant. The interior decoration and supporting facilities are quite good, and the price is not particularly expensive. Weichi glanced at the menu and breathed a sigh of relief. A big meal for two people only costs 400 or 500 yuan. Weichi, who lives frugally, is reluctant to spend so much money on food and drink. With that spare money, he might as well buy some toys or feed for Liang Shui, or at least buy some pretty clothes to please her. Because the prices here are not too expensive, the business is good. There are still many customers at this time in the morning. Weichi generously ordered her favorite ingredients such as tofu puffs, fried bean skin, yuba, dry tofu, lettuce, fungus, and eggs. Xinmiao couldn't help but complain. Are soy products so delicious? Slippery and tastes great. Xinmiao added some meat and vegetables, and the red-faced waiter closed the door to the private room and left gently. Ouch! The Tsung-Lei six-tailed fox squatted on the seat and howled, with a fierce look on his face. Liang Xue squatted quietly on Weiqi's lap, like a well-behaved kitten. Xinmiao coughed lightly. Classmate Weiqi, then I'll tell you the truth. Weiqi nodded slightly. Her eyes became extremely serious. Have you also met the legendary demon god Adikos? Weiqi took a sip of tea calmly. Yes. Weiqi had already guessed the fact that Xinmiao had met Adikos through her questions. Otherwise she wouldn't use the sentence pattern "are you too?" Xinmiao did not show much surprise. Most of the candidates have forgotten something, and their scores have disappeared mysteriously. This is obviously due to Atiko's ability. The dishes were served quickly. Weiqi ordered a plate of fungus and said slowly, If it is such an ambiguous question, the beauty of Xing University will not take the initiative to invite me to dinner, right? Tsung-Lei's six-tailed fox raised his ears and glanced at Weiqi. You should know the answer to the question quite well, right? Classmate Weiqi. Xinmiao ordered a plate of vegetables and smiled. Weiqi pretended to be dumb and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Xinmiao didn't mind. She put one hand on her chest and introduced herself again. Xinmiao, the holder of the human emperor's sword. Classmate Weiqi, I don't mean any harm, I just want to make friends with you. Weiqi's expression was very exciting. Why? I'm just an ordinary person. Ordinary people? With sea-level talents and a white spirit fox, can ordinary people be ranked third in the city? Xinmiao did not expose the fact that he had the mountain and sea seal, as that would easily arouse the other party's hostility. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, right? Weiqi fed Liang Xue some boiled mutton and said, Thank you, Miss Shen, for treating me to dinner, but I have a bad personality and am not good at making friends. The so-called friends are partners who provide each other with value. When I think about it carefully, there is really no value that can help. Xinmiao has a distinguished family background, beautiful appearance, extraordinary talent, and possesses the awesome-sounding human emperor sword. There may be an old man hidden in the ring. No matter how you look at it, she is the protagonist or the protagonist's woman. Weiqi is just one of the ordinary people. Both of his parents are dead. He is quite handsome but not to the point where a woman can't walk. Her talent is not among the best. If it weren't for having a secret treasure like the mountain and sea seal, a talent like Xinmiao would be impossible. How could such a charming girl take the initiative to approach him? Even if Xinmiao really wants to be friends with him, Weiqi, who is afraid of trouble, may not agree. She is so beautiful that even walking with her will offend some enemies out of thin air. Xinmiao's eyes were stunned. Unexpectedly, what Weiqi said seems to make sense. Then I will show corresponding sincerity. Chapter 30, Searching for the Dragon's Cave. Sincerity? Weiqi swallowed the smooth fat cow. Xinmiao nodded slightly. The ability of the human emperor's sword is to find the dragon's acupoint and explore the destiny. If you want to try your luck in the wild, I can help you for free. Weiqi's scalp went numb after hearing this. Looking for a dragon's cave? If this ability is real, wouldn't it be too shameless? There are countless small worlds on Tianxian Star. For example, the copy, controlled by the Tianxian Alliance. For example, the secret realm, hidden in the wild. For example, the great secret realm, that is a God-given match and is being snatched up by thousands of people. You can get treasure chest rewards by clearing these dungeons or secret realms. Moreover, the secret realms and great secret realms are inhabited by rare spiritual pets that do not exist in the real world. Ordinary beast masters can only brush up the dungeons of major colleges and Tianxian Alliance. It would be good if they can explore the secret realm a few times. The great secret realm is an opportunity that can only be encountered but cannot be sought. Countless beast masters want to explore the secret realm to gain opportunities, but they never come across it. This guy Xinmiao actually said that he could easily find the secret realm of Fuyuan. If this news gets out, some old monsters practicing in seclusion will come out to capture her alive. It is completely a living secret detection radar. Weichi stopped chewing. Classmate Xinmiao, you can't make jokes like this randomly. If it is leaked, you will be in danger. Xinmiao put her chin in her hands and smiled. I've only told you about this ability. My parents don't even know about it. Aren't you afraid that if I leak it you will be killed? Because I believe you, you are not that kind of person. Weichi. Liang Xue kicked her paws uneasily. I didn't expect the human emperor's sword to have such abnormal abilities. No wonder this woman Xinmiao upgraded like a rocket, with as many mythical beasts and magic weapons as wholesale. If Xinmiao didn't lie, could she be used to help find the whereabouts of the demon dragon king? What if she is just pretending to be generous and wants to use her beauty to trick her master into obtaining the mountain and sea seal? Don't be fooled. Liang Xue bit Weiqi's arm gently, signaling him not to believe it. Weiqi looked at Xinmiao, who was smiling like a flower, and a fierce psychological struggle appeared in his mind. Satan, my beautiful sister is so cute, think about it. What if what she said is true, and she can pick up beautiful women and prostitute treasures, and she will definitely make money? God, don't agree to her in a hurry. If what she says is true, you will owe her a huge favor. The hardest debt in the world to repay is the debt of gratitude. I personally recommend keeping your distance from her. God, what if everything she said is false, and she just wants to give up her vigilance and sneak up on you to steal the mountain and sea seal? Satan, afraid of her snakeskin stick and hammer? There is an imperial sword in this girl's body. At worst, the limit of self-destruction will be changed, and everyone will die together. God, that won't work. We still have a lot of things to do, so we can't trade them with her. Satan, everyone has guessed that you have the seal of mountains and seas on your body. You can't hide from it. If you ask me to put it on you, I might be able to turn her into my wife. God, you pervert. Satan, if you can, cut me off. God. Weichi covered her head. No matter how rationally and second brother argued, he had to admit a few facts. 1. If what Xinmiao said is true, it will be a real benefit to Weichi. 2. Xinmiao knew that Weichi had the mountain and sea seal. If she really wanted to harm Weichi, she would not be able to avoid it unless she killed her. 3. At present, it seems that the other party has no malicious intentions. Xinmiao can definitely carry out a sneak attack. There is no need to show her cards, so the probability of her telling the truth is more than 80%. 4. What Xinmiao wants from Weichi is currently unknown. Weichi rubbed Liang Xue's little head. Ms. Shen, why did you do this? What's the purpose? Xinmiao smiled and said, I said it before, one more enemy is not as good as one more friend. Weichi thought for a moment. If you can help me find a blessing related to dragon pets, I am willing to make friends with you. The dragons are not cats or dogs, nor are they the cabbage and potatoes that are in the market. If Xinmiao really has the ability to find the dragon's acupoint, it wouldn't hurt to be her friend. Xinmiao smiled mysteriously. This is simple, let's add your contact information, and I will send you the detailed coordinates in the evening. Weichi opened her mouth. Huh! So fast? I thought we needed to start a forum to practice. Hee, what age is this? Weichi added Xinmiao's WeChat account with the attitude of giving it a try. It didn't cost any money anyway. The avatar is a picture of her standing on the top of a mountain. The name is God rewards those who work hard. Walking alone? As expected of your name. Xinmiao chuckled. After talking about the business, the two of them started to cook. When leaving, Xinmiao looked at Liang Xue and Weiqi's arms. Weiqi, tomorrow is a day off, do you want to let them compete? After saying that, she picked up her Tsanglei six-tailed fox. Weiqi immediately shook her head. If I don't fight, my Liang Xue is of low rank. How can I beat the epic-level Tsanglei six-tailed fox? Then can you reveal what level of spiritual pet Liang Xue is? No! Humph, how stingy. Xinmiao pursed her lips. Ms. Shen, thank you for the treat. Weiqi changed the subject and prepared to run away. You have to invite me next time. Okay. Weiqi waved goodbye. The moment Weiqi disappeared from Xinmiao's sight, Tsanglei six-tailed fox said, Master, is your approach too risky? If he leaks the human emperor's sword, we will be in danger. Xinmiao patted the little purple fox on the back. I can feel a reassuring aura on him, and he has the dragon pledge in his left hand, which he obviously didn't have before entering the dungeon. Now they should be more afraid of being exposed than we are. Tsanglei six-tailed fox gritted his teeth and said, Dragon deed? That should be yours. Why is this happening? In its view, every generation of holders of the human emperor's sword is born with great luck, and the surrender of the divine dragon is a certainty. An unknown poor boy actually stole the opportunity that should have belonged to his master. And the master still intends to date that boy. My uncle can't bear it, and neither can my aunt. Lei, a fire-attributed spiritual pet, is irritable and irritable by nature. Xin Miao quickly comforted the pet. Submit to God's will, Xiao Zi, don't be angry, be good. I'm just complaining for my master. I'm fine, let's go home. Ouch. Xin Miao got into a Porsche holding Tsang Lei's six-tailed fox. Weichi's figure kept appearing in her mind. The holder of the mountain and sea seal. Mysterious little snow-white fox. The inexplicable dragon contract. There is also that indescribable sense of intimacy. Who is he? Xin Miao became very curious about this boy. Chapter 31 Generous Dungeon Rewards. Weichi gently closed the door. The curvature of the corners of his mouth is even harder to suppress than a case. It's great! It's great! It's great! I didn't expect that I could make it into the top 3. The Key Beast Control Academy is already within my grasp. The current ranking far exceeded Wei Qi's expectations, so he threw Liang Shui onto the sofa. Liang Shui, I'm free? Hiss, my shoulder hurts a little. As the saying goes, excessive joy brings sorrow. Wei Qi jumped a few times and tore the wound on his arm. A gentle female voice came to my ears. Master, Shui will help you bandage your wound. Liang Shui, dressed in a white fox fur coat, was holding a roll of bandage and looking at Wei Qi lovingly. Oh, okay. Liang Shui's technique was quite skillful, and Wei Qi couldn't help but praise her. You are really good at it. Liang Shui's pretty face turned red and she remained silent, shy. In her previous life, she had seen too many times with her own eyes how to deal with external injuries, and she was a person who had experienced the disease for a long time but became a good doctor. Master. Are you really planning to find a dragon as your second spiritual pet? Liang Shui asked softly. Wei Qi looked at the black dragon contract on the back of his left hand and said, Let it be. After all, dragons are not cheap things that can be found everywhere. Many people may never see a dragon in their entire lives. I personally prefer a spiritual pet of a slightly lower grade and better practicality. After all, spiritual pets are four-legged gold-eating beasts. It is said that dragons have huge appetites and bad tempers, and they like all kinds of shiny luxury goods. Wei Qi only has 1.5 million yuan in savings, and it is difficult for him to support Liang Shui alone. Liang Shui, you are free to move around. I have also taught you how to use the TV. Liang Shui sat on the sofa and shook her cute fox ears. Master, what are you going to do? I need to check something. After saying that, Wei Qi went into the bedroom, turned on the computer and started looking up information about Adikos and the Tianxian secret treasure. As Wei Qi expected, there was no information about the 10 secret treasures of Tianxian and Adikos on the internet. There is some information about the demon race on it. The demons are a mysterious race, mostly of dark attributes, exuding a mysterious demonic aura. They have tenacious vitality and are difficult to kill. They were eventually sealed in the demon world by the goddess of hope and the ancestors of mankind. The only remaining demons on the continent are a ragtag group of inferior bloodlines. For example, there are succubi who can seduce people and drain their essence, there are ugly ogres, there are goblins who like to hunt women, and so on. Although the demons in the world today are not true pure-blooded demons, they are still powerful. 2.5 years ago, the culprit who led the monsters to attack Tianga's city was a level 6 demon named Bloody Ripper, who was nearly 30 meters tall, with magic horns on his head and flesh wings on his back. When the Bloody Ripper was about to break through the northern defense line and attack the northern fortress, Giant Snake City, a beast master who called himself Tian Yu, took action and killed the demon instantly, saving countless ordinary people. Wei Qi looked at the computer and touched his chin. Adikos seems to have mentioned the term celestial being. Unfortunately, the result of the Baidu's search was the angel tribe. The angels are mysterious pets that follow the goddess of hope when she appears in the world. Most of them are female, and are divided into 2, 4, and 6 wings. They possess pure light spiritual power. Most of the angels that exist in the world are enshrined in the headquarters of the Western goddess cult. Due to the complex influence of the Dragon Kingdom, the goddess cult in the territory is equivalent to a mascot and occasionally serves as the opening master of ceremonies for major festivals or celebrations. You really can't find it? Wei Qi stretched lazily. The ancient and mysterious demon Adikos tells secrets that mortals cannot possibly access. Looking at the dragon contract on the back of his hand, Wei Qi thought of the huge black dragon with wings covering the sky. If I could tame a dragon of that magnitude and let it fly into the sky, my life would be worthwhile. The Demon Dragon King, a title that sounds impressive. Hey, stop dreaming! If you can tame a subdragon, you can walk sideways among your peers. By the way, I haven't checked the rewards for clearing the dungeon carefully yet. Wei Qi ran back to the living room as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Liang Shui, who was kneeling on the sofa and praying with her eyes closed, opened her eyes slightly. Master? I almost forgot about the clearance reward. Wei Qi opened the tattered backpack. Inside lay a sparkling red gem, a 5-pointed star that shone with a mysterious luster, and a pair of gloves. Weichi pinched the red gem, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Is this a fire attribute spiritual seal? Weichi can feel the fiery energy from the fire spirit seal. Fire is the strongest spiritual attribute for group attacks. If he successfully refines this spirit seal, he will be able to comprehend satisfactory combat skills. I'm still 3 levels away. How about spending some money to try it? I'll be more confident in the mock battle the day after tomorrow. Weichi placed the fire spirit seal on the table and cast his eyes towards the twinkling 5-pointed star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, top grade star pattern. This is really powerful. Star pattern is an essential item for a beast master to strengthen his pet. It is divided into 3 grades according to the number of corners. The triangle is of inferior quality, the quadrilateral is of medium quality, the pentagram is of superior quality, and the hexagram is of the best quality. The Beastmaster uses fixed techniques to carve star energy into the chest, arms, head, thighs, and buttocks of the pet to gain additional combat skills. Each part has 3 inscription spells, and only one effect can be selected. Liang Xue, you are blessed! Cool snow, asterisk. Weichi opened his phone and opened the Tianxian Alliance app without saying a word. Click on star marking. TSK, there are quite a lot of varieties. Choose the Fox Clan. A fucking page suddenly popped up on the phone screen. Would you like to spend 200,000 Tianxian coins to purchase the Yuhu Heart Sutra? Damn, they charge for this? The Tianxian Alliance is too shady. Even though he cursed, Weichi had no choice but to pay the money in order to enhance Liang Shue's strength. Please select the engraving part. Weichi glanced at Liang Shue's full and firm breasts, and clicked breasts, very sincerely. Liang Shue's fox ears drooped, and her expression became shy. The app shows engraving techniques and operation guides suitable for Liang Shue. Phantom Assault improves mobility, allowing fox pets to move n number of tails, times in a short period of time. Each charge will leave a phantom of a fox that lasts for 10 seconds. The higher the grade, the longer the charge distance. Charming Eyes improve control and strengthen the racial skills of fox pets. Enchanted enemies gain a vulnerability buff. The more tails there are, the stronger the vulnerability effect. Crescent Moon Slash increases explosive power. After a short period of charging, the fox pet will lock onto a single target, causing pursuit and high single target damage. The more tails it has, the greater the damage. Liang Xue, which skill do you want to choose? Weichi handed the phone to her. Xue always listens to her master. Liang Xue smiled sweetly. The Ice Attribute Fox tribe has no shortage of control, so they are excluded. Crescent Moon Slash is a good damage skill, but the single target pursuit does not fit the positioning of Liang Xue's long-range turret. The most suitable one for Liang Xue should be Phantom Assault. The 3-stage displacement plus the Fox Phantom, combined with Weichi's talent projection, can make the fake look real. It is worth mentioning that the star pattern engraving process is subject to special conditions. For example, Sang Yuzhan needs to be in a secret place filled with the breath of death. The Charming Eyes require 3 additional fox eyeballs. Fortunately, the requirements for the Phantom Raid are that the fox tribe evolves into a 3-tailed form and has a large amount of spiritual stones. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Soon, the courier's voice was heard at the door. Ding Tianxian Alliance Express. Weichi touched Liang Shue's head. Liang Xue, are you ready? It might be a little painful for the first time. Liang Xue, lying in Weichi's arms, was soft and cute. Master, please be gentle. Looking at the charming and cute little fox girl in his arms, Weichi's fist hardened. Chapter 32 Liang Shue's First Engraving. The afternoon sunlight penetrated the glass and shone onto Weichi's bed. Liang Xue was lying flat on the bed with her arms folded across her chest, curling her toes nervously. Master, aren't you going to start yet? Weichi, who was sitting at the head of the bed, took a deep breath and closed the inscription of 48 styles. Although Weichi had very good scores in the engraving test when he was in school, he could easily stay focused when facing inanimate objects during the test. Liang Xue, who has a sexy figure, is the biggest unforgettable problem for Weichi, who has normal physiology. It is difficult to erase the star pattern after it is engraved. Doing so will damage the foundation of the spirit pet and waste the engraving materials. Therefore, it is very difficult to engrave perfectly. He was more worried about Liang Xue's health than the financial loss. Weichi said, Liang Xue, why don't you change back to your beast form? You cannot lower the success rate of engraving for your own selfish desires. A strange light flashed in Liang Xue's beautiful eyes. Master, the success rate of engraving is higher in human form, right? The book does mention that the success rate of engraving is higher after a spirit pet transforms into a human. Weichi swallowed his saliva. But Don't worry, Master. No matter what you do to Shui, I won't resist. We are spiritually connected partners. Since Liang Shui said she didn't mind, there was no need for Weichi to be fussy. Weichi held the essence spiritual stone that he had just spent 200,000 yuan on in his left hand, and pinched the top-grade star mark in his right hand. Are you really ready? Liang Shui has a great figure, and it is impossible for a human to have a perfect body shape. The trembling fullness rose and fell with her breathing. Can't be distracted, can't be distracted. Liang Shui exclaimed softly, and her bright snow-white face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. In his previous life, Weichi had average luck and only did a hand engraving for Liang Shui once. She was actually quite nervous inside. Liang Shui was worried that Weichi would be nervous, so she quickly added, Master, don't be nervous. Shui will fully cooperate with you. Weichi nodded slightly and picked up a spiritual stone that was flashing blue light. It may be painful when engraving for the first time. If you can't hold on, shout out and I will slow down. Shui, don't be afraid. Liang Shui bit her lower lip lightly and grabbed the bedsheets with both hands. Weichi concentrated his mind and gently unbuttoned the fox fur coat. The warm sunlight shines into the house, and the perfect fried egg appears on the paper. Ouch! Weichi's heart was pounding and his brain went blank for a moment. After coming to his senses, he placed the star pattern in his right hand on Liang Shui's chest. The star pattern resonated with her body, and Liang Shui turned into light. The first step was successful. Weichi closed his eyes and communicated with the spiritual contract in the beast-controlling space. A wonderful power surged into his chest. Open your eyes again. The Liang Shui beneath him had gradually become transparent, and he could easily see every important vein in Liang Shui's body. Weichi nodded with satisfaction. He grabbed a piece of refined spirit stone and crushed it hard. Then he pressed Liang Shui's collarbone with one hand. The fragments of the spirit stone were slowly absorbed into Liang Shui's body. I'm going in. Weichi touched her downwards, and the smooth skin made his whole body tremble. Ouch, oh woof. Did I use too much force? Liang Shui slightly arched her body, closed her eyes tightly and looked like she was gritting her teeth. It doesn't hurt at all, it's very comfortable. Weichi felt extremely distressed but did not dare to slack off. He kept crushing the spirit stones and injecting them into Liang Shui's chest. The blue light became brighter and brighter. After all the spirit stones worth 200,000 were used up, a chaotic star pattern appeared on Liang Shui's chest. Weichi took a deep breath and bent down to observe carefully. The star pattern on the Fox Taming Sutra kept coming back to my mind. Come on. Don't let desire overcome your reason. Liang Shui trusts you so much, you must not let her down. Weichi lightly tapped the center of the star pattern with his right index finger. His spiritual power flowed into Liang Shui's body through his index finger. The power of the star patterns and spirit stones began to change according to Weichi's spiritual consciousness. My master, Liang Shui let out an uncontrollable moan. Fortunately, Weichi had already plugged his ears with cotton in advance. Spiritual power continuously poured into Liang Shui's body. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 4 hours. The lifelike fox engraving is finally completed. As the sun sets, the blood-red sunlight shines on Weichi and Liang Shui. Phew! Finally done. Wow! Weichi, whose body was numb and sore, could no longer hold on and lay on top of Liang Shui. His strength and energy were completely drained by the ritual. His face was extremely pale and he couldn't even lift his eyelids. Liang Shui's body continued to emit a strange fragrance, and Weichi couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. Liang Shui stretched out her arms and hugged Weichi's head tightly. Master, you have worked hard. Just be successful. Weichi's tense spirit suddenly relaxed, and he actually fell asleep in the scent of milk. Liang Shui touched her chest and said to herself, It hurts. After resting for a while, Liang Shui returned to normal. She considerately helped Weichi take off his clothes and covered him with a quilt. Liang Shui looked at Weichi, whose face was pale and whose breath was weak, and her delicate hands could not help but touch his chest. The master is a guy with lustful thoughts but no courage. By the time he comes to his senses, it will be too late. Now is a perfect time to take possession of the master. The little fox's tail stood up high, and a hint of pink mist appeared in its deep blue eyes. When her jade lips were about to kiss the corner of Weichi's mouth. Not now! But I can't help it. The battle-damaged master is so handsome. I want to possess him so much. Liang Shui covered her face with her hands and shook her head desperately. No, the star pattern engraving will consume a lot of the beast master's physical strength, and the master will definitely be hungry when he wakes up. As a qualified beast master, I'd better help my master prepare dinner. Weichi slowly opened his eyes. What I see in front of me is not the naughty big white rabbit, but the familiar ceiling. The feeling of weakness and exhaustion has long disappeared. He picked up the phone next to the pillow. 1928. The energy of the blood nether fruit is so strong. I slept for a whole night last time I overdrawn my energy. Weichi returned to the bee-stinging space to check Liang Shue's panel. Name Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox. Rank, Superior Imperial Grade. Level 17. Race, Monster Tribe. Skill. Ice Leap, Normal Active, attacks group targets and tears enemies to cause bleeding effect, replaces with Ice Spear to attack single target in long-range mode. Jade Shattering, Death Rattle, after the Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox dies, it will cause irreversible freezing and frostbite effects to surrounding enemies. Ice Cannon, Elite Active, after charging, it will cause penetrating damage and freezing effect to enemies in a straight line, and can be cast up to 3 times in a row. Chu Lian, General's Halo, Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox has a 20% chance of being immune to any damage. Snowfall, the Emperor takes the initiative to create a snow river icefall with the target as the center, causing a large-scale group attack, causing freezing and frostbite effects. Charm, Racial Skill, charms a single target and makes it fall into an uncontrollable state, lasting 5 seconds. Phantom Assault, the star pattern on the chest allows you to sprint 3 times in a short period of time. After each sprint, a fox phantom will be generated at the same place for 10 seconds. Trust, 100. Leveled up to level 17? That's great, it's worthy of being a top-grade star pattern. After the spirit pet absorbs the star pattern, its level will be randomly increased. Demon Shooter is a racial skill that is awakened during Liang Shue's battle with Adikos. 3 stages of displacement, it feels like the Gua Sha Queen. Fortunately, Liang Xue has 2 large area damage skills, not Ari, the mascot in LOL. Weichi was still happily imagining Liang Xue evolving into a 9-tailed demon fox. There was a crackling sound outside the bedroom. What's going on? Was there a burglary at home? Weichi quickly got out of bed and opened the door. Chapter 33 Liang Xue, who is good at dark cuisine. Weichi quietly opened the bedroom door. The living room was empty. The sound came from the kitchen. Weichi tiptoed and poked his head out from the wall. It was a false alarm. It turned out that Liang Xue, wearing an apron, was cooking soup in the kitchen. She was wearing Weichi's old clothes and a short home skirt, and her soft blue hair was braided into a small braid hanging in front of her chest. It feels like seeing a newlywed wife. Is Liang Xue helping me prepare dinner? So happy. Weichi used tomcat-like body movements to come to the kitchen door and peek at what was going on inside. Liang Xue hummed happily. First, prepare starch and hot oil. Liang Xue, very good, it grasps the essence of hot soup in one go. Hot soup without thickening has no soul. Weichi, who was hiding at the kitchen door, had a happy look on his face. He thought Liang Xue couldn't cook. It turns out I was overthinking it. Liang Xue picked up a notebook and muttered. Well, first fry the chopped green onions until fragrant, then add water. It turns out that the crackling sound is the sound of frying food. And should I add lychees or fried chicken? Weichi's facial muscles twitched. The master likes to eat lychees the most, let's add lychees. Chives. Lamb. And eggs. By the way, the owner likes chili very much, add more chili. And the mackerel. The bright kitchen seems to have been transformed into a witch potion refinery, with green, purple, blue and other colors reflected on the walls. Hello, hey. You're not cooking at all. Weichi was just about to push the door open to stop Liang Xue from continuing to develop dark cuisine. The owner who drinks this bowl of soup will definitely praise me. Xue is a capable little fox, hee. Liang Xue stirred the spoon while dreaming. As a human spouse, housework ability is an important indicator. Weichi was shocked when he heard this. It turns out that Liang Xue wants to be his wife. What a wonderful start. He also likes Liang Xue, who is soft, cute, good at fighting and cute. If I rush in now and point out that the soup Liang Xue made tastes terrible, she will definitely feel upset, right? As a host, you must encourage and praise their efforts. The image of his stern father suddenly flashed through his mind. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what he did, he had never received his praise. Weichi didn't want Liang Xue to experience that suffocating feeling of frustration. He sat back on the sofa in the living room silently. Not long after, the kitchen door opened. Liang Xue stuck out her tongue and looked at Weichi in surprise. Master, are you awake? Well, I just got up and I'm a little hungry. Liang Xue happily ran over to ask for credit. Master, Xue just cooked some hot soup, would you like to try it? Weichi pretended to be surprised and pinched Liang Xue's cheek. Of course, Liang Xue, you are so virtuous. Liang Xue blushed immediately when she was praised, and her ears drooped. Xue will go get you a bowl right away. Liang Xue ran to the kitchen happily. Weichi looked at her back and swallowed. If I train Liangxue to be my future wife, it seems like a good choice. To marry a human woman, you need a car and a house, and you also have to pay a sky-high bride price. They give out red envelopes during festivals and ask for money at every turn. Once I get admitted into a key beast taming academy, I will spend more time and energy to cultivate my feelings for Liangxue. Master, hot soup is here! Liangxue smiled and placed a pot of hot soup on the coffee table. Open the lid of the pot and the aroma will hit you. It's hard to imagine how Liangxue can cook such a fragrant hot soup. Liangxue very considerately helped Weichi fill a bowl of hot soup, blowing air into it while saying, Master, drink it while it's hot. For some reason, the famous scene of delaying time to take medicine suddenly appeared in Weichi's mind. Okay, I'll drink it. The hot soup looks perfectly normal, and has a rich, aromatic smell. It looks so delicious, it shouldn't be a dark dish, right? Weichi took the bowl and took a big sip under Liangxue's expectant gaze. Well, it's indescribably unpalatable. Hot. Bitter. Still so sour. Weichi's eyes were blurry, and he almost saw his deceased grandfather on Earth. His strong physique prevented him from vomiting out all at once. Weichi gritted his teeth and drank all the soup. Drinking soup is such a wonderful thing. Master, how does it taste? Liangxue was recognized by Weichi, and the word, happy, was written all over her face. Weichi's face turned pale. Not too salty, not too bland, it tastes really good. It's delicious, please drink more. If it's not enough, Xue will make you more. Liangxue picked up the empty bowl and poured in the hot soup with black steam. Weichi suddenly had an idea and pointed to the bathroom while holding her stomach. My stomach feels uncomfortable, maybe I ate too spicy food at noon. Liangxue scratched her head in confusion as she watched Weichi fleeing in a hurry. Is Xue's cooking unpalatable? There's no reason. It's filled with the master's favorite food and ingredients that nourish the yang energy. Liangxue picked up the soup spoon and scooped a bowl. The fox's ears swayed, and its tail fluttered gently. It tastes delicious, doesn't it? Xue is indeed the most virtuous vixen. In the previous life, Liangxue and Weichi were hungry and full, and their taste buds developed in an incredible direction. Weichi hid in the bathroom and dug his throat hard to spit out the dark food. I didn't expect that the sexy, cute and powerful Liangxue could cook so well. If she were to become a family chef, Weichi might not survive this year. No, we have to find a way to keep her away from the kitchen. Weichi washed his face, reluctant to get angry at his pet. The bathroom door opened. Master, the soup is cold. Can Xue heat it up for you? Weichi waved his hand. I ate too much at noon, my stomach is not used to it. Just drinking soup won't satisfy my hunger. I'm going to make some fried rice. Liangxue, who trusted Weichi unconditionally, never thought that her master was lying to her. Weichi skillfully beat eggs, chopped onions and garlic, heated the pan and poured oil into it, and soon made a bowl of ordinary egg fried rice. Liangxue rubbed her hands as she looked at the fragrant fried rice in front of her, obviously very curious. Master, how do you make egg fried rice? Want to learn? I'll teach you later, Weichi said. Yes, Xue wants to make all kinds of delicious food for the master. It's enough that you have this heart. I am a beast master, not a gigolo who is taken care of by you. While eating, Weichi suddenly remembered something. He took out the Zerg spirit crystal and high-quality feed from his backpack. Liangxue here, it's time for you to eat. Liangxue suddenly made a very bold decision. She untied her apron, walked to Weichi, and sat on his thighs. Because Liangxue has a long tail, she basically can't wear Weichi's pants. The cream-colored round cake was firmly imprinted on the leg, and the fluffy tail kept teasing Weichi's Adam's apple. After turning into a human, Liangxue is nearly 1.7 meters tall. Looking down from Weichi's perspective, you can see her white and deep career line. The white and greasy feel with excellent elasticity is unforgettable. Master, please feed Xue. The vixen leaned on his shoulder and said with a smile. Weichi was about to dunk again when his cell phone buzzed on the coffee table. A trace of displeasure flashed across Liangxue's brows. What blind guy dares to ruin my good deeds? Chapter 34 The Whereabouts of the Demon Dragon King? Is it her? Weichi clicked on the WeChat message sent by Xin Miao. Xin Miao, positioning.jpg. Xin Miao, this is the location of the dragon's lair closest to Pegasus City. If you believe me, you can try it. Weichi hesitated for a moment and typed, OK. Xin Miao took the initiative to send a series of screenshots. Weichi took a closer look and saw that it was an inscription on the Royal Fox Sutra. Xin Miao, your natal beast is also a fox, let's take a look. The corner of Weichi's mouth twitched, and she reluctantly said, Unfortunately, I just bought the engraving annotation on the app. Shin Miao sent a big smiley face. Weichi, anyway, thank you. Shin Miao, you're welcome. The call is completed. The location given by Shin Miao was in the western suburbs of Weijiang City. Pegasus City, where Weichi lives, is in the northern part of the Dragon Kingdom and is a third-tier town. Weijiang City is sandwiched between the northern fortresses of Serpent City and Pegasus City, and can be reached in about 2 hours by intercity train. Lianxue looked at the messages on her phone and fell into deep thought. River City? She vaguely remembered that the Demon Dragon King's appearance in the previous life was accompanied by a once-in-a-century meteor shower, and the approximate location was indeed north of Giant Snake City and south of Pegasus City. Is the news from Shin Miao really credible? Could it be a trap to ensnare the owner? Weichi opened the evil map and compared it carefully. On the western outskirts of Weijiang, in the Sunset Forest, the monsters wandering nearby are at level 1 to 2, and they don't look dangerous. Master, do you believe what that woman said? Lianxue asked with drooped ears. Weichi shook her head. I want to believe it, but I can't believe it. What should I do? In a society with complex human hearts, trusting others is a big gamble every time. The beauty in Weichi's heart gradually dissipated, and he carried Lianxue back to the sofa. People are like this. If they have a thought, they will think about it. If I don't have a dragon contract, I dare not covet a dragon pet because I can't afford it. Weichi touched his left hand and said, Since God has given me a chance to change my fate, I can only take a gamble. After the national exam is over, we will try our luck after reaching level 10 and officially opening the second spiritual contract. Even if we can't find a dragon pet, there should be a suitable partner for us in the Sunset Forest. Lianxue nodded slightly in agreement. She has absolute confidence in her own abilities. Oh, by the way, there is also a pair of gloves in the dungeon treasure chest. Weichi put on the pair of black short gloves, with a round spirit stone on the back of the gloves. Looking at the style, could it be a spiritual weapon? Weichi injected the spiritual power in his body into the gloves. The spirit stone on the back of the glove emits a faint red light. Soon, a ball of blazing flames condensed out of thin air in Weichi's hands. It is indeed a spiritual weapon. It can transform the spiritual power of the Beastmaster into flames to attack the enemy. Letting Weichi control the flame in his palm, he walked to the balcony and aimed at the sky. Bang! The flame flew 5 meters away and then suddenly exploded. The attack distance is 5 meters, say. I finally have the ability to fight head-on. Weichi's current spiritual power is enough to perform 5 consecutive fire attacks at most. Looking at the shining stars in the sky, Weichi breathed a sigh of relief. Although the dungeon journey was extremely dangerous, he obtained a lot of treasures and precious dragon contracts. The journey of life will become more glorious. Lianxue gently grasped the edge of the shirt and slowly walked behind Weichi. Master, what are your plans for tomorrow? Weichi turned around slowly. Originally I was planning to take you to eat, drink and have fun in the city, but now we have to improve our strength as much as possible. Opportunities always come to those who are prepared. Okay. Weichi looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Lianxue, I will make it up to you after I enroll in school. Lianxue hugged Weichi and said coquettishly. As long as I can live with my master, Xue is already very happy. The master is still the same. He always says he's just going to give up and wait for death, but his body works harder than anyone else. Otherwise, that woman Lu Suyu wouldn't have competed with me for the master. The experience in the previous life made Lianxue fully understand what it means to be born in adversity and die in comfort. Master, Xue is still too lazy compared to you. Lianxue, I need to rest. Oh. Lianxue pouted her lips in grievance. She still wanted to stay with her master for a while. Weichi pointed at the TV. You can watch TV or play on the computer, but I suggest you go to bed early as well. We still have a lot of things to do tomorrow. Lianxue picked up a pillow. Master Xue wants to sleep with you. Weichi looked at the beautiful blue-haired fox girl in front of him who was not wearing any underwear, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sleeping with Lianxue, who is so obedient and has a sexy body, my second brother will definitely be super excited and won't need to sleep at night. Even if I don't agree, you will still sneak into bed in the middle of the night, right? Hey. Don't grab the quilt. Weichi turned and went into the bedroom. Yeah. Weichi looked at Lianxue beside the pillow. The skin, which is whiter than frost and snow, emits an alluring luster under the moonlight, and the tall and delicate snow-white fat is visible, so white that it is somewhat dazzling. Lianxue asked with a smile. Master, why aren't you sleeping yet? Weichi. He still underestimated how attractive Lianxue was. Satan, men have to rush. Anyway, she is your natal beast. With the current trust, it's okay even if you have sex with her. God, no. That is coercion. It is not what I want at all. Satan, just touch it, just once. God ahem. Then you can only touch it once. Weichi battled with the gods and immortals in his mind, and finally mustered up the courage to stretch out his right hand. Huff, huff, huff. Unexpectedly, the culprit who caused his upset mood actually fell asleep. Looking at Liang Shue's beautiful sleeping face, the distracting thoughts in Weichi's mind gradually disappeared. Her brows knitted slightly, as if she had a nightmare. Woo-woo, master, don't leave Shui. I'm here. Weichi rubbed Liang Shue's little head, and the latter's expression became much calmer. The moonlit night was quiet, and a feeling of fatigue suddenly hit Weichi. His eyelids were getting heavier. The bright morning light shone into the house, and Liang Shui slowly opened her eyes. Are your eyes wet again? I dreamed about the day we separated again. Atiko's endless nightmare reminded her of that dark day again. When Liang Shui came to her senses, she found that Weichi had changed his clothes and was sitting cross-legged at the head of the bed with his eyes closed. Oh, the master is meditating and practicing again. Alas, why am I becoming more and more lazier after returning to my master's side? If I had a choice, I still want to be the little lazy fox beside my master. Liang Shui knew that Weichi was a crazy practitioner. She tiptoed out of bed and helped Weichi prepare breakfast. Liang Shui, are you awake? After finishing his meditation, Weichi slowly opened his eyes. Well, Shui didn't disturb the master, did she? She asked cautiously. No. Weichi put on his shoes and got out of bed. Let's go, I've already had breakfast. Huh! Today's target is Xuantu Spring. Chapter 35, where Lucy went. The Xuantu Spring? Well, it can help me quickly level up. I searched thousands of times last night and found one near the northwest stronghold of Pegasus City, Weichi said. Xuantu Spring, full name Goddess Spring. It is hoped that the goddess will use her divine power to purify the magical spring water, and the Beast Master can unconditionally upgrade to the next level after drinking a sip. There are 10 levels of Goddess Fountain, corresponding to the 10th level of Beast Master. Xuantu is the official title for Beast Masters of level 0 to level 10. Weichi was upgraded from 7 stars to 8 stars through last night's engraving ceremony. Drinking the Xian-Tu Spring will allow you to directly reach level 9, and then going to the Tianxian Chamber of Commerce to buy some low-level elixirs will allow you to easily reach level 10. If we can successfully break through the Xuanzhi realm today, our chances of winning the battle tomorrow will be higher. Shui understands. Weichi patted Liang Shui's head and said, Before leaving the city, I want to go to Sister Lu's store. We will leave Pegasus City after the exam. Liang Shui agreed as if nothing had happened, but she was actually extremely jealous and throwing a tantrum. Liang Shui and Weichi have only been in contact for 3 days. Therefore, Lu Xiyu, as the goddess of his dreams, has a higher status in Weichi's heart now. After all, Lu Xiyu has been with Weichi for a whole clean year. And that was when he needed help the most. Snort. I will definitely defeat that coquettish buster girl and become the most important person in my master's heart. Weichi carried Liang Shui in fox form and took the tram to the commercial street. Liang Shui also wants to become a beautiful girl and be close to her master. Between her own selfish desires and her master's safety, she chose the latter. Weichi still has 1.1 million yuan left in his pocket. If Lu Xiyu hadn't helped, he really wouldn't have been willing to spend money to help Liang Shui engrave it immediately. Looking at the balance of his bank card, Weichi's mind flashed with the image of a mature older sisters, but... Oh! What am I thinking? It's so cruel! Liang Shui? A man and a fox came to Lu Xiyu's pet shop. At this time, the door of the pet shop was open, and a group of decoration workers walked in carrying ladders. Sister Lu really sold the store? Weichi was not too surprised. With an attitude of giving it a try, Weichi knocked on the door. Excuse me, is there anyone in charge of this store? The decorators all looked at a man in a light-colored suit and gold-rimmed glasses. The man with glasses turned slightly and said politely, I am the owner of this store, what can I do for you? With his outstanding looks, he could definitely play the leading role in a hit movie, but Weichi thinks that a man with glasses is more suitable to be a gentle villain. Hello, I am a former employee of this store. May I ask where the former owner went? I still have not received my salary. Weichi said the lines he had prepared in advance. The man pushed up his glasses and looked very surprised. So you are the young man the former store owner mentioned. Don't worry, she is well prepared. After the man finished speaking, he took out his cell phone and motioned Weichi to scan the code. How much money do you owe? 5,000. I'll turn you. The man was very happy. Weichi frowned. Lu Xiyu's withholding of wages was just an excuse he made up. How could this man be so happy? No doubt at all? It's her who owes me money, not you. I can't ask you for money, Weichi said. The man stood there in a daze. He didn't expect Weichi to not want money? So how do you want to deal with this? Tell me where she went. I want the money back myself. The man pushed up his glasses, a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. You want to look for her? I remember she said she was going to the base near the Ice Soul Forest to buy something. Ice Soul Forest? What is Sister Lu doing there? She is obviously not a beast tamer, so why would she go to such a dangerous place? Thank you. Weichi thanked him and turned to leave. You're welcome. The man with glasses looked at Weichi's leaving back, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. At this time, a decoration worker stood on tiptoe beside him and whispered. Palace Master Wei, the man just now was the little boy that Xiao Protector picked up in Tianda City. They seem to have a good relationship. Oh? I didn't expect that the Dragon Protector, at his age, still likes this kind of tender and delicate boy. The man with glasses laughed. Palace Master Wei, why would you go to so much trouble to get rid of him? Your subordinates have already prepared the soul-stealing needle dot. After saying this, the decorator took out a very exquisite spiritual weapon from his arms. The man with glasses shook his head. How can we, the Tianming Palace, take action against a mere disciple like him? There's no need to bother with this kind of trash. Using the soul-stealing needle to kill him will only attract the dragon guards. Don't forget, our target is the missing Shanghai seal. The decorator grinned and took the soul-snatching needle into his arms. Palace Master Wei, do you think the Jiao Guardian hid the mountain and sea seal? The man snorted coldly. Impossible. The Palace Master has been so kind to her, how could she betray the Palace Master? I know I was wrong. The decorator quickly slapped himself twice in the face. Palace Master Wei looked at the center of Pegasus City and sighed. Where is the mountain and sea seal? Could it have really been swallowed by a demon beast? Liang Shui looked at Weichi and cried out twice. Master, you are not going to the Ice Soul Forest to look for Luciyu's whereabouts, are you? Weichi smiled and rubbed Liang Shui's cheek. Do you think I'm stupid? Sister Lu is not a beast master. Would she, a woman, run to the Ice Soul Forest alone to give herself up? Even if she really went, I can't find her. The time difference is so long. Luciyu came and went in a hurry, and no one knew her true background. The men who coveted her said that she was the mistress of a big boss in Pegasus City, which was just a realistic speculation. What's more, Sister Lu has denied it herself. Weichi, sitting in the taxi, sighed lightly and silently wished Luciyu well in his heart. Thank you, Sister Lu. I hope your future life will be peaceful and smooth. Liang Shui looked up at Weichi, who was looking out the window, her eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. What the hell? In his previous life, Weichi had also come here to inquire about Luciyu's whereabouts. The man with glasses said that Luciyu might go to the Ice Soul Forest, so he rushed to the stronghold near the Ice Soul Forest like a madman. As a result, they encountered a very scary enemy, and Weichi was seriously injured and almost died. Liang Shui was already gearing up to settle old scores with that guy and put an end to Weichi's thoughts at the same time. I didn't expect that the master of this life would come to terms with it. He was not crazy about Luciyu. Just because they didn't meet that night and didn't have sex? How strange. Liang Shui also wondered whether the man with glasses was the real murderer who murdered his master. Unfortunately, she and Weichi never saw the man with glasses again. There was no subsequent assassination or pursuit, and everything seemed to be an accident. So Liang Shui ruled out this option. In her previous life, Luciyu secretly met with Weichi through correspondence. The premise is that Weichi met her the night before the national exam and developed feelings for her. The master's trajectory of action has changed in this life. Luciyu of unknown origin should not appear again. Finally, Liang Shui gave up thinking. She was more concerned about the whereabouts of the demon Dragon King than Luciyu. And Xin Miao, the future empress who appeared in the master's life out of thin air, is the woman who should be most wary. First, he took the initiative to send information as a friend, and then gave away the Royal Fox scripture worth 200,000 for free. This woman must have evil intentions and is plotting her master's body. The smart Liang Shui will not let her succeed easily. Chapter 36 Blind Nun? Weichi and Liang Shui came to the Pegasus North Gate where people were coming and going. This place is full of business groups, beast control teams and tourists traveling around the city. A man shouted hoarsely with a loudspeaker. Express train to the Fountain of the Goddess. 500 per person. A strong man held up a sign. The professional treasure hunting team of Ice Soul Forest is short of a fire attribute fighter. A female anchor with a beauty camera said, We are hiring a third-level beastmaster as a bodyguard at a high price. Don't miss it if you pass by. Swan City's specialty ice light beads. An essential material for the advancement of ice-type spirit pets. The Tianxian Chamber of Commerce has marked the price at 100,000 yuan per bead, but we sell it for 80,000 yuan. The merchant group vendor shouted at the top of his voice. Weichi's eyes lit up. You sell ice light beads here? The vendor chuckled and said, Brother, we are a merchant group from Swan City. These ice beads are all top quality goods. After saying that, he took out a pocket filled with round gems that sparkled with blue light. Every time a spirit pet gains 2 levels or a higher grade, it will undergo a transformation and learn new combat skills. Ice light beads are indeed the most needed material for ice-type spirit pets in the early stages. Pegasus City has a suitable climate, and there is no extremely cold land nearby, so naturally there is no ice material produced. Weichi took out his mobile phone and opened the Tianxian Alliance app. Search for prices of ice light beads. Young man, the lowest price of Tianxian Chamber of Commerce is 98,800. Don't look at it. We sell it directly, so it's cheap. The vendor explained. Weichi confirmed the market price of the ice light pearl and nodded slightly. 3 ice light beads are needed to break through to level 2, and 5 ice light beads are needed to advance. 8 times 8 is equal to 64. Okay, pick 8 for me. Since you are so forthright, I will give you a 10% discount. After paying 576,000 Tianxian coins, the vendor couldn't stop smiling. Weichi stuffed the ice light bead into his backpack, muttering, Money is so precious. Being a beast tamer is such an expensive profession. The deposit of 1.1 million yuan turned into 500,000 yuan in a blink of an eye. The vendor's eyes flashed with envy. Brother, although you beast masters spend money quickly, you also make money quickly. You can make a lot of money just by going out to kill monsters and catch pets. How can we sell goods in every city and end up with a tiny salary to support our families? Weichi saw that the vendor was eager to chat, so he asked casually. Swan City is in the north of Pegasus, right? Did you see a beautiful black-haired woman when you passed through the Ice Soul Forest? The vendor shrugged. There are so many female anchors running away these days. Are there any other characteristics? Weichi pondered for a moment and gestured with his hands. She has big breasts and a nice butt. She often wears a black veil and has a teardrop mole under the corner of her eye. The vendor shook his head. I've never seen such a beautiful woman running out alone. I'm afraid she's in great danger. Okay. Weichi waved his hand and prepared to leave. At this time, the vendor suddenly grabbed Weichi's shoulder and said, Brother, listen to my advice. Don't go to the Ice Soul Forest. The monsters there seem to have been stimulated by something and have become particularly bloodthirsty. Many guards of our caravan died when they passed by there. After selling this batch of goods, we also plan to take a detour to avoid the Ice Soul Forest when we return to the city. Thanks. Bye. After hearing what the merchant group vendor said, Weichi could only pray that Lu Xiu did not go to the Ice Soul Forest. Liangxue, half of the materials for the second level breakthrough have been collected. You must work hard to upgrade. Shuer understands. Weichi looked at the armored express that was about to be filled with people. Liangxue, how about we take a ride to Schwenter Spring and then stroll back to the city? I will listen to my master. The Schwenter Spring is near the Konglan stronghold northwest of Pegasus City. The hike takes at least 3 hours, and even if you venture into riding in the cool snow, it will take a long time. Stronghold. Important hubs on the communication routes of human main cities are usually heavily guarded to ensure safety. The stronghold can provide profitable services to beast masters. It can also be used as an outpost to detect the movements of nearby monsters and protect the safety of the main city. It can be understood as an artificial beacon tower from another world, thereby continuously expanding the battle line to recover the human territory. The intercity trains and intracity buses are completely different. The entire frame of these armored trains is made of the latest developed alloy steel. The car paint is mixed with the blood of high-level monsters. Moreover, each armored vehicle has been modified by engineers from the Tianxian Alliance. In case of emergency, the armored vehicle can be equipped with large-caliber main guns and special spiritual bullets to attack blind monsters. The security is very high, and a small number of civilians like to ride in field armored vehicles to experience the feeling of driving a tank. The man holding the megaphone and shouting saw Weichi. Handsome, are you going to the Goddess Fountain? It's full now, standing tickets are 200 per person, this is the last bus this morning, there will be no such store after this village. Weichi pursed his lips and took out his mobile phone to scan the code. Pay 200 yuan. The man with the loudspeaker waved his hand to shoo away the people coming from behind. It's full, you guys wait for the afternoon bus. Weichi carried Liang Shui into the armored bus. It was his first time riding in a field armored vehicle. The seats in the car were full, and most of the passengers, like Weichi, were trainee beast masters with young faces. Their purpose is the same as Weichi's, which is to go to the Goddess Fountain to gain the level of beast master for free. The armored vehicle started up with a roar and drove towards the Konglan stronghold in the northwest direction. Because the armored vehicle has weapons hidden inside and is bulky, it cannot travel very fast. It takes 1 hour to drive there. The enthusiastic female anchor, the couple who planned an outing, and the elderly couple enjoying the sunset slowly fell into a deep sleep. Because Weichi had a standing ticket, he didn't feel sleepy at all. The tall and straight Weichi and the soft and cute Liang Shui naturally became the focus of the passengers' attention. Several pretty girls came over with their phones. "Handsome guy, can you add me on contact? Your pet is so cute, can I touch its tail?" Weichi shrugged. "That depends on whether it agrees." A bold girl reached out and touched Liang Shui. "What a cute fox." Stupid woman, do you want to die?" Liang Shui frowned, revealing her sharp fangs, and her petite body made a cuckoo sound. "Sorry, it doesn't like you." The smile on Weiqi's face gradually disappeared. Several girls rolled their eyes at Weiqi in annoyance. "It's just a fox, what's there to be proud of? You straight bastards, so boring. Can it become my wife? You have a life of a loser, just hold the fox and jerk it off." You're looking for death, huh?" Liang Shui was furious after hearing this, and wanted to teach them a lesson. Weiqi quickly comforted her. "Be good, Liang Shui, don't bother with them." After this incident, Weiqi discovered a side of Liang Shui that no one knew about. It is very hostile to human females, and its temper is not like the soft and cute sister that Weiqi imagined. The armored vehicle stopped as it passed other strongholds. A blonde girl in white nun's clothes slowly stepped onto the bus. Weiqi couldn't help but look at her again. It's not because this blonde nun has long legs, a white face, and big breasts, that she looks easy to bully. But it was because her eyes were covered with a dark mask. She is blind? Chapter 37, Legend of the Goddess of Hope. The blind nun reminded Weiqi of a strange notebook. Woman of divine attributes. Perhaps most men like to taint pure colors. Unfortunately, I am not the protagonist of this world, but just an ordinary passerby. Weiqi gradually withdrew his gaze. The blind nun got on the bus and carefully held the seat forward. Then, bang! Weiqi's height of 1.78 meters is considered short among the 1.80 meter tall time travelers, but the blind nun still threw herself into his arms. "Oh, I'm sorry." She straightened up in panic. "It doesn't matter." The nun stood up straight and coughed twice, with a hint of red on her cheeks. Hello everyone, my name is Su-chan, and I'm a trainee nun from the Goddess Church." The passengers were playing with their phones or sleeping, and no one paid any attention to her. Goddess religion is a religion founded by the goddess after her advent, and it holds the supreme position among Western countries. On the contrary, the goddess religion was marginalized in all Eastern countries. Even the old man repairing shoes on the roadside knows that the goddess cult in the Eastern countries is a useless vase organization. The saint in office is just a tool to maintain international relations. No real power. People's impression of the Goddess Church is limited to the fact that the nuns in the church provide healing services in bases across the country. There is a fee for healing services, and it is expensive. Beastmasters would rather take drugs than seek treatment from nuns. As society continues to develop, the anchor industry has emerged. A group of uneducated young girls dressed in various revealing nun costumes danced striptease in front of the camera. The last bit of dignity of the nuns from the Eastern countries was stripped away like Kuna's underwear. In the East continent, people's evaluation of nuns is, regardless of whether they are formal or not, the fees are very expensive and the cost-effectiveness is very low. After Su-chan revealed her identity, the passengers felt contempt for her. "Tisk, another boring story about a goddess saving the world. I guess he's selling cosmetics. If you can get the Goddess of Hope to give me a raise, I will immediately lead the entire village to join the goddess's church, okay? They are nothing but liars who use the name of the goddess to deceive people. True reverence does not require daily praise." Faced with the passengers' sarcastic remarks, Su-chan trembled and lowered her head. God said, "The nuns' routine work includes preaching on intercity buses, performing healing arts for a fee in their strongholds, and making guest appearances at festivals in the main city. Thousands of years ago, it was stipulated. No one is allowed to contradict the goddess followers in person. Now it has been completely forgotten. The goddess religion with weak theocracy is like little white rabbits that can be seen everywhere in Eastern countries." Weichi, who had nothing to do, listened quietly to Su-chan's story about the goddess saving the world. 5,000 years ago, the world changed. The peaceful life was broken, and people became food for monsters. At the time of human survival, the people of the East continent and the people of the West continent are still in opposition to each other. At this moment, the goddess of hope, Zifizi, descended from the sky. She used her wisdom to mediate people's conflicts and bring them together, and also gave humans the ability to tame beasts. Those who gained the talent of taming beasts quickly fought back and continued to regain lost territory. And the goddess of hope, Shepherd, is like the savior in the movie, coming quietly and leaving quietly without taking away a cloud. The angels and goddess religion that came with her flourished and branched out. Fight for a better tomorrow! Su-chan bowed deeply after saying the iconic lines of the goddess cult. The carriage was very quiet. Most people had heard this story so many times that their ears were calloused. Weichi clapped softly. The stories in the myth are a bit ridiculous and cannot be verified. What made him applaud was the last words of the goddess of hope before she left. Fight for a better tomorrow. Everyone is mortal. So why try to live? Because tomorrow is a future full of hope and beauty. After hearing this, Liang Shui also stretched out her fox claws in a daze. The reason why she endured great pain and fought desperately was, of course, for the beautiful future in her heart. Fortunately, Liang Shui got the future she wanted. Sifirth, the goddess of hope who was sealed by the gods and demons, is indeed quite capable. In her previous life, Liang Shui had received help from the goddess of hope, so she did not hate this legendary goddess. When Su-chan heard someone applauding her, she subconsciously moved her ears. It was the gentleman I bumped into accidentally just now. He is such a good man. With the blind nun's sales pitch, the armored vehicle arrived at the end of the journey. We've finally arrived! Xiantu Fountain, I'm coming! Family members, please give the anchor a rocket! Because they had standing tickets, Weichi and Su-chan had the right to get off first. The Kong'an stronghold has high walls, inside which there are accommodation, restaurants, taverns, chambers of commerce and various vendors. Handsome guy, would you like to stay at my house? I have special services. Fragrant fatty pork rice bowl, 30 a bowl. Fragrant ice wine. Unlimited first-level materials for 7,000. I just captured a unicorn wolf. It's a top-grade elite. Its special move is the Howl of Fear. It's a top-grade spiritual pet with wind attributes. I'm selling it for 500,000 yuan. Weichi looked at the hawkers beside him and the strange-shaped birds outside the wall with great excitement. Finally, it feels like an adventure in another world. The stronghold and the main city are indeed different. There is a huge plaque in front of us, 500 meters, Xuantu Spring. Liang Shui, let's go. At this moment, a small hand gently grabbed Weichi's sleeve. Su-chan covered her chest with one hand and said nervously, Thank you? Weichi stopped and said, Is it you? You're welcome. You're a great storyteller. She gently loosened Weichi's sleeves and lowered her head slightly. No one has ever applauded me. If you need help with healing, come to the base to find me. Weichi said nothing. Su-chan waved her hands in panic. I'm not cursing you, I don't want you to get hurt. I just wanted to talk to you. Yeah. Nothing, bye. Well, bye. Weichi looked at the nun who fell to the ground because of her panic and finally couldn't hold on. Haha, a simple-minded nun with a little social anxiety? It's a pity that it costs money to ask the nun for healing. Goodbye. Weichi held Liang Shui in his arms and followed the signposts to head towards the Xiantu Spring. A man and a fox just left the city. A thunderous roar came from my ears. Stop right there! I planted this tree, I built this road, if you want to pass through here, you have to leave money for passage. The trainee beast masters were trembling with fear. Weichi tilted his head and looked at the bushes beside him. More than a dozen men in uniform, armed with guns and holding vicious dogs, walked towards Weichi and others. Want to drink the goddess water? Have you asked me? Chapter 38 Black Horse Gang. The sudden appearance of the men frightened the trainee beast masters so much that they trembled. A girl whispered, Why are they here? Oh, what bad luck! Weichi patted the girl in front of him on the shoulder and asked, Excuse me, who are they? The girl said in a whisper, They are from the Black Horse Gang. Dark Horse Gang? Weichi scratched his head. Don't you know? This Black Horse Gang often attacks lone beast masters outside the city and extorts money and property. One of my classmates was beaten badly by them a few days ago. Weichi pointed at the guards at the Kong'an stronghold and said, Aren't they doing anything? The girl looked around mysteriously and said, Keep your voice down. It is said that the leader of the Black Horse Gang has some relationship with the city lord, and the guards turn a blind eye to such things. No wonder the people from the Black Horse Gang are so arrogant. It turned out that they had already taken care of everything in advance. Members of the Black Horse Gang all wear black masks, and their leader is a burly man nearly 2 meters tall, nicknamed Hummer. Want to drink the water from Xuantu Spring? Sure. As everyone knows, there are very ferocious monsters near the Xuantu Spring. For everyone's safety, our Black Horse Gang has been fighting to protect the Xuantu Spring from being contaminated by monsters. Hummer tugged at his collar and said pretentiously, Everyone pay 20,000 yuan, just as the hard work fee for the brothers. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The trainee beast masters looked at each other in bewilderment. Their average level does not exceed 6 stars, and most of the Black Horse Gang members are first-level Zunists, and they have deterrent guns in their hands. I object! A boy wearing glasses shouted. The Schwantu Spring is clearly a gift from the goddess. Why do you? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Without warning, the Hummer punched the man with glasses in the face. Puff! The latter's thin body was knocked away by his punch. 2 younger brothers stepped on his palms and punched and kicked him. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. The other beastmasters shrank their necks, and some girls quickly covered their eyes. Several boys who wanted to resist were so frightened by the tragic scene before them that they clenched their fists and dared not speak. Weichi remembered. The 3 brothers of the traffic light had mentioned the Black Horse Gang before. They asked Weichi to borrow money to make up the joining fee just to join the Black Horse Gang. Weichi looked at the man with glasses who was being beaten and thought for a long time. If the cool snow hadn't fallen from the sky to help him out, I'm afraid he would have been tortured terribly by Ma Chang and the other 2. Reason told him that it would be better to spend 20,000 yuan to turn a blind eye. But Weichi could not turn a blind eye to the Black Horse Gang's behavior of bullying the weak and making an example of them. The most important thing is that Weichi doesn't want to pay. Why should I give others 20,000 yuan? Liang Shui, it's time to go. Liang Shui looked at her master beside her with her eyes wide open in surprise. The culprit was actually myself. The owner in the previous life was very timid. Because my strength was too weak, my master had to bow to reality. He didn't dare to provoke any well-known evil forces. The current owner is no longer the cowardly and timid owner of the past, but a young man full of vigor and vitality. No matter what my master becomes, I like him. Schwer understands. Hummer said impatiently. Whose fox is howling? It had better shut it up. Weichi stepped forward and walked out of the queue, with a flattering smile on his face. So it's the famous Hummer. The reputation of the Black Horse Gang is well known to me. Keep your stinking fox quiet. Hummer glanced at Weichi and gradually let down his guard. The white fox, with ordinary attire and average strength, was a passerby character that posed no threat to him. Weichi strode forward. Hello, Brother Ma, I am Ma Chang's cousin, and I would like to join you. When Hummer heard Ma Chang's name, the faces of the traffic light trio appeared in his mind. Oh, I remember that boy. He was quite obedient. But I don't know where he went recently. Weichi showed his WeChat balance. Brother Ma, this is the sincerity of me and my cousin. Hummer pretended not to care and coughed lightly. Is that so? You transfer the money first, and I will send someone to contact Ma Chang and the others later. When you are about to scan the QR code to transfer money. Weichi's eyes turned cold, and he took out a silver desert eagle from his arms and placed it against the chin of the Hummer. The Hummer didn't react at all. He just couldn't understand how a seemingly ordinary character could have the courage and means to pull out a pistol from his body. Kid, do you know what you are doing? Hummer sneered. As long as I give the order, you will be shot to pieces. Weichi smiled slightly. Guess who will die first, me or your head? It's not a good idea to show off with a toy gun. Do you think there are bullets in my gun? The smile on Hummer's face slowly disappeared. He is not Yin Shuangying, and he doesn't have $1. Tell them to put down their guns. What are you still standing there for? Get out of here! The Hummer roared. The Black Horse Gang's younger brothers all dropped their guns and hurriedly left the scene with the vicious dog. Upon seeing this, other students fled in all directions, leaving only Weichi, Hummer, the man with glasses and a dozen or so hot-blooded young men on the field. Hummer looked down at Weichi coldly and said, What is your purpose? Are you going to be a messenger of justice like that idiot? Weichi put the projected fake gun against Hummer's chin. I hate people blackmailing me the most. So it's a matter of money. I can refuse to charge you, said Hummer. Let me go. You go your way and I'll go mine. Only an idiot would believe you. Weichi sneered and immediately jumped away from the Hummer. When Hummer saw Weichi walking away, he cursed himself for being stupid. I was actually fooled by this guy's fake gun. How dare you trick me with fake stuff? The ice spear is real. Weichi smiled faintly. Liang Shui's body suddenly recovered, and a crystal-clear ice spear pierced the Hummer's face. Damn fox, die! You guys aren't staying here to watch the show, are you? Weichi shouted behind him. Several hot-blooded boys rolled up their sleeves and said, CTNMD, you bastard, die! Hanma's beast-taming level was not high, and the younger brothers he relied on were dismissed, and he was beaten up by more than a dozen apprentice beast-tamers and Weichi. He was soon defeated. The boys vented their inner anger by punching and kicking his mountain-like body. You bastard, you're charging me for drinking spring water? Take it in. Go to hell. Weichi added. Fight slowly, brothers. Send him to the security team after the fight. Maybe you can get some reward. That's right. This kid must have done a lot of sneaky things. This can be regarded as eliminating harm for the people. The boys struck harder and harder. In the conscience of heaven and earth, Weichi did not touch a single hair on him. A few minutes passed. The Hummer's hood had been pulled off by everyone. He was frothing at the mouth and fell to the ground. He was eventually escorted back to Pegasus City by more than a dozen young men. Weichi, who had hidden her merit and fame, shook the most valuable space ring on Hummer and smiled happily. Finally got the space ring! Chapter 39 Master, why is your face red? This ring was snatched by Liang Shui during the melee just now. Ba bang bang! There was a burst of applause from behind. Weichi turned around slowly. Shi Miao, wearing a black trench coat and looking dashing, stood behind with a smile. Liang Shui also suddenly opened her pupils. No wonder the owner in the previous life didn't bump into the Black Horse gang. It turned out that they were taken care of by Shi Miao. Weichi frowned. Why are you here? Why can't I be here? Shi Miao asked. According to your daily behavior in school, you don't look like a hero who upholds justice. Why? Why should I pay these beasts 20,000 yuan to drink spring water? Weichi said without thinking. Is that why? Weichi turned around slowly. Ms. Shin, you are the daughter of a powerful family in Pegasus City. You may not understand the concept of 20,000 yuan. Ordinary people earn 3Q yuan a month working hard as cows and horses. These beasts use their class advantage to extort money and die without mercy. Looking at Shi Miao, who was a little dull in front of him, Weichi secretly cursed himself for being useless. Rich people will share your gifts worth $200,000 because they don't value $200,000 at all. A princess is a princess. With her values, it would be difficult for the two to become friends. After regaining consciousness, Shi Miao smiled awkwardly. Weichi, I think you misunderstood. I'm just curious about why you did this. I don't blame you. If you want to blame the world, haha. Weichi laughed. I went to Xuantu Spring to upgrade, see you later. Shi Miao shouted. Weichi, aren't you afraid of the Black Horse gang's revenge? Weichi waved her hand. The Hummer was sent to the Public Security Department by more than 10 people. Is this considered sensational news? The law does not punish the public, and the evil dare not face the public. I don't believe in the small Black Horse gang and the people behind it. One dares to touch more than a dozen beast masters with promising futures. Besides, Miss Shin is not just a vase who sits idly by, right? Shi Miao looked at Weichi's retreating figure, a hint of excitement flashing in her starry eyes. He is not afraid of power, dares to break the rules, and has a pure heart. He is definitely the person I need. Xiao Zi, who was lying on Shi Miao's shoulder, opened her eyes. Master, do you think so highly of him? In my opinion, he is just a reckless man. Reckless man? Use the projected pistol to intimidate the enemy, use those hot-blooded boys to bring the Black Horse gang into the public eye, and escape unscathed while reaping the benefits. This is called bravery. Xiaozi shook her tail and muttered. Master, why can't I understand? Shi Miao rubbed its head. You are a fox, so of course you don't understand the rules of human society. How dare a few stinky fish and rotten shrimps occupy the fountain of the goddess? The power behind them is probably the nobles in the city. Each person costs 20,000 yuan, and there are at least 1,000 graduates in this class. This is a big deal of 2 million yuan. Ah? How dare Weichi? Xiaozi was stunned. It understands that killing someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Shi Miao narrowed her eyes and smiled. Weichi's original plan may have been to kill Hummer alone and eliminate the root cause. I didn't expect that there are more than 10 hot-blooded men among the beast masters. In this way, the Black Horse gang will definitely disappear for a while to avoid the limelight. Xiao Zi, aren't there bad people among the nobles in the city? Will they bend the law for personal gain? More than a dozen trainee beast masters capture the thieves alive. If this matter is handled by someone with a lot of intentions, the Western goddess cult will also put pressure on them. They will abandon their sons for the sake of profit, and the Black Horse gang may be destroyed. Shi Miao smiled helplessly. Originally, I only planned to kill Hummer, but compared with his decision-making, it seemed too rough. Shi Miao had to admit that Weichi's operation was indeed more skillful. I have to send a message to explain to him, in case he thinks we are watching the show on purpose. Shi Miao took out his mobile phone. Xiao Zi was very confused. Master, you are the heir of the human emperor's sword and have noble bloodline of heaven and humans. Why do you keep showing kindness to him? Do you like him? After parting ways yesterday, Shi Miao collected a lot of information about Weichi. Handsome but not gorgeous appearance, tall and straight figure, mysterious spiritual pet, tragic life experience. Totally beautiful and powerful. It is said that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it is the beginning of her downfall. Could it be that I have fallen in love with him? And you can meet him whenever you go to the wild to farm monsters and level up. Could this be the legendary meeting that happened thousands of miles away? No way? Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Shen Miao's pretty face. Master, why is your face red? Don't talk nonsense. Our plan is far away and difficult. It is difficult for one person to achieve it. People like Weichi are reassuring and reliable partners. If I don't take the initiative, why should I wait for him to take the initiative? Really? Real. Oh. Liang Xue asked curiously. Master, aren't you afraid that people from the Black Horse Gang will come to seek revenge? Weichi drank the goddess spring water in one gulp, smacked it in her mouth and said, If I were to kill the Hummer alone, I might be worried. Nearly 20 people beat up Hummer, but we basically did nothing. Even if the Black Horse Gang wanted to take revenge, its leader might not agree. Liang Xue's eyes lit up. Because the incident was too serious and everyone knew about it, the Black Horse Gang didn't dare to act openly? Well, where did a group of weak first-level beast masters get the energy to occupy the Xuantu Spring? Where did they get the guns? And where did this calming stone ring worth millions come from? Maybe in a couple of days, Pegasus City will announce an anti-bandit campaign. Weichi laughed. Master, where do you know so much? Of course it's in the movies. Let's not waste any more time talking about this. After counting the spoils, we should hike back to the city. Weichi put on the space ring. There is about 20 cubic meters of space inside. The calming stone props at this price do not have the function of allowing the soul to recognize its master. Weichi began to count the loot. A small H book, a burp condom for human cubs, 200,000 worth of spirit stones, some medium feed, and miscellaneous spirit beast materials. The total value is about 800,000 Tianxian coins. That's good, I finally don't have to worry about losing the ice pearl. Weichi took out the flame gloves and threw the backpack into the space ring. Consciousness enters the beast controlling space. There are 9 very dazzling stars shining under the first spiritual contract representing Liang Xue. 9 stars. After advancing to another level, Weichi can refine the fire spirit seal to try to break through the first level mystic realm and find the second spiritual contract. I've really gained a lot today. Ding dong. The phone suddenly rang. Weichi opened it and saw that it was a WeChat message from Shen Miao. Shen Miao, Weichi, I just received a private message from a friend and rushed to the rescue. I didn't expect that you would beat me to the rescue. Weichi thought for a moment and replied with 4 words, that's it. Shen Miao immediately changed the topic. I think your little white fox is very powerful. I hope we can compete in the ring tomorrow. Weichi, soybeansweat.jpg. After sending the emoticon, Weichi put away his phone. Liang Xue looked at her master suspiciously. Master, what does she mean? That's probably the literal meaning. Are you afraid that we might misunderstand? I always feel like this woman is very scheming. Weichi picked up Liang Xue and left Xuantu Spring. How can there be so many idiots in this world? People are shrewd creatures. Destroy monsters, then go home and rest. Tomorrow is the last battle. Ouch. Come on, master. Chapter 40 Enemies from the Previous Life. To the northwest of Pegasus City is an endless vast plain called Chanlu Plain. The monsters that live here are relatively weak guys. At a glance, most of the nearby adventure teams were no higher than level 10. No wonder the Black Horse Gang is so arrogant. It turns out they are calling themselves the king at the entrance of the novice village. Weichi was not in a hurry to compete with other adventure teams for monsters. He took Liang Xue and headed straight to the southeast of Chanlu Plain. As Weichi went deeper, there were fewer and fewer adventurers around. After no one was in sight, Liang Xue roared and turned back into the majestic 3-tailed fox. A mouse with golden fur and spikes on its back suddenly flashed through the bushes ahead. The gold-eating rat is a lower-class elite rat with sharp teeth. It increases its level by gnawing on metal. The metal it inhales into its body will strengthen the spikes on its back that can be fired. It is a relatively tricky monster. After all, the output of apprentice beast masters is extremely dependent on weapons, and encountering gold-eating rats is basically equivalent to giving them weapons for free, so no one wants to provoke them. The gold-eating rat is relatively docile and is not an active monster. Weichi did not rush to attack, but took out the fine iron dagger from the space ring. After the gold-eating rat smelled the scent of the fine iron dagger, it immediately tilted its head to look. Squeak. Weichi smiled and threw the dagger in front of the gold-eating rat. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The gold-eating rat grabbed the fine iron dagger and started biting it madly without saying a word. In less than 10 seconds, the short knife that was originally stuck to you broke into 2 pieces. Go ahead, Liang Xue. Ouch! Liang Xue's eyes lit up, and she stretched out her tail and slapped the unsuspecting gold-eating rat hard. The sharp claws easily tore the skin of the gold-eating rat. Liang Xue is a level 17 imperial pet. Squeak! The gold-eating rat let out a mournful cry and was torn into 2 by Liang Xue. Scarlet blood splattered on the tree trunk next to it. Weichi squatted down and picked up the blade that had been chewed into pieces. Done! These steel fragments are the best bait to attract gold-eating rats. The master is so smart. He used the characteristics of the gold-eating rats to gather them together, and then caught them all in one fell swoop. Liang Shui wagged her tail. It's a pity to lose this fine iron short sword which is worth 500 yuan. Weichi ran while shaking his head, and he scattered the blades into a circle. The gold-eating rats hiding in the woods took up residence in Bungbu. They emerged from the bushes with sneaky looks, grabbed the pieces and started chewing on them. Wow! Master, look at the bushes over there. There are more than 10 of them running out of it. 1, 2, 3, 4 holes have been drilled out of the ground here. Weichi sent a message in his mind. Liang Shui used the snow waterfall to send them home. Shui understands. The temperature in the jungle suddenly plummeted, and the gold-eating rats shivered all over. Look up. The ferocious three-tailed foxes created a snowy river domain, and their bodies were easily pierced by the flying ice spears. Puff, puff, puff! Squeak! Gold-eating rats, die. 4 hours later. Weichi collected 10 gold-eating needles from the corpse of the gold-eating rat with satisfaction. Liang Shui widened her eyes in curiosity. Master, what are these? The gold-eating needle is a material made of metal and flesh. It is very rare. In most cases, it is shot out of the body of the gold-eating rat and loses its activity. These gold-eating needles can be sold for at least 300,000 Tianxian coins. Master is awesome. Weichi rubbed Liang Shui's head and said, How could that be? It's all thanks to Liang Shui. If it weren't for your powerful firepower, the gold-devouring rat would have definitely shot us into sieves if it hadn't reacted. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Liang Shui circled around Weichi happily. After killing gold-eating rats for 4 hours, Weichi also felt a little tired. He glanced at the setting sun and said, You have reached level 18. Let's go back to the city. Great! Back home! Looking at the big white fox that was cheering and jumping for joy, Weichi felt quite happy. There are people who share the joys and sorrows with you and depend on you for life. This feels great. Weichi commanded Liang Shui to deal with the 3 blind wolves and began to move towards Pegasus City. Solo leveling, something many trainee beast masters wanted to do but didn't dare to do, Weichi did it easily. The main reason is the high damage of talent projection and the Emperor's Pet. Weichi can easily gather monsters without taking any damage, and can instantly clear all enemies in a straight line by casting the ice cannon up to 3 times in a row. The death rattle of the gold-eating rat could not hurt Liang Shui, who was attacking from a distance. A man and a fox walked at a constant speed in the woods. Boom! The sudden explosion startled the birds into the sky. Liang Shui was so frightened by the sudden noise that her tail stood up. Weichi turned his head and looked to the left. What's that sound? Rustle. A monster jumped out of the bushes. It's you? Weichi grinned. It turns out that this is our old friend, the Vine Beast. Liang Shui and Weichi are no longer the same people they used to be. How could a mere Vine Beast possibly be their match? Let me! Weichi aimed at the Vine Beast with both hands and gathered all the spiritual power in his palms. A ball of pure flame shot out from nowhere and accurately hit the tentacles of the Vine Beast. Fire overcomes wood. The flames released by the level 9 Weichi are far beyond the ability of the level 7 Vine Beast to resist. Rustle. The Vine Beast is on fire. Liang Shui rushed forward with compassion. A blue light flashed. The Vine Beast experienced the ice and fire, and then knelt down. Weichi looked at his hands. I have become stronger. The words haven't finished yet. Bang! A purple laser flashed in the jungle on the left. Liang Shui reacted quickly and used her tail to roll up Weichi. Collapse! The dust is flying. Weichi, who had a mouthful of dirt on his mouth, quickly stood up from Liang Shui. Damn, you can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. Master, look! Liang Shui said in surprise. Weichi turned his head and took a look. A giant mechanical beast nearly 3 meters tall and covered in black and purple appeared in the field of vision. The blue ball of light that looked like an eye was staring at them. Target, 50%, mission completed. A mechanical sound came out of the mouth of this cheetah-like monster. Fuck! What the hell is this? Weichi widened his eyes. The technological level of Tianxian Star is not very high. Electricity and nuclear energy have been replaced by psychic energy. Even the dwarves with the strongest manufacturing capabilities have not been able to create mechanical creatures. Purple electric current flashed across the surface of the mechanical monster, and its speed suddenly increased as it rushed towards Weichi. Weichi didn't care about his image and ran away. Liang Shui, there are no mechanical monsters in the Tianxian Alliance Atlas. Let's retreat tactically first. After running 2 steps, Weichi found that Liang Shui did not catch up with him. Ryuyuki, you? Liang Shui and the mechanical cheetah were seen circling in the forest, with the fighting spirit in its eyes almost overflowing from its eye sockets. It turned out to be this? The monster that almost killed its master in the previous life, the mechanical cheetah. Shouldn't it be near the Ice Soul Forest? Why does it appear in Changlu Plain? Is it coming for its owner? The furious Liang Shui launched a fierce attack on the mechanical cheetah. Tear you into shreds! Chapter 41: The Origin of the Monster. Liang Shui took the initiative to attack, grabbing the mechanical cheetah's front feet with her soft tail and throwing it high into the air. The icy light leaps. The sharp claws slid towards the mechanical cheetah's neck. Bang! The latter was injured and flew backwards dozens of meters, raising a thick cloud of dust. Weichi quickly ran back to Liang Shui and asked, "Did you kill it?" Liang Shui stared at the mechanical cheetah with a wary look on her face. It remembered that the mechanical cheetah's skin defense was very strong, at least at level 3. Ordinary attacks alone should not be able to kill the opponent. Annihilate! A sharp and piercing roar came from the center of the dust. The injured mechanical cheetah struggled to stand up, and wings with gun muzzles slowly grew on both sides of its back. Weichi's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the mechanical cheetah could have long-range attacks. Master, let's disperse quickly. The splash range of the scattered bombs is very large. I heard Liang Shui's exclamation. Weichi didn't say much. He quickly spread his legs and ran out of the battlefield. The agile Liang Shui stepped on the branches and jumped in the air. Boom! A purple lightning suddenly shot out from behind the mechanical cheetah and went straight through the tree trunk under Liang Shui's feet. Bang! The shocking thunder splattered in all directions like a lightning snake. The big trees broke apart, the scattered bombs blew up the soil on the plain, and the gravel flew all over the sky. Chu Lian. The general's aura passively grants immunity to damage from scattered bombs. God help me! The corners of Liang Shui's mouth curled up slightly, and her tail stood up high behind her like a peacock spreading its tail. 3 ice cannons filled with power were suddenly fired. Bang! 3 beams of blue light instantly penetrated the chest of the mechanical cheetah, and the wound caused by each ice cannon was shocking. Collapse! The mechanical cheetah was smashed into pieces by Liang Shui's claws as she leaped towards it. Weichi, who was hiding behind a tree, slowly poked his head out. Is it over? Master, it's safe now. Liang Shui looked at the mechanical cheetah that turned into pieces beneath her, and roared happily towards the sky. Weichi picked up the remains of the mechanical cheetah and studied it, saying, This mechanical cheetah's speed and evasion abilities are very poor, but its attack power is very strong. What is its power source? And who created it? Liang Shui looked at the debris under her feet. These mechanical monsters are the masterpieces of the ghost hand of the Tianming Palace. In the near future, the seal of the demon world will unexpectedly fail. At that time, a large number of demons will rush out from the demon world, and humans and spiritual beasts will easily be contaminated by the demonic energy, and thus corrupted. During the period of ritual and music collapse, the Lord of the Palace of Destiny will lead a large number of mechanical monsters to fight against the demons, and save the world. From then on, Tianming Palace became the most powerful force in the eastern continent. Liang Shui nudged Weichi's arm and said, Master, let's go back to the city quickly. These mechanical monsters have low intelligence and are easy to deal with. Weichi dropped the wreckage of the mechanical cheetah. Anyone who can create such a monster is either a genius or a madman. Liang Shui crawled on the ground and motioned Weichi to ride on her. Weichi smiled and said, You haven't reached level 20 yet. It won't be fun if you knock me off your fox's back. It is absolutely safe to ride a spirit pet that has mastered the ride together skill. There are many young ghost fire boys who ride their spirit pets before reaching level 20, and some of them are thrown off and become permanently disabled. Master, don't worry. Shui will go slower. Real? Well, Shui is worried that the master will continue to encounter this kind of mechanical monster. Liang Shui took the initiative and suddenly got under Weichi's crotch and lifted him up. Weichi felt a chill in his lower body and thought that Liang Shui's posture was not very elegant. He could only grab her back and jump up. There is warm white fox fur under my body. For safety reasons, Weichi could only lie on Liang Shui, with his legs tightly wrapped around her waist and his hands tightly around her neck. Master, are you holding on tight? Liang Shui's body trembled slightly, and then she rushed forward. The monsters hiding nearby to avoid the mechanical cheetah were frightened by the white shadow. Oh my god, what is this? Several level 2 Fang Bone wolves saw the extraordinary Liang Shui and developed a desire to kill and followed her closely. Liang Shui was moving very fast, and there was a sharp wind blowing in his ears, so Weichi didn't dare to act rashly. If you don't sit firmly and fall, you will probably break bones. Ouch! The fang-bone wolf behind him was chasing closely, showing no signs of retreating at all. Master, Shuer is going to speed up. Liang Xue's speed increased again. The fang-bone wolves that were eating farts behind seemed to smell something and all stopped, turned around and ran away. A disdainful smile flashed in Liang Xue's eyes. That's it. Suddenly, a man and a fox flew out of the woods. Ouch, what a fool! Where did the white-furred fox come from? The man's scream suddenly sounded from his ears. Liang Xue seemed to bump into someone. Weichi slowly opened her eyes and was surprised. Xinyao, whose hair was a little messy, and some lay six-tailed fox, who looked confused, looked at Weichi with strange eyes. They were surrounded by exploding mechanical fragments, and it was obvious that they had just been attacked by a mechanical monster. Little girl, just wait for me. The man's painful roar came from beneath him again. Weichi looked down. A man wearing a purple costume and a strange mask was stepped on by Liang Xue. He still had Liang Xue's hoofprints on his face, and his body had several dents. It would be a good fortune if he wasn't trampled to death by Liang Xue. And a stinky fox like you, how dare you step on the greatest inventor in the world? I'll make you into a fox fur coat sooner or later. The masked man cursed a few times and struggled to get up, taking out a teleporter-like prop from his waist. Don't let him run away! Xinyao shouted tenderly. Unfortunately, it was too late. The masked man pressed the prop button and his body turned into white light and disappeared instantly, leaving only the clothes he had worn and mechanical debris scattered on the ground. Weichi, who looked confused, slowly climbed off Liang Xue. What happened? Did you trample someone to death? Weichi looked at the mechanical fragments on the ground and asked. Have you also encountered this kind of monster? Xinyao was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Classmate Weichi, we are really destined. Being attacked by the same enemy is not considered fate. Weichi rubbed his head. Xinyao looked at the flawless Liang Xue and murmured to herself. I didn't expect that your white spirit fox would evolve into an ice dust three-tailed fox. No wonder you won third place in the national exam. Congratulations. Weichi wanted to change the topic. Thank you, Miss Shin. I was just lucky enough to get promoted unexpectedly. Xinyao did not continue to ask Liang Xue. Weichi, do you want to go back to the city together? We can help each other if we run into monsters again. Weichi glanced at the sky. The sun was setting and the sky was dark. Will Xinyao know the origin of these monsters? Okay. Chapter 42 The Sister-in-Law Who Sells Juuling Pills. Night Jungle. A lonely man and a widow. Two foxes come together. Weichi cast aside her doubts. Ms. Shin, why are you here? Who was the masked man just now? What are those mechanical monsters? Xinyao looked very relaxed with her hands behind her back. Well, I'll just pick out the key points. Tomorrow is a simulated battle. I want to take Xiaozi to practice leveling, but I didn't expect to meet you near Kong Land's stronghold. Well, I didn't expect that either. Weichi nodded. I was attacked by a mechanical tiger just now when I was about to return to the city. After getting rid of the mechanical tiger, the masked man surrounded me with the mechanical monster. Once again, we dealt with the mechanical monster that was in the way. Student Weichi came out with the white fox and crushed him. Xinyao shrugged. Weichi said thoughtfully, I'm similar to you. I met a mechanical leopard when I was going back to the city. Is everything an accident? Weichi, have you heard of Tianming Palace? Xinyao suddenly asked. Weichi shook her head. Destiny Palace? I've never heard of it. Xinyao looked into Weichi's eyes to confirm that he was not lying. The masked man who attacked me just now calls himself the Ghost Hand of Destiny Palace, and these mechanical monsters are all his works. Destiny Palace Ghost Hand, I remember him. Xinyao showed a true expression. Weichi is exactly as written in the intelligence, and there is a high probability that she is a crook. In the 2 years of high school, I never saw him having ambiguous contact with any girl. She glanced at the graceful Liang Xue again and nodded in realization. As we all know, when a spiritual beast reaches the lower level, it can transform into a human form. Under the turns of Liang Xue and Xiaozi's output, the monsters on the road were relieved one after another. The two returned to Pegasus City safely. Weichi knelt down and held Liang Xue in her arms. Go back to the city smoothly, see you, Miss Shin. Xinyao waved goodbye generously. Well, don't forget our agreement. Weichi walked towards Tianxian Chamber of Commerce with Liang Xue in her arms. The smile on Xinyao's face slowly disappeared. Sunglei Six-Tailed Fox looked at Liang Xue on Weichi's shoulder and asked, Master, what are you thinking about? I didn't expect that someone in the world would actually create the weapons of the kingdom of God. The Ghost Hand of Tianming Palace, this madman will change the world's structure. Ancestral dragons' prophecies have come true one by one. The seal of the demon world is about to expire. There is not much time left for us to develop, Xiao Zi. Master, there is something wrong with that man's fox. Oh? Xin Miao was a little surprised. Its body contains a shuddering aura. Obviously, we didn't have this feeling last time we met. Sunglei six-tailed fox blamed itself. The epic six-tailed fox is actually afraid of the imperial three-tailed fox. I'm afraid it will make people laugh out loud if I tell you. A strange golden light flashed in Xin Miao's eyes. It's really strange. Weichi's luck value is obviously the same as that of ordinary people. Logically speaking, he should not be attacked by the Tianming Palace. Perhaps my cultivation is too shallow to see through this person's fate. Let's go home, Xiao Zi, thank you for your hard work. Ouch. Liang Shui, who was lying on Weichi's shoulder, suddenly said coquettishly, Master. That purple fox isn't as high level as me. Liang Shui is amazing. The little fox raised his head proudly. It's all thanks to the master. In front of Weichi was a huge building with beautiful decoration. On the plaque at the main entrance hang 4 large characters, Tianxian Chamber of Commerce. Tianxian Chamber of Commerce is a chamber of commerce under the Tianxian Alliance. Here you can buy strange pets such as the aggressive polar bear, the white eagle who likes to add fuel to the fire, Kun who is good at waving the white flag, the ghost full of resentment, etc. I am only 1 level away from level 10. Let's see if there is any spirit gathering pill. When I opened the door, a fragrance hit me in the face. The man at the trade window was a white-haired old man who was dozing off on the table. The old man stood up quickly after hearing the footsteps, looking at Weichi and Liang Shui up and down with a gleaming look in his eyes. Handsome guy, do you want to buy or sell? Selling goods, see how much these are worth. Weichi poured out all the Warcraft materials in the space ring. The old man's eyes flashed. Demon wolf leg bone, bloody bear paw, deer whip, this. Gold devouring needle? It's actually an active gold devouring needle? These materials are very rare and have a low explosion rate. After the spiritual energy is revived, the wild monsters become more and more intelligent. For example, bear paws or tiger whips, dying monsters will inject toxic impurities precipitated in the body into them, and some even kill themselves with swords. It's better to have broken jade than to have it intact. There is also the gold-eating rat's gold-eating needle, which is difficult to obtain unless the beast control master crushes it with strength. It's true that since ancient times, heroes have emerged from youth. Handsome guy, the materials you provided are very valuable, 5,000 Tianxian coins, and I'll give you 300,000 for those 10 gold-eating needles. How about that? Okay. It should be no problem to sell these materials individually for 70,000 to 10,000 yuan, but it is a waste of time. That's great. I love doing business with you young people. The old man smiled with his gold teeth and handed over a black card. Here are 400,000 Tianxian coins. You can spend them in any city around the world. Weichi was not in a hurry to accept it. Old sir, do we still have the soul gathering pill in Pegasus City? Spirit gathering pill? The old man frowned and started to operate the computer. Let me check for you. Sorry, the stock was cleared out 5 days ago, and the new stock was sold out in seconds. You can come to our store at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to buy it. This bunch of roll kings. Weichi was speechless. The local nobles wiped out the inventory of spirit gathering pills 5 days ago, clearly not giving ordinary people a way to survive. Never mind. It's just 1 level off, a minor problem. With Liang Shui's level 18 combat power, she was fearless even against Xin Miao. As long as Liang Shui is cultivated, this material can be produced in batches in the future, a perfect living money printing machine. The old man looked at Weichi's leaving back and kept smacking his lips. I have the kingly demeanor I had back then. If I hadn't been hit by an arrow in the knee, ugh. Weichi was very excited as she held the huge sum of 400,000 yuan. Regardless of Lu Xiu's care, this is the first time he has made so much money. In my previous life, I worked hard as a cow and could not earn more than 5,000 yuan. Now you can earn 40W by taking Liang Shui out for a spin? Thinking of this, he hugged Liang Shui and kissed her fiercely. The little fox's face suddenly turned red. Stupid master, actually you can wait until I turn into a human before kissing me. I really want to taste the taste of my master's mouth. Ah. What am I thinking? Weichi looked at the shy and embarrassed Liang Shui in front of him and gradually reacted. Yes, our Liang Shui is a sexy and cute blue-haired beauty. Did I go a little too far just now? Speaking of which, I can't even reward myself when Liang Shui is at home. How can I get her to help? Just then, a clear and pleasant female voice sounded in front. Don't miss it if you pass by the 100,000 yuan soul gathering pill. You won't lose money, or be cheated. It's definitely worth the money. The rich support the audience with money, the poor support the audience with their presence. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss this store. Chapter 43 Genius Alchemist? Soul Gathering Pill. A first level pill. A Xuan to Realm Beast Master can randomly upgrade 1 to 3 levels after taking it. The Tianxian Alliance's listed trading price is 150,000 to 200,000 Tianxian coins. There is actually someone selling soul gathering pills for 100,000 yuan? Could he be a liar? Weichi's eyes involuntarily looked towards the direction of the sound. A beautiful green-haired girl wearing a wizard hat stood in front of the stall and shouted desperately. The girl's eyes lit up when she saw Weichi. "Handsome boy, do you need a soul gathering pill?" Her voice is quite nice. Weichi took a closer look at the girl. She was eerily beautiful. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old, but had a face that was stunningly beautiful, with fair skin as delicate as snow, eyebrows like crescent moons, eyelashes like cicada wings, and emerald green eyes sparkling with excitement. The night wind blew slowly, her long green hair looked like floating cotton wool, and her floral dress danced in the wind, revealing a pair of slender, white legs and a pair of delicate and lovely lotus feet. "Are you really selling spirit gathering pills here?" Weichi asked in disbelief. "Here, take a look at the quality." The girl took out a pill bottle from her bosom and poured out a bright and full blue pill. This pill looks exactly like the soul gathering pill in Weichi's memory. Weichi pointed behind him and said, "Little sister, you are not a liar, are you? The Tianxian Chamber of Commerce next door wants to sell it for 200,000 yuan. After hearing this, the girl puffed up her cheeks in anger, stamped her feet, and said in defense, "I'm not a little sister. Qing Ning is already 24 this year. Her height is estimated to be less than 1.55 meters, and she has a flat face. This is 24 years old? People would believe me if I said I was 14 years old." Weichi squeezed the soul-gathering pill in his hand and sniffed it. "It looks pretty good." The girl straightened her barren land and said, "Of course. Grandma always said that I am a genius alchemist. If I sell it to you for 100,000 yuan, you will make a profit. Little sister, do you have a certificate as an alchemist?" Qing Ning just started learning alchemy this year and hasn't participated in the alchemist competition yet." Her voice trembled a little. My grandma said the pills I make are better than those made by ordinary alchemists." There was a flash of panic in the girl's eyes, and her index fingers kept touching each other. Weichi is not a copper smelting expert, but the shy look of the legal lowly named Qing Ning in front of him is very cute. Those with less self-control would have probably reached out and pressed her down and tortured her 100 times. Weichi smiled evilly. "In other words, you are operating without a license." The girl hesitated for a long time and said aggrievedly, "Okay, 50,000 is 50,000. Weichi took out his cell phone. "If a miner sets up a stall, I can just call the public security department to report it." You are a bad guy. I didn't drag you to see the goldfish, what's wrong with it?" Weichi looked innocent. Liang Shui, who was lying on Weichi's shoulder, also laughed. Weichi used the dragon's slaying sword again. "Will you sell it for 30,000 yuan?" The girl's beautiful eyes turned twice. "4W, it can't be any lower." If she didn't need the money urgently, she wouldn't sell it so cheaply. 3.9 You don't have a license. Who will be responsible if I get poisoned?" she said angrily. 3.8 My grandma said that the pills I refine are all flawless and cannot be poisonous. If there is any problem, you can go to Xieyue College to find me. 3.7 Okay, 3.7 is 3.7, you stingy guy. The girl gritted her teeth and handed over the spirit-gathering pill. After the transaction, Weichi did not take it immediately but avoided the girl and walked into Tianxian Chamber of Commerce. The dozing old man. Why are you back again?" Weichi slapped the pill in front of the old man and asked, "How much can this be sold for?" The old man picked up the spirit-gathering pill with a puzzled look on his face and took a light sniff. "What the hell? A 100% pure soul-gathering pill! The last soul-gathering pill with a 90% pure quality sold for 200,000 yuan. This one is conservatively estimated to be 250,000 yuan. Boy, where did you get it?" the old man asked in surprise. The old man is from the Tianxian Chamber of Commerce, so there is no need to lie to him. Could it be that the little green-haired girl is really a genius alchemist? Weichi took back the soul-gathering pill. "This was given to me by a friend of mine." The old man was shocked. "Could this friend of yours be the chief alchemist of Dragon Country, Senior Dan Mo?" "I don't know either. Sorry to bother you." The old man looked at Weichi's hurried back and shook his head. Weichi ran back to the girl quickly. "Stingy guy, why are you back?" The girl sat on the chair with a bit of loss. There were people who wanted to buy it because of the low price, but they backed off when they heard that she did not have an alchemist certificate. After 3 hours of setting up a stall in Pegasus City, Weichi was the only one who paid for the pills. Weichi said with surprise, "Your elixir is actually real." He originally planned to spend 37,000 yuan to buy one to see if it was real. It would be best if it were true. What if it was fake? Tianxian Chamber of Commerce was right next to them, and Weichi had plenty of time to call the Ministry of Public Security to detain the other party and demand compensation. Humph! You, a stingy person, actually doubted me. It's so infuriating. The little girl stomped her feet angrily. Weichi pointed to the Tianxian Chamber of Commerce and said, "If you want to make money, why don't you sell it there?" The little loli was silent. Because she really needs cash to save her grandmother now. It takes a considerable deposit to put expensive items like elixirs on the shelves, and there is no certainty as to when they will be sold. Weichi took the initiative to ask, "Little sister, what's your name?" "Why should I tell you? My grandmother always said that men are bitter creatures and are bad people," she said with a wary look on her face. "Your name is Lemon, right?" "Ah? How do you know?" Weichi wanted to trick her into looking familiar. "Actually, I have the ability to read your mind. I know what you are thinking. The alchemist of Tianxian Star is a more noble profession than the Beastmaster. Alchemists can use the inner elixir of warcraft and various materials to refine pills. If you are lucky enough to meet a master alchemist and ask him to make a few batches of pills for you, it will save you a lot of money instead of buying them at an auction house. Moreover, high-level elixirs are in short supply, and there is no place to buy them even if you have money. Therefore, alchemists are in great demand. Behind every major organization, sect, academy, and country there is a group of top alchemists." "Really?" Qingning looked surprised. "Yeah, of course it's true. You're short of cash right now, right?" "How do you know?" Weichi thought to himself that this silly girl was so easy to deceive. What good person doesn't need money to set up a stall on the street? It must be inconvenient for her grandmother to leave this silly little girl alone to set up a stall outside. But she could also be a liar. Nowadays, scammers also create their own personas. No one would write, "I am a scammer," on their face. Only an idiot would believe whatever he hears. Weichi's colleague in his previous life got cheated in the stock market and ended up jumping off a building and committing suicide. "Your grandma isn't here to accompany you for some reason, right?" How do you know grandma is injured?" Weichi patted his chest and said, "Since you are so short of money, I will be a good person to the end. How many soul-gathering pills are left? I want them all." Qingning stretched out 5 fingers. "With my current strength, I can only refine 5 in one furnace. There are 4 left." Weichi looked at the other 4 pills. Their size, color, and smell were exactly the same as the previous ones. "Even if she is a liar and these 4 coins are fake, we may make a little less money. If the pills are all real, that would be a huge profit of 800,000 yuan. It will also allow you to get to know future talented alchemists. Even if we fail to meet, we won't lose money. She has to thank us. If it's fake, I will never be a gambler again. This is a business that is sure to make money." Weichi thought for a moment and transferred 150,000 Tianxian coins. His money was saved bit by bit, not blown by the wind. "Really? You want them all?" "Well, the money has been transferred." Qingning handed the small porcelain bottle to Weichi. She smiled so cutely that people couldn't help but hug her and kiss her. As they were leaving, Qingning looked up and asked, "What's your name?" "My name is Weichi, an ordinary beastmaster." "Thank you, Weichi. Qingning will repay you in the future." The little girl quickly packed up her stall and disappeared into the night. Chapter 44. Master, can you give me a kiss? After returning home, Liang Shui couldn't wait to transform back into human form and threw herself on the sofa. Weichi looked at the 2 white and tender legs and the perky buttocks for a long time. "Master? What are you looking at?" An alluring blush appeared on Liang Shui's face. Weichi came back to his senses from his imagination. "Nothing, you've been tired today, you should have a good rest, tomorrow is the last battle." "Okay." Weichi quickly walked into the bedroom and turned on the computer. There are no related terms such as Palace of Destiny and mechanical monsters that can be found on the internet. A secret organization? Forget it, their target should be a woman like Shen Miao who holds the protagonist's script. I'd better consider focusing on the Beast Control Academy. Weichi began to search for information on the 3 major colleges. In the past years, there were 3 key Beast Control Academies enrolling students in Shilong City, namely Guanglong Academy, Ziyu Academy and Xiaoyu Academy. Guanglong Academy is located in Tianlong City, the capital of the Dragon King. The students here are strong and particularly capable of involution. The consumption level of Tianlong City is relatively high and is not suitable for commoners like Weichi. Pass. People of different classes are destined to be unable to live in peace. Purple Feather Academy is located in Tianning City in the west of the Dragon Kingdom. It would have been a good choice to introduce a large number of unique education models from Western countries. Unfortunately, Tianying City is geographically remote, with a dry and hot climate. Going to ZU Academy is equivalent to giving up the Dragon Cave exploration. Moreover, there are no cultivation resources near Tianying City, and it is too dangerous to go abroad. Besides, Liangxue is an ice-attributed pet and cannot perform at its full strength in hot weather. Pass. Xieyue Academy is located in the Giant Serpent City in the north of Dragon Country, not too far from Pegasus City. It has a suitable climate and is relatively close to the Dragon's Lair, with a large number of cultivation resources nearby. Xieyue Academy was founded nearly 100 years ago. Its background and strength are slightly inferior to Guanglong, but because its investors are financially strong and its overall development is on par with ZU, it is also a good choice. Dong dong dong. Liang Shui washed some fruits and walked into the bedroom with a box of milk. Master, how about some fruit and milk? They are good for your health. Weichi didn't look back. Liang Shui, which college do you want to go to? As long as Shui is with the master, nothing else matters. Then let's go to Xieyue Academy. Liang Shui placed the plate on the table and quickly kissed Weichi on the cheek. Weichi touched his wet cheek. It seems that all humans express intimacy in this way. Liang Shui sat on the edge of the bed with a shy look on her face. Master, can you give me a kiss? Weichi was stunned for 2 seconds. Looking at the cute fox girl in front of him, he leaned towards the bed with excitement. Liang Shui's cheek got closer and closer, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. The atmosphere was getting better. Weichi put his arm around her shoulders and moved closer to her pink lips. Ahaya! A discordant sound came from the headset. Weichi and Liang Shui couldn't help but look at the computer screen. The resource that was stuck in downloading just now was actually downloaded secretly. Broken. This company is dead. Finished. Clothes Yamidi o dame. The wanton moans continued to be heard. Liang Shui blushed and pretended to be an innocent girl. Master, what are they doing? A smart fox will take the initiative to help its owner save his life. Ahem, they're wrestling. Weichi pretended nothing had happened and walked to the computer and dragged the precious wrestling video into the recycle bin. I must not let Liang Shui find out that I am a person who likes sourness. It damages the great image I have in her heart. Master. Weichi tried to force a smile. What's the matter? It was a computer virus just now, don't take it too seriously. Liang Shui's tail fluttered with excitement, and she almost buried her head in her chest and whispered. Do you like wrestling? You should like it, right? Weichi wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. If the master likes wrestling, you can ask Shui to wrestle with you in the future. Liang Shui said shocking words. Weichi blushed. Well, if there is a chance in the future. Liang Shui pretended to understand nothing and walked out of the bedroom. Her reserve lasted only 3 seconds before she excitedly threw herself on the sofa, hugged the pillow, pressed it under her body and began to roll around. Long live! The master promised Shui. It's a pity that Shui has no experience in that kind of thing. In order to leave her master with unforgettable memories, she should secretly study her master's folder in the future? On the other side, Weichi dragged his collection into the file shredder with tears in his eyes. Farewell, spell materials. The materials collected in it are all kinds of strange and bizarre. It would be bad if Liang Shui fell. After being admitted to a key college, I will teach Liang Shui personally. After eating the fruit, Weichi sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, looking at the spirit-gathering pill in his palm. It has been identified as genuine, what are you afraid of? Ali Gay, done! Weichi swallowed the soul-gathering pill into his stomach, and the strawberry-flavored pill went into his body through his esophagus. My lower abdomen felt hot, and a large amount of refined spiritual energy flowed through my body's meridians. Weichi could even feel every cell in his body moaning with joy. Very comfortable feeling. Buzz. After the effect of the medicine took effect, Weichi entered a meditative state. The 10 stars below Liang Shui's spiritual contract were all lit up, and the black hole of the second spiritual contract was glowing faintly. Success. The next step is to refine the fire spirit seal and break through to the first level. Weichi immediately took out the fire spirit seal from the space ring. Put your hands together. The fire spirit seal was gradually melted and absorbed into the body by the vortex of spiritual power generated by Weichi's palm. A red sun gradually condensed under the 10 stars. I didn't expect that I have such good talent that I succeeded in refining the spirit seal for the first time? Weichi excitedly opened the beast-taming space to check the abilities of the red sun. Flame Shock Blade, a spiritual seal skill that uses the whole body's spiritual power to condense a flaming blade to attack surrounding enemies. The attack has the effects of shocking back, burning for 10 seconds, and silencing for 3 seconds. The cooldown time is 3 hours. What a powerful skill! It can knock back and keep you safe, with continuous bleeding and silence, and almost no disadvantages," Weichi exclaimed. The mysterious spiritual seal brought him more surprises than just that. The second spiritual contract in the beast-taming space was slowly unsealed, and 3 stars slowly lit up below. The spiritual power overflowing from the spirit-gathering pill and the spiritual power remaining in the spirit seal allowed Weichi to advance 3 levels in a row. A 3-star Xuanzhe, and then upgraded to level 7, my talent can become even stronger. Weichi was extremely excited. The characteristics of the first-level Xuanzhe realm are full of vitality and vigor, and one will not feel tired even if he does not sleep for 3 consecutive days. After breaking through to the second-level Xuanzhe realm, one will be able to read 10 lines at a glance and remember everything he sees. At the same time, his innate abilities will be enhanced, and the combat position of his spirit pet will be permanently increased by 1. The physical body of a Beastmaster at the 3rd level of the Mystic Master realm is enhanced, making it difficult for ordinary firearms and knives to harm him, basically eliminating the possibility of being assassinated by ordinary people. A Beastmaster who is a 4th level Great Mystic Master gains a lifespan of 100 years and can easily live to 200 years old. Moreover, he is no longer dependent on eating and excretion and has begun to transcend the mundane world. Beastmasters at the 5th level of Xianzhu realm are extremely rare. They can break the laws of physics and fly in the air. The combat position of their spirit pets is permanently increased by +1, making them almost like immortals in the eyes of mortals. Most Beastmasters above level 5 will stay away from cities, join some hidden sects and practice hard in an attempt to change their fate, so it is rare to see them in cities. "Master? You have made a breakthrough?" Liang Shui pushed open the door, with surprise flashing in her eyes. "Well, we will definitely win tomorrow's battle," Weichi laughed. Chapter 45 Simulation Battle. The next morning. After finishing his meditation, Weichi woke up the cutely sleeping Liang Shui. "Acha? Master? It's time to get up, little lazy fox." The two of them quickly packed up the daily necessities they needed to take away. Since Weichi was used to living alone, he didn't need to bring too much luggage. "The space ring is really a great thing, a must-have item for home and travel." Weichi couldn't help but praise the wonders of the other world. Liang Shui looked at the rental house reluctantly. "Master, are we leaving this home?" "Well, Giant Snake City is a more prosperous main city. We will live in a more beautiful and bigger house in the future." Shui is a little reluctant. Liang Shui looked a little lost. Life in Pegasus City was the most comfortable and happiest time in her life. They will face greater challenges in the future. Weichi thought Liang Shui was shy, so he used Yasasi to calm her down. Before leaving, he went to the property downstairs to hand over the keys and the last month's rent. Looking back at the home where he had lived for 2.5 years, Weichi waved and said, "Goodbye, my home in Pegasus City." Weichi and Liang Shui arrived at the central square of Pegasus City in advance. Unexpectedly, the area was crowded with spectators and candidates. Members of the Dragon Guard are responsible for maintaining order at the scene. Weichi showed his student ID and entered smoothly. The stern bald teacher patted Weichi on the shoulder and said, "You're amazing, Weichi. You usually hide things so well, but you suddenly gave me such a big surprise. It's unbelievable." "Just luck," Weichi said modestly. "Come on. Your future is bright." Xiaomei, dressed beautifully, and her former classmates appeared near the number 5 middle school queue to cheer him on. "Weichi, come on. I'm very optimistic about you. Come on, old classmate." The boy who usually has a bad relationship with Weichi also shouted sharply. "Wei, come on, I'm here. Speak up for us ordinary people." Weichi looked at the familiar face and sighed in her heart. It's only been a few days. Their lives have taken different paths. Soon, candidates from other colleges and universities arrived one after another. Xin Miao, who looks dashing and wears a black windbreaker, receives the shouts of countless male compatriots. "Goddess and sister, come on. We will always support you." $1 million luxury car slowly entered the venue, and a young man with short purple hair wearing a crisp white shirt stepped out of the car. He looked around arrogantly, and finally locked his eyes on Xin Miao, who was attracting everyone's attention. The time came to 8 o'clock. Long Moose slowly stepped onto the podium with his hands behind his back. "Today we will hold the final part of the national exam, the mock battle. Each player will randomly select no more than 5 players ranked before and after them as their enemies to fight. I and 3 other college representatives will serve as judges and score your combat performance." After that, 3 people of different ages and genders appeared on the podium. "Wow! The representative of Guanglong Academy is a man with a square face and a short haircut. He looks very strong. He looks very fierce. TSK, the representative of Ziyu Academy is actually an exotic blonde beauty, and that chest, is her name Yurong? I really envy the students at Ziyu Academy. Eh? Where is the representative from Evil Moon Academy? I saw it. The representative of Shiryu Academy is actually a little green-haired girl who is less than 1.6 meters tall. What do you mean there's a lowly? The copper refiner's eyes widened. Weichi and Liang Shui looked at each other in astonishment. Why is it her? Isn't the silver-haired girl in a floral dress and cute flower ornaments the Qing Ning who set up a stall in front of the gate of Pegasus City last night? The mature blonde beauty pulled Qing Ning out from behind. Xiao Qing, you can't hide in this kind of situation. Ugh, it's my first time. When the animals in the audience heard Qing Ning's cute nasal voice, they all fell to the ground and couldn't get up. The three representatives took their seats, and Long Mu continued to announce. This mock battle is a random draw. Luck is also a part of strength. Please keep your mind and play well. The crowd below was unhappy. Old man, stop wasting time. I want to see beautiful women. I want to watch my son's game. Let's start the fight. I have the money ready. Long Mu snorted. Several spirit pets descended from the sky and carried the screaming spectators out of the venue. Long Mu took out a javelin from his space ring and thrust it towards the field. The phantom spear can affect the field to create a random environment. Different spirit pets will perform differently in different environments. Remember this. Weichi touched his chin. Random opponents, random maps, seems quite fun. Now for the first match. A random draw began on a projection screen suspended above the competition venue. The first group of players has been generated. Zhou Chang from number 7 middle school versus Weichi from number 5 middle school. Zhou Chang? Weichi slowly looked towards the 7th middle school queue. The man with short purple hair looked at Weichi with disdain. Since you didn't draw Xinyao, you are really unlucky. Other viewers complained. A showdown between number 1 and number 3? It should be a very exciting match, right? This third-level talent is average, and he is a spiritual pet. I really don't know how he can compete with Zhou Chang from the 7th school. Weichi was in a pretty good mood. The first game is your own game, at least you don't have to wait for the subsequent games. The fans from number 7 middle school shouted, Brother Chang, come on! You are the best! Zhou Chang, I love you, just like a mouse loves rice. Xinyao beside him shook his head helplessly and said, I really want to compete with you, but it seems I have no chance. Next time, I'll get off work first. Weichi and Liang Shui stepped onto the ring calmly. Zhou Chang stood opposite with his arms folded, and said in an extremely arrogant tone, Are you Weichi who ranks 3rd? I hope you'll let me use my full strength. I hope you can shut up and play well, Weichi said calmly. Then it depends on whether you have the strength. Zhou Chang had been trapped in the inner demon world for a long time in the Nightmare Attack dungeon. He had no idea that Weichi's peak score was over 600. It's natural to think that you are ranked 1st. The vast majority of candidates are attacked by nightmare demons almost at the same time. Except for the Dragon Guard organization outside the field and Xinyao and Weichi who maintained their memories, everyone else's secret realm memories had been rewritten by Adikos. Long Mu poured spiritual power into the phantom spirit pillar and softly recited a spell. Open the barrier! Buzz! The black phantom instantly swallowed up the entire arena. The environment around the two people turned into a hot tropical jungle, with a large number of towering trees blocking their view. Tropical jungle? A jungle battle where fire is dominant. Zhou Chang, use your Scarlet Flame Demon Bear to eliminate the opponent. I'm going to put 300,000 on you. Weichi's fox is obviously an ice-attributed pet. It has no advantage in this environment. Come on, Weichi. I'll bet 500,000 on you. If you win, you'll get a young model from the club. If you lose, you'll go to the adult entertainment industry. It's just an emperor-level bear. Kill it. You two idiots, just wait and go to work in the sea. Aminos. I'll test your code. Before Weichi and Zhou Chang started fighting, the gamblers outside started fighting first. On the ring. Zhou Chang said confidently, Why don't you use your trump card? Although Zhou Chang is arrogant, he is not an idiot. He has guessed that Liang Shui is definitely not an ordinary white fox. He has full confidence in the red flame demon bear. In a map like the tropical jungle, you can easily eliminate your opponent by simply using a large-scale fire attack. What's more, Zhou Chang spent a lot of money to buy a spiritual weapon as a backup. He is confident that he can end the battle within 3 minutes. Chapter 46 Qing Ning's Grandma. Zhou Chang snapped his fingers lightly and summoned a giant bear with a pitch-black body and flame patterns on its back. Some of the information he found on the internet last night slowly emerged in Weichi's mind. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is a top-grade imperial spiritual pet, a member of the fire-attributed demon beast family. It is good at close combat, has thick skin and flesh, and has strong defense and vitality. Zhou Chang's red flame demon bear has not yet awakened its racial skills, otherwise its height would exceed 3 meters. The red flame demon bear is strong and powerful, with fierce eyes. Its mouth and nose constantly spew out red breath, and its muscles throughout the body constantly tremble as it enters a combat state. The students of number 7 middle school shouted in unison. When the Bear King goes to war, not a blade of grass will grow. Come on, Black Bear! Xiao Hei will win! The general halo of the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is power, which enhances the strength and vitality of friendly forces. Liang Xue, don't compete with it in brute force, just follow my command. Xue understands. At this moment, a blue light illuminated the sky. What's going on? Isn't Weichi's pet a white fox? Are you stupid? How could an ordinary white fox possibly make it into the top 3 of the list? Damn it, why is my fox only at the normal level? Can't it turn into a beautiful girl? A man said while holding the black fox. The Bingchen three-tailed fox makes its debut. The torso full of wild power, the demonic and awe-inspiring posture, and the powerful foxtail earned Weichi enough face. 3 tails ice attribute, blue stripes on the back. Is this an emperor-level ice dust three-tailed fox? Longmu, who was sitting on the rostrum, widened his eyes. Xinyao, who was watching the battle in the audience, also opened his eyes wide. Let me see your true strength, Weichi. The 3 student representatives also focused their attention on Weichi. Another emperor's spiritual pet, Little Pegasus City, is actually Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Representative Guanlong said. This handsome guy has good looks and is my type. It would be great if he could come to Purple Feather Academy. Weichi, is it him? Qingning strained her neck to look at the audience. Weichi extended a helping hand to Qingning in time when she needed cash the most, so that she could successfully buy the Rain and Dew Emerald Flower in Pegasus City and stabilize her grandmother's soul that was about to dissipate. A kind voice came from the green lemon necklace. Ninger, is he the man who helped you raise the balance? Yes, Grandma. You have an emperor's pet at such a young age. You will have a bright future. Get along well with him. When Grandma passes away, I will leave you to him without any worries. Qingning froze and said shyly. Hey! Grandma, what are you talking about? Silly girl, when have you ever paid attention to other men since you were a child? Don't you understand the mind of a young girl? Qingning, no! Qingning hopes that Grandma will never die and stay with me forever. Hey you girl, I've spoiled you. Zhou Chang looked at the big white-haired fox in front of him with a hint of envy in his eyes. As a man, who doesn't like a petite and cute pet? A cute fox and a big and strong black bear, who would you choose? What's more, high-level beast can transform into human form. Zhou Chang said sourly. It's just a vase that looks good but is useless. Big bear, tear it into pieces. Roar! In fact, Weichi could directly use the combination of Shanghai Transformation plus Flame Shock Blade to kill his opponent, but doing so would only expose all his cards. This was Weichi's first time fighting against the Beastmaster in the ring. He also wanted to see who was stronger, himself or the genius in the eyes of the world. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear launched an active attack, and its mountain-like body pounced towards Liang Xue. Weichi calmly retreated and kept some distance. Under her command, Liang Xue used her speed advantage to deal with the Red Flame Demon Bear in the forest. The bear pets have excellent strength and defense, just like the bulky warriors in the Mabe game, with high stats, but unfortunately a bit stupid. With Liang Xue's mobility and control, it will be no problem to slowly grind it to death. Roar! The blue phantom kept shuttling through the forest. Big bear, turn around, it's on the right. Not long after the 2 pets fought, Zhou Chang gradually discovered Liang Xue's speed advantage. All of the Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's normal attacks missed, and it didn't even touch a single hair of the opponent. Want to consume the big bear's energy? Good tactic, but unfortunately your enemy is me. Zhou Chang shouted loudly. Big bear, use fiery blaze. Roar! The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear clapped its hands and roared toward the sky, with the patterns on its back flashing red light. The temperature in the air is rising rapidly. Blazing flames, the Red Flame Demon Bear's Imperial Group attack skill, causes massive fire damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, and also leaves behind burning flames that last for 1 minute. The radius of the arena is only 20 meters. If a large-scale fire breaks out in the tropical jungle, Liang Xue's Weichi's movement space will become very small, and he will be passive in subsequent battles. Long Mu looked at Zhou Chang and nodded. That's a good idea. Use the fire attribute's group attack advantage to restrict the enemy's actions. Weichi, how are you going to crack it? Weichi was not panicked at all. Liang Xue, the demon, shoot! Weichi had been holding the demon shi without releasing it first in order to interrupt the opponent's key skills, disrupt the opponent's rhythm and find opportunities. Liang Shue's level is as high as 18, and her mind and soul are far superior to those of a newborn red flame demon bear. A golden light flashed in its eyes, and the scarlet flame demon bear's eyes gradually took on a brilliant color and became somewhat obsessed. The bulky body stopped casting the spell and began to slowly crawl towards Liang Shue. Zhou Chang was completely panicked and kept muttering, "How is this possible? He has already mastered the racial skills of the fox tribe in just a few days? Big Bear! Wake up!" Weichi's lips curled up into a smile. "Well done." Liang Shue, who was ruthless to her enemies, showed no mercy at all, and the icy light leaped towards the head of the red flame demon bear. Long Mu propped himself up and looked at the battle, murmuring softly, "What a fierce grasping ability! Even if he doesn't die from this claw, he will be seriously disabled." The representative of Guanglong Academy echoed, "The natal spirit pet that was born just a few days ago actually awakened the racial skills. This fox's talent is a bit abnormal. I heard that it was a white spirit fox a few days ago, and it evolved into an emperor level in just a few days. Could it be that Weichi has an expert guiding him behind the scenes?" said the purple-haired woman. A blue light flashed, and ordinary people couldn't even see Liang Shue's figure. Zhou Chang clasped his hands together and gritted his teeth. Flowing light shield! As his natal spirit pet was in danger, Zhou Chang did not dare to hide his weakness. He immediately used his A-level beast taming talent, Streaming Light Shield. Streamer's shield creates a shield for the target that can withstand a large amount of damage. The higher the grade of the target's pet, the stronger the shield effect. It's actually an A-level Streamer Shield. This is bad. The reason why Streamer Shield is rated as an A-level talent is that this skill has no built-in CD, and as long as the Beastmaster's mana bar is long enough, it can cover the entire process. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear is of the superior Emperor grade, and the strength of its flowing light shield is enough to withstand a full strength attack from a spiritual pet of the same level. There was no snow splashing as imagined. Liang Shue's sharp claws slammed into a layer of transparent shield. There was no pain on the face of the red flame demon bear. It slapped Liang Shue, who was so close to it, with its backhand. Chapter 47 Victory. Many people are shocked. Liang Shue, a veteran of many battles, reacted quickly and dodged to the right. Bang! The scarlet flame demon bear's claws slammed hard on Liang Shue's waist. Liang Shue, who had a fur defense close to level 2, was still shocked by the opponent and retreated repeatedly, suffering some minor injuries. Roar! The scarlet flame demon bear intends to pursue Liang Shue and not give her a chance to counterattack. It opens its mouth and uses Flame Jet. Liang Shue's snow-white eyes were fixed on the surging flames, and her nimble body kept dodging. Boom, boom, boom! The trees near the battlefield were set on fire, and thick smoke rose. Zhou Chang's lips curled up with a hint of ridicule. "You can't beat me if you just dodge!" Liang Shue's ice cannon and snow fall need to be charged before they can be released. "It's my turn." Liang Shue received Weichi's order and began to retreat. When Zhou Chang saw Liang Shue retreat and Weichi move forward, a smile appeared on his face. "Want to buy it some time to cast the spell?" "Big Bear, use Feral Charge." Feral Charge, an active skill that only a small number of orcs can master, can lock onto a single target and charge to cause a stun effect. The stupid red flame demon bear suddenly curled up its body and launched a surprise attack towards Liang Shue behind it. "Do you think the big bear doesn't have the skill to charge? It's just warming up with your fox." Zhou Chang smiled confidently. The scarlet flame demon bear's bulky body and slow speed were weaknesses that he deliberately exposed. The wild charge with a stun effect hit Liang Shue, and Weichi was doomed to fail. Weichi took a deep breath and started running forward. With a wave of his right hand, he projected a large jungle around Liang Shue. The dense jungle obscures Liang Shue's body, and locking skills will be forcibly terminated if they lose their target. The Light Dragon representative in the spectator booth nodded with satisfaction. Although the projection talent does not have the ability to cause direct damage, he uses it very well. The Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox is positioned for long-range damage and field control. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear failed to interrupt it, so Weichi has a great chance of winning. "I don't believe it. The Snowfall skill is strong in range and control. Damage alone may not be enough to defeat the fire-attributed Scarlet Flame Demon Bear, not to mention that Zhou Chang can also protect it with a protective film." Qing Ning whispered. "I believe Weichi can win. The Bingchen Three-Tailed Fox has not used any attack skills yet, so no one can be sure of its attack strength." The blonde woman couldn't help but hug Qing Ning. "Little Qing Qing is so cute, I really want to raise one and take it home." Qing Ning pouted. "Say it again. Qing Ning is an adult, not a child, and not a spirit pet." Boom! A turquoise light suddenly shot out from the bushes, like a blue arrow accurately hitting the head of the red flame demon bear. "Ice Attribute Frost Cannon?" It's actually a rare skill. Flowing white shield, hold on. Zhou Chang quickly mobilized his spiritual power to cast the shield for the red flame demon bear. Sizzle! The defensive effect of the streamer's shield is very strong and can perfectly absorb all damage from the ice cannon. Weichi continued to charge without changing his expression. Buzz buzz buzz. Another ice cannon. Sweat began to form on Zhou Chang's forehead, and he clenched his teeth and defended himself again. Buzz buzz buzz. The last ice cannon followed. Zhou Chang's level is only 8, and casting Stream Shield 4 times is already his limit. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear could also feel the efforts of its master, and a cold, fishy wind blew on Weichi's face. Long Mu was getting a little impatient. As a Beastmaster, he actually used himself as bait. This is too outrageous. The human body cannot withstand any attack from a spirit pet. The angry red flame demon bear locked onto Weichi and launched a charge. Zhou Chang, who was pale, gritted his teeth and said, "Your tactics are very good, but it's a pity that you can't break my shield. Red Flame Demon Bear, blast him away!" The Red Flame Demon Bear's skills seemed unusually clumsy compared to Liang Shue's. But compared to humans, it is as fast as lightning. A foul-smelling wind blew in my face. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear's huge paws slapped Weichi on the head. Some timid girls were so scared that they closed their eyes. It's over. How could Weichi possibly dodge the attack of the Emperor's spirit pet? Brother, don't lose. I'm betting on you to win, a gambler wailed. Most people thought that Weichi would definitely lose. The Scarlet Flame Demon Bear slapped Weichi's body, causing it to shake slightly and then turn into ashes. Fake? The Light Dragon representative, Long Mu, the blonde woman, and Green Lemon all stood up straight. How is that possible? I can't even see through the projection of a sea-level talent? Who on earth is this kid? Several experts couldn't tell the difference, and Zhou Chang was even more confused. What's going on? Where are the people? Ouch! Liang Shui, who had been waiting for a long time, launched a surprise attack, and the sharp ice spear stabbed at the immobile Zhou Chang. Roar! Of course, the red flame demon bear would not watch its master get hurt. It straightened its body to resist Zhou Chang's attack, and then it fought with Liang Shui with the leaping icy light. Zhou Chang was a little panicked. Where is the person? General! Weichi descended from the sky with his fists raised. Zhou Chang wanted to dodge, but his feet were completely out of control. Damn it, I can only use the last. Weichi certainly would not give him the chance to activate the spiritual weapon, and the spiritual power in his body was gathered in his palms. Boom! The flames created by the flame gloves instantly hit Zhou Chang's chest. The burst of spiritual energy knocked him away on the spot, and his whole body flew out of the field like a kicked ball. End of the game, winner, 5 central defenders. Longmu immediately announced that the game was over, and Longwei's healers quickly carried the stretcher to carry the black Zhou Chang off the field for treatment. What the hell? Weichi won? What's going on? Why is he still breathing fire? Did you see that pair of gloves? It should be a spiritual weapon of good quality. Weichi's classmates were stunned. He is obviously an inconspicuous boy. Why did he suddenly become so powerful? Shen Yao, who was standing under the stage, stared at Weichi's back. Projection, can it still be used in this way? When did he create the projection of his body and hide himself? First use the fake body to lure the enemy, then use the ice dust three-tailed fox to attract the attention of the red flame demon bear, and finally use the three-tailed fox's throwing attack to fall from the sky to complete the fatal blow. His fighting ideas and physical fitness are far beyond ordinary people. Ordinary people can't pull off a bungee-style attack. Xiaozi, can you tell Weiqi's true identity? Xiaozi shook her head. I'm sorry, Master, I can't see it. Shen Yao clearly remembered that the living phantom created by sea-level projections could be seen through by high-level beast masters and high-level magical beasts. Why is the illusion projected by Weiqi exactly the same as the real thing? Could it be that he has the same celestial bloodline as himself? No reason? Chapter 48 The Popular Weiqi. The main ability of the human emperor's sword is not to fight, but to detect luck. Luck and beast-controlling talents are completely random. According to Shen Yao's personal understanding, luck is like the incarnation of God's will. People with strong luck are the darlings of God. All their wishes come true. They can have epiphanies when they fall down. They can meet a dying grandfather who teaches them martial arts when they fall off a cliff. They can turn into a phoenix by catching a chicken. Such people often is the protagonist in the novel. People with bad luck are unlucky ghosts who have been abandoned by God. They can't even drink cold water until their teeth are filled. Everything goes wrong and they can be hit by bird droppings when they walk. Such people are as rare as the protagonist. Ordinary people's luck fluctuates, with mixed blessings and misfortunes. The luck of the strong is far beyond that of ordinary people, so they can obtain opportunities from heaven and earth and stand out among all living beings. Shen Miao had seen Weichi's luck. The luck of the strong is like a tsunami. Mortal luck is a tide that goes up and down. Weichi's luck is like the stagnant water of the ancient well. Did I see it wrong? Shen Miao's eyes flashed with a slight golden light. I saw little ripples starting to appear on the golden stagnant water of the ancient well. Has there been a change? It was still black when we separated last night. This unnatural phenomenon made Shen Miao suddenly think of what Senior Zhu Long said. Shen Miao, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky beyond the sky. The secrets of the sky beyond the sky may bring destruction, or it may bring hope. Our civilization is an inherited civilization, so it's best not to do things that go against the rules. Weichi, this guy is neither annoying nor likable at first glance. Will he be someone who turns things upside down? After the battle, Liang Xue returned to her mini-form and jumped on Weichi's shoulders. The legal little loli put her hands on her hips with satisfaction. Look, big stupid bear is no match for Weichi. The other three were silenced by Garen's infinite cue. Crackle. There was thunderous applause from outside the stadium. For most viewers, this back-and-forth battle is entertaining. Long Mu shook his head slightly. It turns out that the main purpose of interrupting the red flame demon bear's blazing prairie fire is to keep the venue hidden. If the surrounding area is full of black charcoal, it will be difficult for Weichi to use projection tactics to confuse the opponent. Weichi walked down the stage with a calm expression, and he and Liang Xue were still in almost full condition. The projection ability seems to be stronger than imagined. In this battle, Liang Xue did not even use the star pattern skills, Phantom Assault, and Snow Waterfall, which means she had some spare strength. The girls around looked at Weichi and said, "Look carefully, he's quite handsome. She's the type that gets more attractive the more you look at her." Some of the brave ones have already shouted, "Weichi, do you still need a girlfriend? If you have a girlfriend, do you still need a lover? I don't have many good jobs. Brother Weichi, can I add you on WeChat?" A 300-pound rich woman asked. "Handsome boy, would you like to have dinner with me tonight?" Some men also came over and said, "Brother, do you want to consider live streaming to sell goods?" Weichi was so frightened that he hurriedly ran to the podium. Long Mu pulled him to a corner with a kind face, and the cat in his arms immediately turned into a graceful cat girl, carefully supporting her master. Weichi widened his eyes in surprise. "Lao Deng, you really know how to enjoy yourself?" Still Catwoman in white silk. "Weichi, your strength far exceeds my expectations." "Mr. Long, thank you for your compliment." Weichi didn't understand why he pulled him aside alone. The other party was a high-ranking official of the Dragon Guard and he couldn't offend him openly. "I wonder where your parents are. I want to meet them, as they have raised such an outstanding child." Weichi said frankly, "Mr. Long, I am not a native of Pegasus City. My home is in Tiange City." There was a hint of surprise in Long Mu's eyes, and he scratched his ears and cheeks in embarrassment. Catwoman in white silk stockings came to the rescue and handed him a handkerchief. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be a survivor of that disaster." "It's okay, it's all over." Weichi suddenly asked back, "Mr. Long, what secrets are hidden in the copy of Nightmare Assault?" "Secret? What did you encounter?" Long Mu glanced sideways. Weichi clenched his fists. Fortunately, the flame gloves had covered the dragon deed on the back of his left hand. "A scary guy with a lantern." Long Mu glanced at Liang Xue and then laughed. "The love comes from the heart. No wonder your natal beast is a fox, and you are also a little fox." Then Long Mu briefly explained the truth about the nightmare attack to Weichi. After listening to Long Mu's explanation, Weichi became more convinced of her guess. Atikos did quietly rewrite the memories of humans who entered the secret realm, including the dragon tree that broke through more than 50 levels in front of him. He was now completely sure that Shen Miao was the holder of the human emperor's sword. Except for her and Weichi, everyone else completely lost their clear memories of Atikos. The existence of Atikos was blurred into a very terrifying shadow. Novice trial copy. It is a copy that the goddess of hope bestows on mankind, a copy that humans all over the world will enter. Why is there a legendary demon hidden inside? Doesn't the entire Tianxian alliance know the true situation inside? Why does Atikos possess such a treasure as the soul-guiding lamp? Why is the soul of the demon dragon king imprisoned in the soul-inducing lamp? In fact, many talented candidates have encountered Atikos, but even if they can defeat Atikos' phantom, their memories will be affected by it. Because Shen Miao and Weichi are both artifact holders, Atikos cannot affect their memories. The Tianxian secret treasure can only be destroyed by the Tianxian secret treasure. Only Weichi, who possesses the mountain and sea seal, has the ability to break the soul-inducing lamp. Do you have any more questions? Weichi. Looking at Long Mu with a kind face in front of him, Weichi almost asked what level of existence the Demon Dragon King was. In the end, Weichi suppressed his doubts and strangled the cat named Curiosity to death. No one must be allowed to know the existence of the Demon Dragon King. The more people try to grab the opportunity, the lower Weichi's success rate will be. Long Mu, who also suppressed his curiosity, did not dare to alert the enemy. He also wanted to find out the secret of Weichi's unique talent. The two foxes smiled at each other. The real fox's face was full of question marks. Lian Shui? Long Mu pointed to the podium and said, "Go choose your beast taming academy. The annual dragon tournament is about to begin. I am looking forward to your and the little fox's performance." The white silk catwoman helped Long Mu back to his seat. The two returned to the podium. Representatives from the 3 major colleges immediately surrounded him. The representative of Guanglong Academy put his arm around Weichi's shoulders, completely lacking the demeanor and reserve of a master. Talents with combat ideas like Weichi are very popular in the royal capital. "Boy, you are very smart. You use smoke and projection to hide your true self. Come to our Guanglong Academy. Guanglong Academy is one of the top academies in the country. There are many masters in it. If you are a man, you should challenge your limits and climb to the top. If you can rank in the top 10 in the grade, the principal will take you to the dragon forest to contract a dragon pet. How about that? A dragon pet is a man's romance. Don't you want to have your own dragon pet?" Weichi subconsciously looked at his left hand. I have to admit that the conditions offered by the man are very tempting. Chapter 49 Mature Woman. "Student Weichi, don't listen to his nonsense. Dragon pets are very expensive and difficult to tame. Male dragons like to attack other pets of the opposite sex, which can easily make your other pets pregnant. If it's a female dragon, it's even worse. Female dragons all have very bad tempers and are troublesome. The key is that they look down on you." The representative of ZU Academy quickly pushed the man away. Well, the Guanglong representative was speechless. The combat power of the dragon spirit pets is indeed at the ceiling level. Unfortunately, it is an established fact that male dragons have strong sexual desires and like to attack their teammates, while female dragons have bad tempers and are difficult to tame. 9 years of compulsory education prevented him from telling lies with his eyes open. "Handsome boy, join our ZU Academy. Our ZU Academy has a large number of foreign exchange students, all of whom are beautiful girls of various styles. If you join ZU, I will help you apply to the principal for a griffin as a flying mount. How about it?" the blonde beauty said with a wink. "Jenny, you can't rob people like this," the Guanglong representative said anxiously. Qing Ning, who is slightly shorter and has a weaker presence, is more anxious. Weichi is her friend and an important role model for her. If she succeeds in recruiting Weichi into Xieyue College, she will be able to earn a lot of money from the principal and buy lots of delicious food. Buy more materials to make pills, and then help those in need. "Weichi, please join our Xieyue Academy. The welfare benefits of Xieyue Academy are the best in the country." Weichi looked around and finally found the petite Qing Ning behind the blonde beauty. "Such a small one. Xiao Qingqing, you should sit down and take a rest." The blonde beauty calmly raised her chest and hips to push Qingyo away. Qing Ning clenched his fists angrily. "Is being big enough a big deal? I have to say. Green lemon looks so cute when it's deflated. I want to fuck it." "Children should not interrupt when adults are talking," Guanglong representative said. Qing Ning jumped up angrily. Qing Ning is 24 years old this year, a qualified adult. She grabbed Weichi's sleeve and said pitifully, "How about this? As long as you join Xieyue College, I will help you make pills for free every month, okay?" "Xiao Qingqing can also make pills?" The blonde woman covered her mouth in surprise. "Do you have your ID? What if someone gets poisoned?" Guanglong representative continued to finish off the enemy. Qing Ning's face flushed with shame, and she clenched her fists and placed them on her chest. "Qing Ning will take the test later. I promise." Weichi smiled and rubbed her head. "I have already decided to join Xieyue College. I'm sorry, both of you." The conditions of Xieyue Academy itself are very attractive, coupled with the promise of the genius alchemist. Only a fool would refuse. After confirming that Qing Ning was the representative of Xieyue Academy, the last doubt in Weichi's heart was completely eliminated. She is just a cute little Lolita who can make elixirs. The kind with very strong medicinal effects. The representative of Guanglong spread his hands and shook his head. The blonde beauty covered her face and shook her head. They said in unison, "So it's a perverted Lolita control." Weichi blushed. "I'm not a Lolita complex." Qing Ning clenched her fists. "I'm not a Loli. I'm a mature woman. A woman." Lian Shui. Shui testifies that the master is not a Lolita control. Onlookers. "So it's a perverted Lolita. Lolita control." Jin Liantong shook a step forward and said, Master Qingning, may I lick your feet? The little green lemon smells so good when I hold it in my arms, hee 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 hee. You pervert, get back to me! Really? That's great! The lowly, oh no, the mature woman, who was just over 1.5 meters tall, jumped up happily when she heard Weichi's answer. In order to prevent you from escaping, Qingning decided to take you to Xieyue Academy personally. The mature woman made a very mature decision. Ah? Xiao Qingqing, you? The other two representatives were stunned. Qingning looked at the female teacher who was accompanying her and acted like a spoiled child. Teacher Xiaoyu, could you please continue to recruit people for Qingning? We will split the principal's bonus in half. The female teacher smiled foolishly. Hee hee, okay, Teacher Xiaoqing. The mature woman pouted and retorted. I'm not a teacher. I'm not old. Qingning is the consultant of Xieyue Academy. The female teacher named Xiaoyu hugged Qingning and rubbed her, as if she had reached some kind of fragrant deal. The lilies in my hometown seem to have never withered. Finally, the confused Weichi was dragged out of the square by the cheerful Qingning. Let's go quickly. Qingning has something to say to you. Long Mu looked at Weichi, who was walking away, and finally decided to investigate his parents' information. Shen Miao stared at Weichi's back for a moment. She was considering whether to give up her original plan and join Xieyue. She also had many things to ask Weichi. At this moment, new news came from the big screen. Shen Miao from the 5th middle school versus Li Xian from the 7th middle school. Come on, goddess Shen. Sister, I love you. Please stay with me. Shen Miao was pushed into the ring by everyone and missed the opportunity to catch up with Weichi immediately. The end of Novice Village. After thinking about it, I adjusted my mentality, gave up the pretense and slap-in-the-face plots that I am not good at, and wrote some simple adventures and monsters. The results may be embarrassing, but the subsequent story is even more exciting. As the saying goes, as long as the book is not sealed, you will die. Each of the heroines in this book is related to the main plot, which is a bit brain-consuming to write. I hope everyone will follow up and let me, the unlucky guy who has been blocked 6 times, eat hot steamed buns. Hungry knock on the bowl. Everything you want to see is available at the back. GGG. Chapter 50 Celestial Race. Pegasus City Central Square. Weichi was pulled out of the crowd by the little Qingning. Lime, slow down. Qingning pouted. If you regret it, Qingning's bonus will be gone. Weichi's face was filled with black lines. Didn't you realize that she actually has the attribute of being a money grubber? Okay, just loosen your sleeves and I'll buy the ticket first. Okay. The little girl then let go of her white and tender little hand with relief. Weichi opened his phone and clicked on unethical travel. There are still tickets left from Pegasus City to Eridan City. Weichi advised. Advisor Qingning, I am going to look for my second spirit pet. It will be very dangerous for you to come with me. I advise you to stay here obediently. Qingning protested. Humph! Don't even think about getting rid of me. I won't leave your side until I bring you into Xieyue Academy. Okay. Weichi shrugged. The two came to the Pegasus City transportation station side by side. As long as you pay enough Tianxian coins, you can choose a variety of transportation methods to go to other cities. Weichi took out the baseball cap that he had prepared in advance and put it on Qingning's head. Beautiful girls are always the focus of attention. His life motto is, be low-key in life and high-key in work. As soon as they entered the hall, a group of men surrounded Weichi and his companion. Little brother, where are you planning to travel? Come to our travel agency, 30,000 yuan for a day trip to Tanheng. A scalper asked. Brother, would you like to buy a ticket? They are all cheap here. Weichi grabbed Qingning's sleeve, lowered the brim of his hat, and quickly entered the ticket office. The young and inexperienced Qingning really wanted to ask why people didn't buy the cheap scalper tickets. As a result, I was severely scolded by my grandmother. Because Weichi was the first candidate to be admitted, there were not many idle people in the technical secondary school hall. There were only a few people queuing at the window to buy tickets. Soon it was Weichi's turn. Hello, how may I help you? Give me 2 tickets to Ebisu City. The salesperson looked at Weichi and Qingning dully and thought, there is too big a difference in height between the brother and the sister. An adult ticket costs 10,000 Tianxian coins, and a child ticket is half the price, a total of 15,000. Before Qingning could get angry, Weichi smiled and explained. She is an adult, not my sister. Ah? Sorry, it's 20,000 yuan in total. Weichi took the purple crystal coin handed over by Qingning. This is a Tianxian coin with a face value of 10,000 yuan. The salesperson handed over the license plate with both hands, looking apologetic. Train no. LK 7489, leaving in 10 minutes. Thank you. Weichi and Qingning successfully boarded the intercity train made of super strong alloy. Looking from a distance, it gives the impression of a brave trained man, and the model is very cool. Special tracks made of spirit stones will be built between all the main cities of mankind, and the highly respected formation masters of the Tianxian Alliance will cast demon-repelling barriers. Magical beasts below level 5 dare not approach without permission. Combined with the iron chain-like stronghold barriers, intercity trains are the safest of all modes of transportation. The spacious and bright carriage gives people a comfortable and warm feeling. Polite train attendants and stern-faced but capable security guards are standing guard in the carriage. Weichi placed the freshly brewed hot coffee in front of Qingning. Would you like a cup? Qingning shook her head politely. Thank you, Qingning doesn't like bitter things. Liang Shui stretched out her tongue and licked Weichi's cheek. Master Shui wants it. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. Weichi held Liang Shui in his left hand and fed her coffee one mouthful at a time with a small spoon in his right hand. Hey, the goal of the first stage is over. Very happy. Hope everything goes well later. What if I could really find the legendary Demon Dragon King as my spiritual pet? Wouldn't I just take off? If you can't find it, that's okay. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's my fate. Qingning, who was encouraged by her grandmother, held her chin with both hands and looked at Weichi blankly. Weichi, thank you for what you did last night. Why are you being polite? Your soul-gathering pill is very effective. Thanks to it, I was able to successfully break through and become a Zunist, Weichi said in a calm voice. Actually, Qingning's pretty face turned red in an instant, and her expression became embarrassed. Weichi frowned. What's going on? She looked like a girl confessing her love. I'm not a Lolita complex. Qingning patted his head. Actually my grandma wants to ask you, do you know the Celestials? Liang Shui and Weichi, who were squinting their eyes and enjoying their coffee, were stunned at the same time. The fox's blue eyes were fixed on the blue-haired girl in front of him. Who is she? How do you know about the Celestials? In fact, Liang Shui has always been suspicious of the mystery of Weiqi's life experience since she met Adikos. That guy said that his master was a cursed Xianren. It is the bloodline born from the union of a celestial being and a demon. She would find out after she ascended into the divine realm. The so-called celestial beings are humans with the blood of gods flowing in their bodies. Celestial beings are born with superior talents. If they can successfully enter the realm of gods and be baptized by the gate of heaven, they will be able to awaken to the divine wings for the second time. A demon is a human with devil's blood flowing in his body. He is not a fallen puppet. His vitality is slightly inferior to that of the demons. He will not die if they act separately. Only the attack of the gods can destroy his vitality. If the master is really a hybrid of celestial and demonic blood, he should have the advantages of both bloodlines to become a unique and powerful person, rather than being an ordinary bounty hunter all his life. As for the concept of the Xianren clan, Liang Shui learned about it from Adikos. She thought again of the mysterious man in black who attempted to steal the mountain and see Seal in the forest that day. The opponent's strength has already reached perfection, and he can definitely be ranked among the top 10 in Tianxian Star. No one can stop such a master from stealing the treasure. Why didn't he kill his master? Could it be that the guy knows the secret behind the master? Don't dare to kill, or can't kill. Weichi certainly didn't know what was going on in Liang Shui's little head. He shook his head. I don't know. Why do you suddenly ask this? Do you know? Green Lemon proudly raised the barren land. I know a lot. Weiqi's eyes lit up. Then tell me. He also wanted to understand what the celestial beings, demons, and mysterious beings that Atticus mentioned were. Recommended someone read it. Strive for 3 updates per day. Let me briefly talk about Liang Shui's problem. Her background story and mental journey are a completely different book, and it is difficult to describe it in a few words. I can only lay the groundwork step by step. Maybe it's because my writing skills are not good enough. It's impossible to satisfy everyone. I hope those who have seen this will support the author. It's enough to just generate electricity for free, but it would be even better if the boss gave it as a gift. I kneel down. I am not afraid of bad reviews and doubts, but I am afraid of those people in the cocoon room who do black for the sake of blackening. If you have any questions, please leave a message and I will reply when I see it. Chapter 51 The Missing Father? The Demon of Lies? Qingning coughed lightly. This is a long story. Weiqi, do you know what happened before the goddess came? Weiqi shook his head. I don't know. If you randomly ask any kid on Tianxian Star, he will know the story of the goddess coming to save mankind. But no one knows what happened 5,000 years ago. Qingning's expression was serious, and he didn't seem to be joking. The world structure of Tianxian Star at that time was different from that of today. People lived on the same continent. People in the eastern continent believed in holy light, while people in the western continent believed in darkness. The country in the east continent is called the Kingdom of God. The royal family of the Kingdom of God claims that they are gods descended from heaven and have the blood of celestial beings. They are the original celestial beings. Liang Shui also frowned slightly. Obviously it was the first time she heard such a statement. Are there still celestials now? So much time has passed. Weichi asked indirectly. Qingning shook his head. The celestial race was almost completely wiped out in the Demon World Sealing War, 4,000 years ago. There may still be a few descendants of the celestial race left in this world. Weichi pointed at himself and smiled awkwardly. You don't think I have celestial bloodline? My talent is only sea level. Qingning looked at Weichi curiously. This is what's suspicious. Normally, the physical projection created by sea level talents cannot be hidden from high level beings. But the projection created during the battle between you and Zhou Chang is so real that even Grandma can't tell it from a fake. If you are not of celestial bloodline, it is difficult to explain why your talent is so unique. Weichi was silent and carefully recalled the enemies he had encountered. The unidentified man in black and Adikos, they are both powerful people whose strength far exceeds his own. Without exception, they were all deceived once by Weichi's spiritual projection. Weichi thought that his tactical layout had a miraculous effect, but it turned out to be a change at the root. Qingning scratched his head cutely. It's strange to say, if you are really a celestial being, you shouldn't have awakened a sea-level talent. Grandma said that the initial talent of the Celestials is at least S-level. Weichi's mind went blank after hearing Qingning's words. Could it be that the parents he had lived with for 16 years had been deceiving him all along? There is no reason. Weichi's father is an ordinary working man who is often scolded by his boss. His mother is the head nurse at Tiange City Central Hospital. The two of them also often earnestly advised Weichi to study hard, so that if he could become a beastmaster in the future, he could escape his current civilian class. Until his birthday. The city of Tiange was razed to the ground by the monsters led by the Bloody Ripper. Why is there a mountain and sea seal hidden in that crystal necklace? Just at this moment, there was an indescribable smell floating in the carriage. The crying and making a fussing child, the man chatting on the phone with a woman, the middle-aged woman watching short videos, and even the lemon in front of him all closed their eyes at the same time and suddenly fainted as if they fell asleep. Liang Shui turned around vigilantly and smelled the scent of danger again. Hey! Qingning Yu! A man in a black robe slowly sat down opposite Weichi, raised his head at his lips and instructed Weichi in a low voice. Who are you? The man slowly took off his black robe and revealed his true face. The resolute face was somewhat similar to Weichi's, but his complexion was extremely pale, as if he had suffered from some serious illness. Dad? Why is it you? Weichi's pupils suddenly widened. Wei Tianshou shook his head slightly to signal Weichi to shut up. He tremblingly took out a black key from his arms and stuffed it into Weichi's hand. Xiaoqi, don't ask too many questions. Take this and find the ruins of the Skarat Church. There is a very powerful pet inside. Contract it. Don't ever mention this key to anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, one of Wei Tianshou's eyes turned grayish-white. Not good. Wei Tianshou grabbed the void with his right hand and tore a crack, and his body disappeared in front of Weichi. Liang Shui and Weichi's brains both crashed. This move, why does it look so familiar? As Wei Tianshou left, the weirdness in the carriage slowly dissipated. Qingning rubbed her eyes and asked subconsciously. Grandma, what happened? Grandma? Weichi quickly stuffed the black key back into his arms. The father who had been missing for 2.5 years appeared out of nowhere. He disappeared again after leaving behind a black key and necessary information. Liang Shui in Weichi's arms was so shocked that she couldn't utter a word. In her previous life, after Weichi's death, she broke into the demon world alone to look for the whereabouts of the River of Rebirth, so she was very sensitive to the breath of demons. This close contact made her smell a hint of the devil of lies in Wei Tianshou. An absurd and terrifying idea came into Liang Shui's mind. The demon gods in the demon world are immortal like the archangels in the divine world. The Tianxian star was once reinforced with a barrier, so the devil and the great god could not descend directly. It must be summoned through secret rituals and special sacrifices. Just like Adikos in Nightmare Assault, even though it has great power, it cannot break the rules and summon its real body into Weichi's world. If Liang Shui's guess is correct, the demon of lies in Wei Tianshou's body may be the real culprit behind the destruction of Tiange City. But she couldn't understand Wei Tianshou's attitude towards Weichi. If he was really a good father, why didn't he stand up for Weichi when he needed help from his family the most? It was also the first time that Liang Shui met her future father-in-law. God knows where Wei Tianshou had died in his previous life. Intercity trains run fast on fixed tracks. a black figure slowly appeared on top of the train. He uttered a hoarse voice. Wei Tianqiu, are you rebelling against me just to give the power of despair to that little brat? Star, he is not only my son, but also your son. We are one. Shut up, idiot. I am the great devil of lies, not a love-crazed loser like you, Star said angrily. Since you like to defy my will so much, then disappear. Star's soul power surges, and he intends to completely destroy all memories of his life in the human world. Wei Tianqiu's body began to fester and break down, with blood gushing out. The remaining human-shaped eye was still struggling to persist. Since Xiuqi has his own life, why do you want to destroy his last happiness? With his qualifications, he can only live for a few hundred years at most. We have already waited for 5,000 years. Do we still need these last few hundred years? He's our child. Shut up. If it weren't for your love-obsessed mind, I would have become a great demon 1,000 years ago. Star continued to taunt. So what in the end? That woman betrayed you. She abandoned you. No. She didn't. Star sneered. There is no cure for idiots. I was lenient by letting him go last time. His body is more suitable for future plans than this one. Adikos has collected quite a few powerful monsters. As long as we use the mountain and sea seal to enslave all the sky mysterious beasts and then remove the mysterious man curse, it will be just a matter of time before we can break through the god realm. Wei Tianqiu's consciousness was gradually dissipating and he could not make a sound. The moment Star relaxed a little, Wei Tianqiu, who had a last burst of energy, immediately seized control of his left arm. He punched his own heart, shattering the 9th-level spiritual seal that he had cultivated for 1,000 years into pieces. This body with extremely strong vitality was forced to self-destruct by its owner, and gradually turned into flying debris that was blown away by the wind. Wei Tianqiu smiled slightly. Go back to your demon world, Star, this is the human world. Star's pupils suddenly dilated. No! You bastard! You've ruined my 5,000 years of hard work. Bang! A slight popping sound. A wisp of black smoke was blown away by the unruly wind as soon as it formed. The third update is over, please help me generate electricity. Knock the bull. Weichi, this time I really got the role of the protagonist. Chapter 52. Arriving at Bujiang and looking for the second spirit pet. Weichi in the train shuddered all over and shivered for no apparent reason. An extremely ominous premonition came to my mind. Weichi, what's wrong with you? Qing Ning rubbed his eyes. Nothing, maybe I caught a cold? Weichi looked at the legal loli in front of him. By the way, how is your grandma? Is she really worried about you going out alone? Qing Ning smiled shyly. Qing Ning has already bought the Rain Dew Emerald Flower, and Grandma's injury is not a big deal. Rain and Dew Emerald Flower? It sounds like a very expensive medicinal ingredient. Where does this naive and gullible little Lolita in front of me get so much money? I'm glad you're okay. Weichi held his cheek with one hand and looked out the window. My brain has been thinking about Wei Tianqiu. That kind of mysterious ability, is he really my dad? If he was really my dad, why did he steal the birthday present he gave me? Isn't this a contradiction? If he was a fake, why did he give me this black key? What kind of organization is the Skarat Church? Weichi scratched his hair in pain, and Liang Shui patted his face with her fox paw like a spoiled child. Don't worry, master. Everything will be fine. After this experience, Weichi and Liang Shui's desire for power reached a new level. The intercity train arrived safely and smoothly in Eridan City. The protagonist has the right to be attacked by unknown enemies while riding in a vehicle and fall off a cliff. Without the system, can I really not trigger the protagonist's story? The cute sleeping Qing Ning got up from the table and gently wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Have we arrived yet? Well, we've arrived at Bujiang Castle. Weichi, why did you come to Bujiang City? Xieyue Academy is in Giant Snake City. Weichi, according to gossip, there may be rare pets roaming in the western suburbs of Bujiang City. As a beast master, how can I not try my luck? The spiritual power of alchemists is rather special, and they cannot contract any spiritual pets. It doesn't matter if you just reveal it briefly. Weichi said calmly. After entering the city, Consultant Qing Ning will stay in the hotel. I will report to the academy after I have contracted a suitable spirit pet. The grandmother in the green lemon necklace also nodded and agreed. Ning, listen to grandma and stay in the city honestly. This kid is really a bit weird. If anything happens to you, how can grandma live? When Wei Tianqiu appeared, he used the magic power in his body to suppress all living beings in Weichi's carriage. Even the grandma green line in the necklace fell into a brief sleep. As a member of the Skarat Church during her lifetime, she also noticed something. Qing Ning is the successor she chose, and she must not die halfway. Grandma, there are diamond grasses growing near Bujiang City that can be used to make body-strengthening pills. Ninger, pick some and come back, okay? Why do you suddenly want to refine a level 2 bodybuilding pill? Isn't it for this man? Grandma, Qingning has promised Weichi to help him refine pills every month. Didn't you teach me that one should not go back on one's word? Qingning said coquettishly. It's so boring to stay in the alchemy room every day. No wonder you, little brat, took the initiative to invite him to go with you. So you wanted to sneak out and play? Grandma Qingning pretended to be angry. Didn't Grandma say that all monsters below level 5 are useless? Will you protect Ninger? Our girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Grandma, don't talk nonsense. After a moment of silence, the little loli suddenly tugged at Weichi's sleeve with a flushed face. Weichi, there is diamond grass needed for alchemy near Bujiang City. Can I go with you? Looking at the cute little Lolita, Weichi stroked her forehead gently. You are the consultant of Shiyu Academy. If something happens in the wild, how can I explain it to the academy? Grandma will protect Qingning. Weichi frowned slightly. Could it be that there is a protector following behind the little loli? Could it be that the cats and dogs she raised were called Grandma? Qingning will definitely not hold you back. And she won't compete with you for your spiritual pet. Alright. Weichi has no resistance to cute girls. The two left the Bujiang City transfer station. Looking around, Bujiang City is about the same size as Pegasus City, and the architectural style is also similar. Weichi, where are we going? Weichi looked at the map and pointed to the west. This way. The monsters roaming the outskirts of Bujiang are level 11 to 20. While looking for a dragon's lair, you can also help Lianxue level up and chat with Qingning to improve her impression. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Weichi, Qingning has changed her clothes. How do you like this one? Qingning walked out of the bathroom with her hands on her hips proudly. At this moment, she took off her beautiful floral dress and put on a blue-gray wizard costume. The long and big hat covered her stunning snow-white face. Wizard Loli. Weichi put his cap on backwards, put on a pair of sunglasses, and gestured. Okay, it's best to keep a low profile when going out to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qingning patted his chest and said, if you can collect enough diamond grass in a while, Lord Qingning will help you refine a bodybuilding pill tonight. How about it? Are you happy? Weichi's pupils suddenly widened. Are you serious? Lord Qingning keeps his word. Weichi said calmly. As expected of you, Lady Qingning. You are the most mature and beautiful woman I have ever seen. Lianxue in my arms, _ Qingning was a little too proud of himself after being praised. Plop! She stepped on her long wizard robes and fell face down on the ground. It hurts so much, Ikyu. As a mature woman, you can't cry, you have to be patient. Seeing this, Weichi quickly helped Qingning up. Qingning, are you okay? No. It's okay. I haven't worn this outfit in a long time. Qingning rubbed his nose and his tone was a little strange. At this moment, Lianshue's slightly surprised complaint came to my mind. Master, she is also wearing white underwear? I am a new author and I am looking forward to seeing your updates. Please send me some emails. There are 2 more updates today. Chapter 53 Qingqing Dabadan. Weichi declined numerous requests from Lolita fans to form a team and stepped into the western suburbs of Bujiang. Maybe because it had just rained, the air here was fresh and smelled good, and the green branches were covered with crystal raindrops. Rustle. There was a strange noise coming from the bushes ahead. Qingning very consciously stood behind Weichi to let him enjoy the experience alone. Ouch! A huge, black-haired wolf with fangs walked out of the woods. Its sharp and shiny fangs were enough to scare a 3-year-old child to tears. Weichi's frown gradually relaxed. Fanged wolves are elite magical beasts of the highest rank. They are cunning and cruel, often appearing in groups, and are formidable enemies of low-level beast masters. There are only 3 white lines on its back, and its level is probably level 13. Go ahead, Lianxue, it's decided to be you, Weichi said seriously. Lianxue nodded slightly and jumped out of Weichi's arms. She transformed into her original form, arched her body, raised her hand and swung it, and the sharp ice spear flew into the air. The Fang Wolf wanted to dodge when seeing this. Monster photography. A golden light flashed in Lianxue's green eyes. The Fanged Wolf was bewitched and fell into an uncontrollable state, and could only watch as the icy light leaped and pierced through its head. Puff! Red blood was splattered all over the ground. The Fawn Wolf's death rattle is an angry howl. Its companions are coming. Schwer understands. Rustle. The Fawn Wolf on the other side heard the howling of his companion, and rushed to the scene. Calabash Brothers saves Grandpa. Lianxue still uses the unexplained combo of Yaoshi plus Ice Cannon. Boom! The azure blue light shone through the tree trunks behind. Ouch! Fawn Wolf knelt down. Weichi touched his chin. Yao Shi takes the initiative to charm plus long-range attack equals no solution. These low-level monsters are no match for Liang Shui. What a powerful fox! Qing Ning, who was watching the show from the back, applauded. Weichi strode forward, took out his newly bought sharp dagger, and began to clean up the battlefield. It's a pity that the beast spirit crystal that Weichi needed was not dropped. The last Zerg spirit crystal was almost eaten up by Liang Shui. Weichi just kept on killing monsters while slowly exploring in the direction of the map coordinates. A straight grass emitting green light caught Lemon's attention. Vajra grass! Is this the material for alchemy? I can't tell at all. Weichi scratched his head. Well, the combination of diamond grass, second-level beast pill, Zerg blood and western purple flower can be used to refine a body-building pill that strengthens the body. Qing Ning took out a small sickle from somewhere and carefully dug the roots. Suddenly, Qing Ning, who was lying on the ground picking herbs, seemed to be stimulated by something. She quickly stood up and grabbed Weichi's sleeve. Sure. Qing Ning made a hushing gesture. There are bad guys around here. Weichi was confused by what he heard. A trace of determination flashed in Qing Ning's eyes. She pulled Weichi into the bushes with force. Liang Shui also obediently turned into a mini form and hid in the bushes. The fragrant little Loli and Weichi were lying on the ground face to face. He could even feel the itchy hair on his face. It smells so good. Why does it smell so good? Not long after, footsteps were heard from the east. According to the information from Liang Shui, the other party seemed to be a team of 10 bounty hunters. They were wearing the same hunting uniforms, and 2 cute treasure hunting dogs were lying on the ground, sniffing something. Weichi frowned. The treasure hunting dog is a top-grade elite spiritual pet. Although its direct combat capability is relatively poor, it has an innate sense of smell for treasures that exude spiritual energy. This kind of spiritual pet can easily be sold for millions of Tianxian coins. There were 2 of them appearing in front of me at the same time. Could it be that they were also instructed by someone to find the dragon's lair? The leader of the bounty hunters was a man with a scar on his face. He cursed in a low voice. What the hell is this mission? That's right. Our Bloodblade squad was actually being led around by 2 dogs. How shameful. If that woman hadn't given so much money, who would come to this godforsaken place to look for treasure? Scarface spat. A bespectacled bounty hunter pushed his glasses up on his nose and said, I heard from the Thunder Axe squad that they also received the same mission, but their mission location is in the north of Wujiang. What kind of treasures can there be in a shabby place like Wujiang City? Our employer actually gave us 2 treasure hunting dogs. Boss, why don't we just take these 2 dogs? They're worth 2 million yuan, said other subordinates. Scarface shook his head. No, although that woman is beautiful, her eyes are extremely scary. Looking into her eyes always feels like being stared at by a poisonous snake. Ouch. One of the treasure hunting dogs looked toward the west and barked strangely. Let's go! Let's go to the west. This dog seems to have discovered something. The bounty hunters headed west. After a long while, Qing Ning took her hand away from Weichi's mouth. Counselor Green Lemon, why are we hiding? Qing Ning stood up and looked to the west. Grandma said that one of the 10 of them is from Tianming Palace. Tianming Palace? When Weichi heard this name, he subconsciously thought of the dangerous mechanical cheetah. Why did this group of people appear in the western suburbs of Wujiang? Qing Ning gently brushed off the dirt on her body. Grandma said that Tianming Palace is a terrorist organization. They often secretly sabotage near the human main city and then lure monsters to attack the city. Why? When the monsters have almost destroyed the city, the masters of the Tianming Palace will repel the monsters and create the image of a savior. Weichi. Qing Ning showed an expression that you could believe it or not. Grandma was seriously injured because of the conspiracy of Tianming Palace. Qing Ning took the initiative to accept the enrollment task in order to buy the Yulu Emerald Flower from the Lord of Pegasus City. That's why we met. They secretly transported the treasures and wealth from human cities and secretly developed armed forces with the intention of overthrowing the Alliance regime. But Grandma said that this is just a cover-up. Their real goal is to unite with the monsters from the demon world to rule Tianxian Star. Weichi was shocked and couldn't believe what he heard. Liang Shui was secretly shocked after hearing this. It seems that the future pattern of the previous life is almost the same as what the human girl in front of him said. The passage to the demon world was opened, demons were born, the Tianxian Alliance was defeated, and the Tianming Palace became the strongest organization and led humans to reseal the demons. Who is Qing Ning's grandmother? How do you know so much? Qing Ning turned around and said, Weichi, you'd better go back to the city quickly. It's very dangerous here. What about you? For the sake of the people in the city and my grandmother's will, Qing Ning must stop their conspiracy. I'll go with you, Weichi said resolutely. Why? We may encounter very dangerous enemies soon. Qing Ning was very surprised. Weichi pointed to the west, his eyes shining. If what you said is true, then I am sure that they are looking for the same thing as I am. I just took a quick look at their configurations. Black Wind Bear, Fiery Tiger, Magic Tree Warrior, Spear Thrower, there are almost no spiritual pets higher than level 2. Perhaps with the help of their treasure hunting dogs, I can find what I want. Weichi holds 2 life-saving skills in his hands, Mountain and Sea Transformation and Fiery Blade Shock. The jungle area also suits his projection tactics. Even if he really can't beat him, he has the confidence to retreat safely. Qing Ning nodded and smiled. Okay, let's go together. Qing Ning was of course happy that someone was willing to help her share the pressure. She mysteriously took out a sparkling green pill from her bosom, which was sparkling with crystal light. This, Qingqingdaobadan, is a unique elixir made by Lord Qingning. Taking it can help you recover all your spiritual and physical strength. If you encounter a critical moment, it can help you recover quickly. For some reason Qingning's expression was very shy and hesitant. He seemed reluctant to hand over the Qingqingdaobadan to Weichi. Really? Even Senior Dan Mo, who enjoys a high reputation in the Tianxian Alliance, cannot refine such a magical elixir, Weichi said with some doubt. Full health and mana instantly? Is this a pill that can be made by humans? This is too outrageous. Do you think this is an RPG online game? How many beast masters died in battle due to lack of spiritual power? If this kind of medicine can be mass-produced, within 100 years, all the monsters on Tianxian Star will have to kneel on the ground and sing the song of conquest. Qing Ning's pretty face turned red. Humph, if you don't believe me, forget it. Qing Ning is reluctant to give it to you. She was just about to reach out and take the pill back. Weichi accepted it with a smile and patted her on the head. Mature women should keep their words and never go back on their words. Most importantly, I'm willing to believe you, Lime. Lemon Carrot. Liang Shui looked at the girl in front of her and nodded in approval. It had to admit that the master had indeed advanced 3 levels after breaking through after eating the elixir made from green lemon. And her grandmother should be a figure. The master can only gain and not lose by interacting with her. Chapter 54 Black Eats Black. In the dense jungle, the bounty hunter team moves slowly forward in pursuit of the treasure hound. The scar-faced younger brother was a little noisy. Boss, what kind of treasure is our beautiful employer looking for? It seems like you are looking for a hidden cave that exudes demonic energy? Boss, are you kidding me? What kind of treasure could there be in a cave in the wild? Why don't we just... The younger brother secretly made a knife-wielding gesture. A fierce light flashed in Scarface's eyes. He slapped his little brother in the face and said viciously, "Shut up!" Then he secretly glanced at an inconspicuous bounty hunter at the back of the queue. This man is one of the female employer's subordinates, and his strength is unfathomable. Xiu Dao thought that he was no match for this guy, otherwise he would have raped the beautiful employer with a graceful figure long ago. The beaten brother covered his red and swollen face and dared not continue speaking. Boss, the treasure hunting dog seems to have found its target. The bounty hunter in front shouted. Stop for a moment and search separately, Scarface ordered. Yes. Weichi and Qing Ning held their breath and hid far away, watching what would happen. Bounty hunters began to clear out the surrounding monsters. The member of Tianning Palace who was hiding in the crowd slowly took off his hat to reveal his silver hair. He took out a prop similar to the phantom gun from his arms and inserted it into the ground. Buzz! A mysterious spiritual power flowed along the gun body into the ground. Scarface looked at the mysterious man in front of him and licked his lips excitedly. What if this guy really finds some rare treasure? How to launch a sneak attack, kill people, and steal treasures? Qing Ning looked at the gun and murmured, Grandma, what is that? A serious voice came from the necklace. The demon sealing pestle. This is a tool for detecting the seal of the demon world. These guys are looking for something related to the demon world. Grandma, what should we do? Let the boy go first. The upcoming battle is quite dangerous, said Grandma Qingning. Qingning gently pulled Weichi's sleeve and whispered, Weichi, you should go back to the city first. Grandma said that there's a level 3 beast tamer hidden in their team. The battle ahead will be very dangerous. Weichi shook his head. I have no reason to back down. With a try, a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. At this moment, a ball of red light suddenly burst out from the demon sealing pestle. Boom! There was a loud bang. Huge cracks appeared on the ground. A black spiritual power went straight into the sky along the crack. The silver-haired man flashed a fiery light. I found it! Scarface rubbed his hands excitedly. Found it? Since the mission has been completed, this is the balance. Thank you so much, Blood Knife Team. As a reward, I will personally send you to hell. The silver-haired man smiled cruelly. You! Scarface never expected the other party to change his expression. Come out! The silver-haired man quickly summoned his pet. A flash of silver light. Two huge mantises with silver bodies and sharp claws appeared out of nowhere and stood on the left and right to protect the silver-haired man. Another special spiritual pet with a mechanical body. Weichi's pupils dilated slightly. Boss, what kind of monster is this? The younger brothers were so scared that they didn't know what to do. Scarface gnashed his teeth and said, Brothers! This bastard has plotted against us. Let's kill him together. The silver-haired man crossed his arms. A hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. You insulted our Tianming Palace's Jiao Guardian, and you still want to leave here alive? He didn't take the Blood Knife Squad seriously at all. Boss! These two monsters are both third-level spiritual pets. We are no match for him. Although the Blood Knife Squad has 9 members, their average level is only 13. In the eyes of the two mechanical mantises, the 9 first-level spiritual pets are not even toys and are completely useless. Blood Knife, who was at his wit's end, gritted his teeth and said, Don't be afraid, brothers! No matter how powerful he is only one person. We can jump over those two mantises and kill him. Okay. Let's fight. Various spiritual lights flashed one after another on the flat ground ahead. The hurricane spider, stone forest tiger, iron bone ox, flame snake and other spiritual pets all appeared on the scene, the patterns on their bodies shining with light, and they all used their special skills to blast the mechanical mantis in front. The fighting skills of the 9 spirit pets are condensed into a force like a hemp rope, indestructible. The eyes of the two mechanical mantises flashed, and they did not dodge or counterattack in the face of the enemy's joint attack. Boom! The mechanical mantis was attacked, and the steel on its body turned black. Don't underestimate our bond! Blood Knife roared. Childish, kill them! The silver-haired man put his hands together and activated the spiritual seal technique. Violent fighting spirit! I saw a dazzling red light rising from the soles of the two mechanical mantises' feet, and their movement speed suddenly increased. Swish, swish, swish! The sharp guillotine chopped the stone tiger, blocking the front into pieces, and the other mantis opened its mouth wide and launched a sonic attack, stunning several pets. Puff, puff, puff! There was no suspense in the entire battle. It was a completely one-sided massacre. The Blood Knife Squad was completely wiped out. If the natal spirit pet dies in battle, the owner will also suffer permanent mental damage. The death rattle damage of a level 1 pet is of no concern to the mechanical mantis. The man with glasses who tried to escape was blasted into pieces by the rocket launched from behind the mechanical mantis. How dare a group of mercenaries with no vision offend our Tianming Palace guardians? The silver-haired man smiled disdainfully and kicked away Bloody Knife's head, which was still open. Not capturing you to be used as experimental subjects for Master Ghost Hand is already a bargain. Chapter 55 Star Simon. Qing Ning sighed softly. Weichi, you have to protect yourself. Weichi carefully observed the mechanical mantis and did not respond immediately. These spiritual pets, made of fine steel, have strong defense and long-range attack capabilities. But they seem to have a fatal flaw, which is that they cannot control spiritual energy to perform skills. In other words, mechanical pets are all supernumerical monsters with no skills or tricks. The silver-haired man stood in front of the demon ceiling pestle and seemed to be praying for something. Boom, boom, boom! The demon ceiling pestle turned black all over, and a beam of black light shot straight into the sky. A talisman similar to a barrier formation appeared on the ground. The two surviving treasure-hunting dogs howled. An unbelievable scene appeared. A purple-black portal slowly appeared on the flat ground ahead. I found it! All I have to do now is pass the coordinates to the Jiao Guardian to be promoted to Palace Master. Ha 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 ha! Money and women, here I come! The silver-haired man laughed triumphantly towards the sky. At this moment, a golden arrow shot out from the forest behind. Boom! The silver-haired man's body was pierced by the light arrow and nailed to the tree trunk, and his body began to burn. Ugh! Oh, it hurts! Who is it? Qing Ning walked out of the forest slowly, with an old woman in a gray robe floating behind her. The arrow of light came from the old woman's hand. The old woman muttered to herself. Has my power become so weak? I can't even kill a human who has merged with inferior demon blood. The silver-haired man painfully pulled out the light arrow that was stuck in his heart. His face became extremely distorted and unrecognizable, and a large number of black spots appeared on his chest. Ugh! Ah! The two mechanical mantises received orders from their master and began to attack the old woman. Lifeless scraps of copper and iron. Is this the legendary weapon of the kingdom of God? The old woman stretched out her hand, and golden wings faintly flashed behind her. Holy stone! A golden meteorite fell from the sky and hit the two mechanical mantises hard. The impact force generated by the explosion directly lifted the silver-haired man and Weichi behind him high up. Weichi quickly pulled out his grappling gun and used the surrounding trees to steady his body. The silver-haired man was not so lucky. One after another, the golden meteorites smashed him into a pulp. The old woman whispered, "Fallen human, may the goddess of hope guide your soul back to your homeland." Weichi and Liang Shui looked at the old woman's looming back and looked at each other. Is this the grandma that Qingning mentioned? In soul form, he can kill a third-order spiritual pet in seconds. What level of existence would he be in his prime? Weichi held Liang Shui and landed steadily. The old woman tilted her head and said, "Ninger, I'll leave it to you to handle from now on." "Well, Ninger knows." Seeing the old woman's figure gradually disappear, Weichi hurriedly asked, "Senior, where does this black portal lead to?" The old woman glanced at Weichi and shook her head slowly. "I don't know what secrets are hidden in the seal of the demon clan." Qingning touched the mirror of the portal, and a force bounced her back to the ground. "Ouch, my butt." The little loli rubbed her butt. The old woman was extremely surprised. "This place is actually sealed twice? There is no way to enter without a key?" "Key?" A bold idea flashed through Weiqi's mind. He was about to take off his gloves. At this moment, a heart-pounding energy wave flashed behind him. "Not good!" The old woman's face changed. Weiqi turned around and took a look. Without knowing it, an old man with thinning hair was hiding behind them. Now, the old man was on all fours, but sticking out, foaming at the mouth. A black soul visible to the naked eye floated out of his body and flew into the body of the blood knife leader Scarface, whose head and body were separated. The old woman's face changed drastically, and she protected Qingning behind her. This breath. "Star! It's you!" Scarface slowly stood up, picked up the head and put it around his neck, his pupils glowing red. "Ha ha ha, Simon, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. You've aged like this. Aren't you sealed in the demon world? How come you appear here?" Simon asked in surprise. "Oh, poor Simon, guess who came up with the idea of the Skarat Church to seal the demon world? Have you figured it out?" Hee hee. Simon grabbed Qingning's hand and said, "Ninger, Grandma will hold it back for a while, you two should run away quickly. The farther you run, the better." "Grandma? What kind of monster is it?" Qingling, with a pale face, retreated behind Simon. Her innate instinct made her feel a dislike for Star. Star, the god of lies, is one of the 7 great demons in the demon world. Although he only has a trace of soul left like Grandma, but the demon can repeatedly parasitize by taking over humans' bodies," Simon said. Star stretched his neck a few times and grinned. "Simon, I'm not here to settle accounts with you this time. If you just give way, I'll let you and this little girl go." "Star, what do you want to do?" It sneered and looked at Weichi. "Boy, do you still recognize me?" Weichi. "Hand over the mountain and seal obediently and submit to me, and I will ensure that you will enjoy wealth and glory forever." Weichi is a unique being with the blood of demons and gods flowing in his body. Star didn't want to kill this son, who was half his own. So we didn't do anything ruthless the last time we met. Chapter 56, War Begins. Simon immediately warned. "Boy, don't believe its lies. The devil can easily corrode the fragile human soul. Go!" Star's red eyes flashed. "Simon, you still like to meddle in other people's business." Even Simon in his heyday was no match for Stell. But she was not afraid. "The purpose of the Skarat Church's existence is to expel the demons and protect Tianxian Star." "It's ridiculous. Do humans today recognize you? You are a bunch of self-righteous idiots," Star said sarcastically. "My boy, my patience is limited. What is your answer?" Weichi clenched his fists and stared at the other person. "The Shanghai seal is the only relic left by his parents, and he will not give it to anyone else." Weichi replied unsteadily. "Is the destruction of Tiange City related to you?" Star crossed his arms arrogantly and thought for a moment. "Yes, it was me who did it. The purpose was the mountain and seal in your body. Give it to me. Don't even think about it." "Ha!" Star suddenly let out the unique laugh of the Uchiha clan. "Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Star raised an arm and pointed at Weichi. The dark purple rays suddenly attacked Weichi's chest. "Take Ninger and go quickly!" Simon immediately raised his hand, and a golden longbow appeared in his hand. The golden arrow blocked the purple-black rays. "Simon, although this body of mine doesn't have much energy, if you continue to fight, the only one who will die will be you, an old woman," Star said angrily. Wei Tianqiu destroyed his own body, resulting in the devil's soul having no container, so it was sealed and detected by the demon world and exiled back to the demon world. When he was about to be completely sealed, Star's remaining soul power penetrated into the body of an old man in the same carriage. At this moment, it is just a clone with 20% of the power of the devil. Although Simon, the elder of the Skarak Church, is also in a state of residual soul, this group of crazy people who like to play with their lives may really sacrifice their lives to destroy this precious clone. The seal of the demon world is still on the human world, and once the soul is expelled back to the demon world, it can never come back. The plan to use the mountain and sea seal to enslave the Tianxian beast will also be completely ruined. Because of this, Star kept talking and did not choose to take action immediately. Unfortunately, among the three people in front of him, one was born immune to the erosion of demonic energy, one was blessed by the goddess of hope, and one had the blood of the demon god. The most powerful and most perverted ability of the devil to tempt humans to fall into depravity turned out to be completely ineffective. You forced me to do this! Now we can only see the truth with our own hands. Scarface's body began to swell, his skin began to ulcerate, and black blood oozed out. You better be careful, it's going to become demonic. Puff, puff, puff! A series of explosions. A humanoid demon with flat horns on its head and purple and black body burst out from Scarface's body. The silver-gray eyes were intimidating, the face was strange, the arms were thin, the legs were thin, and there was a ball of silver-white soul fire in the chest. Liang Shui frowned slightly as she entered a fighting stance. This gesture, it really is the king of lies, Star. But his overall momentum was completely defeated by Star, whom he met by chance in the demon world in the previous life. The spiritual storm caused by the appearance of the demon turned the forest upside down. Thunder arrow. Simon raised his arm and shot a simple arrow at Star's head. The thunderbolt-filled arrows advanced with unrivaled force. Star's silver eyes flashed and disappeared in an instant, then reappeared outside the attack range of the thunder arrow. It's the same few moves over and over again, no improvement at all. Star clasped his hands together and waved them outward. Sowing beans turns into soldiers. High-level demons such as the gargoyle, evil catwoman, butcher, poisonous hand demon, etc. appeared around them and instantly surrounded Weichi and the other two. Star, you only have a few tricks like these? Simon raised his bow and shot it into the sky without fear. Endless streams of light fell from the sky. The magnificent rain of arrows dealt a heavy blow to the demon army. These demons are actually phantoms created by Star's demonic power, and they will quickly shatter when attacked by light spiritual power. Star swung his arms and rushed over. Simon, I have decided to send you, the old immortal, to hell. Chapter 57, Fierce Battle with Star. The monstrous demonic energy shook the entire forest like an 8-force gale. The monsters hiding deep in the forest were so frightened that they ran away in panic, not daring to approach. Simon held the bow without fear, and shot out an arrow wrapped in huge light spiritual power. Star waved his arms, and a powerful flame emanated from his palms. Boom! The golden arrow of light and the scorching fire wave intersected, the space shook faintly, and huge waves collapsed like fireworks above. Star shouted angrily, took several steps back and almost stumbled. Simon, who was slightly weaker, somersaulted and flew backwards. After fighting again after 1,000 years, she still didn't gain any advantage over the demon. Hurry up and leave! Simon warned again. No, Grandma! Manga can't live without you. If we die together! Qingning said with a pale face. Weichi looked at Simon's back, his brain thinking rapidly. Lime's grandmother Simon, a member of the Skarak Church. In her current spiritual state, she is definitely no match for Star. If I run away now, it will be extremely difficult to find another member of the Skarak Church. It's not hard to guess from Star's tone. The church appears to have been destroyed in battle 1,000 years ago. Liang Shui, what do you think are our chances of winning this battle? Weichi asked in his heart. 80%. If the master uses the power of the mountain and sea seal, it can be increased to 90%. Liang Shui gave Weichi a horrifying answer. Good. Weichi strode forward and stood in front of Simon. Senior Simon, leave this battle to me. You protect Consultant Qingning. Simon's eyes flashed with horror. Boy, even if your soul is not affected by the demon, it is not an opponent that can be easily defeated. Weichi shook his head. Since it can lurk inside the human body, running away is useless. Simon looked at the determined young man, and a hint of emotion flashed in his eyes. Suspected of possessing celestial blood, and with the legendary mountain and sea seal, he might really have a chance to defeat Star's clone. Weichi, you will regret the choice you made today. Star did not attack immediately. There was no expression in his gray eyes and no ripples in his tone. It's impossible to tell whether it's sadness or anger. I have too many regrets in my life to regret this one. Liang Shui, let's go. Liang Shui arched her body and rushed forward, with a look of determination in her eyes. With a ray! Star waved his hand, and 5 sharp purple and black rays suddenly shot out from his palm and headed towards Liang Shui. Weichi clasped his hands together and silently gathered the spiritual power in his body. Projection. Rustle. A wall made of alloy steel suddenly rose in front of Liang Shui. Break it for me! The withering rays penetrated directly into the steel barrier, causing the wall to collapse and the projection effect to gradually become ineffective. Its attack power is so strong that even the armored vehicle's iron sheet can't withstand it. Liang Shui, get out of the way quickly! Weichi shouted. Unexpectedly, Liang Shui did not retreat but instead advanced forward. It nimbly passed through the blind spots where the 5 withering rays could not reach and rushed towards Star. Star! How does this fox know the blind spot of the wither ray? It must be a coincidence. Touch of death! Star's close combat ability is average, so he took a step back and raised his hands high. Puff! The cracked ground began to shake violently, and countless disgusting demonic arms stretched out from underground. This large-scale, indiscriminate AoE attack pierced Liang Shui's body on the spot. Qin Ning and Simon screamed at the same time. Not good! Simon quickly put his hands together and used the spiritual seal skill, Holy Light Protection. The golden armor immediately wrapped around Liang Shui, trying to help it withstand the fatal damage. The CD of Spirit Seal technique usually starts from several hours, and it can only be used as a winning trump card. The combat advantage mainly depends on the Spirit Pet's combat skills and the Beastmaster's talents. It's useless, Star said coldly. Liang Shui's body was immediately torn apart by the devil's tentacles. The expected blood and flesh flying everywhere did not appear. Its body gradually turned into a curtain of light and disappeared. Fake? The 3 people on the field frowned tightly, their eyes full of disbelief. They quickly shifted their gaze to look for Weichi. Boom! A strong golden light came from behind. 2 identical 3-tailed foxes, one white and one gold, make a stunning appearance. It turned out that Weichi hid the real Liang Shui in the hood and created 2 projections to lure the enemy. He hid his true self 100 meters away. After breaking through the first level, Weichi's spiritual power increased greatly, and it was no problem for him to create 2 living projections at the same time. The only flaw is that it tricked out the teammates' defensive seals. A bit of a loss. Time was running out, and he had no time to communicate with Lime Simon. Star looked at the twin foxes in front of him, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Isn't the ability of the mountain and sea seal to enslave spiritual pets? Why is it different from the legendary ability? Weichi raised his beast claws. Let's get started, Liang Shui. Shui understands. Liang Shui and Weichi charged at the same time, one on the left and one on the right. During this time, he once again used his talent to create a pair of phantoms to confuse Star's vision. The situation instantly changed from 2 versus 1 to 4 versus 1. Simon, who was in the rear formation, raised his bow and shot a deadly arrow at Star's head. 5 versus 1. Star didn't think that Weichi and the other man had the strength to defeat him, so he focused on avoiding Simon's long-range support. Liang Shui, the demon, shoot! The silver fox's eyes flashed with brilliance. You think you can control me with just this fox? Star sneered. The next moment, its silver-white pupils turned into light gold, and its body gradually became motionless. Good opportunity! Simon immediately used his strongest skill, Light Prisoner. The golden arrows shot into the sky and turned into countless golden lights, launching a rain of arrows attacked towards Star, who was unable to dodge. The Scarab members, who were blessed with a little divine power by the Goddess of Hope, are the few humans who can hurt the devil. According to the setting, it is impossible for humans to kill demons. Only equal archangels of the Protoss can kill demons. Even if they kill their opponents, both the Protoss and the demons can be resurrected by consuming a lot of time. Even though the insignificant divine power cannot kill the demon god Star, it can still severely damage his body. Star's body was attacked by light attribute and began to fester and bleed. The snow waterfall created by the stored energy of the cool snow burst into bloom with Star as its target. The silver ice storm froze the injured Star into an ice sculpture. Weichi raised his golden fox claws and slapped Star's head. Chapter 58. Another ability of the mountain and sea seal, the second flaming sword. Star, who was frozen in ice, slowly regained consciousness. It never expected that the charm of this white-haired fox would work on it. Crackle. Star's demonic energy exploded, shattering the ice crystals and restoring his ability to move. You guys really pissed me off. Vicious armor. A majestic black armor condensed around Star's body, and the fierce demonic energy blew Weichi Lianshu away. Damn, Blight Ray and Death Touch are on cooldown. Otherwise it could inflict severe damage to the 2 foxes with one blow. Star swung his arms and attacked the 2 white foxes that were attacking him. The spiked fist hit Liang Shui's lower abdomen and sent her flying. This one should be a fake one, so the real one should be this one. Star knew that the golden fox transformed by Weichi had a similar invincible effect, so he planned to kill Liang Shui first. Soul-devouring curse! The evil magic power transformed into a black bat and flew towards the white fox, who dodged backwards. Soul-devouring curse, a curse skill that only high-level demons can comprehend. The cursed person continuously consumes spiritual power, vitality, movement speed, defense, and even attack speed. Oh no! Simon planned to use purification magic to help Liang Shui dispel the soul-devouring curse. Go to hell! You lowly beast! Star suddenly attacked and quickly flashed behind the white fox and launched a devilish hand knife. Puff! It feels hard and there is no warm blood. The white foxes that acted separately turned into a light curtain and slowly disappeared. Star had already reacted and quickly turned back to defend himself. Damn it! You actually used your real body to take the injury and lure the enemy? The white fox that was hit for the first time was Liang Shui's true form. Ice cannon! The azure shockwave hit Star's chest like an arrow. The freezing, slowing down, and frostbite effects covered Star again, greatly reducing his mobility. Thank you for your hard work, Liang Shui. Weichi, who was ready to attack, roared and rushed out from the left. Red spiritual power burst out from the golden fox's body, and a giant flaming sword fell from the sky. Flame shock blade! Boom! The flames raised by the giant sword when it fell to the ground engulfed Star, whose mobility was greatly reduced. Its body flew backwards like a ball and hit a row of trees hard. Burns from fire and frostbite from ice continued to torture its body. Damn you, little brat! How dare you! Star awkwardly got up and prepared to counterattack, but he didn't expect that the evil energy in his body was blocked and imprisoned by the flames attached to the fiery shock blade, and could not be mobilized. 3 seconds of silence and high deceleration are enough to decide the outcome. The two foxes worked together to use the same combination tail attack that had thrown Star away in the first place and threw him high into the air. Swish, swish, swish. A horrific wound was torn on Star's chest, and its body was on the verge of collapse. You can't kill me! At this moment, Liang Shui roared and a ball of red flame rose under her feet. Weichi was also stunned. This is the flaming blade? Can Liang Shui use my spiritual seal technique? Woo woo woo! A red flaming sword fell from the sky. Liang Shui raised her head proudly and let out an angry cry. Simon seemed to hear her inner emotional outburst, which was also a farewell declaration to Star. What an arrogant fox, declaring war on the terrifying demon god of the demon world. The second flaming sword landed steadily on Star's chest. Puff! This body can no longer withstand such violent energy. Star's body burst like a balloon, and all the blood was spilled on the ground. The soul of the demon of lies escaped from his body and was about to be sealed and expelled forever by the demon. At this last moment, Star looked at Weichi and Liang Shui on the ground and whispered, "You will pay a heavy price for your actions today, kids." The black aura dissipated with the wind. The soul of the demon of lies was completely expelled by the demon's seal and returned to where it belonged. Weichi had no time to express his emotions. He immediately ended his Shanghai transformation and returned to his original form. Simon and Qing Ning hurried forward to treat Liang Shui's injuries. You are the noble warriors who protect the peace of the human race. I pay you the highest respects. Weichi, who was covered in dust, walked out from behind the bushes. You are too polite, senior. We have had a grudge against him before. The King of Lies clone has passed away. Weichi also deduced some truth from the conversation between Simon and Star. Star must have possessed Wei Tianqiu, so there is demon blood in his body, which is also the reason why his wounds healed so quickly from childhood to adulthood. Tearing the void and teleporting with bare hands is one of my dad's abilities. He must have been bewitched by Star when he stole the necklace in the forest outside the city that day. Now that Star is no longer on his father's body, it means that he has gotten rid of the devil and gained freedom. The bloodline of heaven and man. Could it be that the gentle and kind mother in my impression is related to the Celestials? Liang Shui quickly recovered under Simon's healing skills. Simon shook his head. Ninger, you guys should hurry back to the city. My energy is about to run out, and I can't protect you any more in the short term. The mature little Alita witnessed the tragic deaths of several people and saw the legendary demon monster. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been frightened to tears by Star's appearance. But Qing Ning was conscious and didn't cry or make a fuss. Grandma Ninger knows. Weichi, let's go back to the city quickly. Weichi looked at the black portal and shook his head. Advisor Qing Ning, you should go back to the city and rest first. I still need to go there to look for the second spiritual contract. Simon was a little surprised. Do you have the key to the sealed place? Weichi smiled and took off his gloves, revealing the black dragon head mark. Long Chi? Simon's face changed drastically. Black Dragon Contract, Magic Seal. If I'm not mistaken, there is a Magic Dragon King sealed for 1,000 years. The Demon Dragon clan is unruly, and the Demon Dragon King is even more perverse and violent. With his character, he will not submit to humans. Do you really want to go? Simon reminded. Even if the success rate is very low, I would give it a try. Weichi touched Liang Shue's head. Tears flashed in Xing Ning's eyes. Knowing that she was of no use, she left immediately so as not to cause trouble for Weichi. Weichi, thank you for saving Grandma again. Xing Ning will go back to the city to help you refine the bodybuilding pills. Go back quickly, there are many bad guys outside. Well, since it's your decision, Xing Ning can't interfere. You must come back alive, the little loli said angrily. Don't set a flag for me. Grandma, let's go. Xing Ning left the team. Weichi looked at the purple-black portal and asked, Liang Shui, can you still fight? That's absolutely fine, Master. Representative Yorong from Ziyu Academy has already explained that male dragons are lustful and female dragons are violent. Weichi could only pray that the Demon Dragon King was a little female dragon. In case it is public. Weichi doesn't have any cuckold fetish. I can only pull out its dragon tendons and peel off its dragon skin with tears in my eyes. A trace of determination flashed in Weichi's eyes, and he held Liang Shui close to the portal. Let's go and meet our future partners. Liang Shui's fox ears moved nimbly. A stubborn little brown animal suddenly appeared in my mind. It should have been the master's second spiritual bond. Where is it wandering now? Liang Shui still likes that warlike little guy very much. Unfortunately, after the death of its previous master, it resolutely stayed at the stairway of the gods and refused to leave. Wait until the master has tamed the Dragon King, and his life has stabilized before looking for its whereabouts. Chapter 59. The Awakening System of the Dragon King. Weichi raised his left arm. The dragon bond on the back of his hand sparkled. The black and purple portal in front of me sent out ripples of resonance. Weichi was delighted, it turned out to be true. He took a deep breath and walked into the portal with Liang Shui. Buzz! The moment Weichi's figure disappeared, the black and purple portal also completely disappeared. Somewhere in a dark space, the naked brunette sat proudly on the throne that belonged to her. I never thought that there would be a day when I would be trapped and unable to escape. The Demon Dragon King put one hand on his chin and shook his head as he looked at the tomb door opposite that could not be opened. Suddenly, a series of strange panels popped up in front of her eyes. Ding, a suitable host has been detected. System loading, 50%, 90, 99%. 100% XL. Sign-in system binding completed. The Demon Dragon King was stunned for a moment, then he said to himself. System? What is this? Is this another trick of Adikos? There was a strange sound in my head. Ding, the host only needs to sign in near a human with strong bloodline and powerful strength to obtain system rewards. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, the Demon Dragon King's red pupils lit up slightly. Her soul has been sealed by the soul-guiding lamp for thousands of years, and her physical strength has long been exhausted. What she needs most now is to restore her strength. Humph! I am the Lord of the Demonic Dragon, one of the most powerful people in the world. How could a mere human be stronger than me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just then, a slight vibration sound was heard above the tomb. Has someone entered the sealed land? A hint of hope flashed across the beautiful red eyes. The wind in my ears gradually stopped. The surrounding spiritual energy gradually stabilized. Weichi slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a dark and narrow passage. Master, this place is filled with the breath of the undead. Liang Shui tilted her head. The undead? Weichi took out a searchlight helmet from the space ring and put it on his head. The surroundings instantly became much brighter. There was only one road ahead, and the stone walls on both sides were empty, with no place to place torches. Let's go, the Demon Dragon King should be deep in this tomb. Shui understands. Liang Shui, who was exploring the way ahead, slowly frowned. Why is the Dragon King's tomb filled with the breath of the undead? The man in the fox kept moving forward at a constant speed, mainly because it was too dark here and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Weichi walked while exploring the surrounding walls for fear of missing any mechanism that could be triggered. The entire tomb passage was eerily quiet except for the sound of the wind and the two people's breathing. It seemed that there was no living thing in the entire tomb except Weichi Liang Shui. The Demon Dragon King has been dead for so long, will he turn into a skeleton dragon? Weichi said to himself. Thinking of this, Weichi quickened his pace and explored forward. His eyes kept scanning the surroundings, not able to read quickly enough. An hour later, Weichi and Liang Shui were still moving forward at a constant speed in the narrow passage. There was no change in the surrounding environment. Weichi even wondered if he had encountered the legendary ghost wall. Half an hour later, a cool breeze suddenly blew from the front. Weichi was shocked. The wind blowing indicates that there is a new passage ahead. Master, in front. Have you discovered a new passage? Weichi ran forward excitedly. There is a bottomless abyss ahead. The dark abyss is like the bloody mouth of a giant beast, devouring people's hearts. It was pitch black and I couldn't see what was underneath. There was a rope ladder hanging on the edge of the cliff. Rope ladder? As we all know, only humans can use a variety of tools. This indirectly indicates that someone was exploring downwards using a rope ladder. Weichi didn't hesitate, and didn't even look back. There is only one passage above, and he has no reason to retreat. After doing a simple warm-up, Weichi climbed down the rope ladder. In order not to distract her master, Liang Shui turned into a mini fox and lay in Weichi's hood. A little-known sealed place, a bottomless dark abyss, and the Dragon King who sounds so powerful. This unknown excitement and mystery made Weichi's heart beat faster. After climbing several hundred meters along the rope ladder, I could feel the texture of the ground under my feet. What's the end? Weichi landed steadily and began to observe his surroundings. The passage ahead became extremely smooth. There seemed to be a faint fire in the distance. Bright? Could it really be the ghost of a human being who has been wandering here for who knows how long? Weichi swallowed his saliva and said, Liang Shui, let's go! Liang Shui happily ran to the front of Weichi to explore the way. As long as she is with her master, she will not feel fear. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. Hee hee. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the front. The broken skeletons on the ground and the corpses lying in rows slowly stood up as if they smelled the scent of living people. Fuck, is he faking his death? Several undead monsters that had only been seen in illustrations appeared in front of Weichi. A resentful corpse, a top elite level, a member of the undead race. Judging from the soul veins on its back, it is probably level 18 to 20. This type of undead, born from human corpses, has no self-awareness and will endlessly attack nearby living individuals. It has strong physical defense. Liang Shui, most of the undead's death rattles are corpse corrosion. Remember to stay away from the white mist produced when they die. Undead monsters have slow attack and movement speeds. Therefore, Liang Shui was still able to hold her own against the siege of more than a dozen resentful zombies. Unfortunately, the stupid undead have a perverted radar detection ability for living things. Weichi's projection tactics to lure the enemy had no effect on them. The experienced Liang Shui deliberately lured the undead into a straight line. The fully charged ice cannon possesses a noble penetrating attribute. Boom! The azure beam of light penetrated a row of resentful zombies. Freezing by the ice cannon, they turned into a string of immobile ice sculptures. Weichi also raised his palms and injected spiritual power into the flaming gloves. Boom! A huge fireball exploded in the center of the undead. The resentful zombies fell down one after another like harvested leeks. The undead have very strong physical defense and are almost immune to physical attacks from pets of the same level. So Weichi gave them 9 heavens of ice and fire. In particular, fire attacks have a 200% damage modification on the undead. Liang Shui stamped her 4 hooves and looked at Weichi with a bit of resentment. Rather than becoming a man of his own standing, she actually hoped that Weichi would be a useless person who could do nothing without her, so that she could have Weichi all to herself. Never mind, my feelings are secondary, my master's happiness is the most important thing. Master, you are so great, Liang Shui praised. Your ice cannon is still the main output. I am just a tool to help you finish off the enemy. Being praised by Weichi, Liang Shui happily raised her tail and wagged it joyfully. It seems like a book fell out in front. Weichi walked to the front and saw a scattered notebook dropped by one of the corpses. Who would write a diary if they were serious? Weichi complained, and then he picked up the diary. What if there is important information in it? Chapter 60, The Nights Passed. Weichi opened the diary. It was written in the common language of the Western continent. Fortunately, his liberal arts grades were pretty good. Year 4078, weather, sunny, Kao becomes a Templar Knight of the Goddess Temple, how enviable. Oh my god, is Kao crazy? Why did he lead the cavalry to attack the dragon's territory? Kyle, blessed by the goddess, is indeed extremely brave. We easily captured the dragon's territory, and this group of winged lizards led their troops back to their nests. Thank goddess, we successfully arrived at the dragon's lair, but my companions fell one after another. Does Kyle want to become a dragon slayer so much? It's so scary, I feel like there's a monster among my friends, and I'm woken up by nightmares every day. That monster with a sickle, I'm going crazy. Dear Mary, I should have listened to you and not joined this shitty night group, but it's too late now. I love. Weichi only picked out some passages that were worth translating. The owner of the diary died before he had a chance to confess his love to Mary. This group of undead were the Knights of the Sun Empire in the Western continent when they were alive, and their loyalty was to the supreme goddess cult. 1,000 years ago, the Templar Kyle led an elite group of knights to fight against the legendary Dragon King but disappeared mysteriously. This should be their burial place. The diary mentioned the monster holding a sickle, which should be the incarnation of the god of fear Atikos. No wonder the soul of the demon Dragon King was imprisoned in Atikos' soul-guiding lamp. What exactly happened back then? Weichi dropped the diary and continued on his way. Soon they encountered new enemies. Hiss? The blood-covered and hideous undead beasts blocked Weichi's way forward. They should have been the pets of the Knights of the Dragon when they were alive. After their death, for some reason they turned into undead and kept wandering in the dragon's lair. Roar! The fallen spirit pets smelled Liang Shue's scent, and they opened their smelly mouths and pounced towards Weichi and the others. There are many types of enemies, including those flying in the sky and those running on the ground. The brave Liang Shue raised his tail and used the demon capturing technique on the enemy. The eyes of these undead beasts were stunned, and they fell into an involuntary state of charm. Weichi looked at Liang Shue's back in a daze. Speaking of which, Liang Shue's magic weapon is still effective against the lying demon star, so its origin must be not small. Moreover, Liang Shue was very brave and full of fighting spirit. Although she was just a little fox that was born not long ago, she was not afraid and retreated when faced with so many enemies. Our Liang Shue is awesome. Snowfall. The massive snow river icefall instantly swallowed up all the undead beasts in front of it. Ice blades are flying and the sky is full of white snow. Bang, bang, bang! The lower level undead beasts died on the spot, and the rest were frozen and suffered severe frostbite. Death is only a matter of time. Puff, puff, puff! As the last undead beast fell, a dazzling light burst out from Liang Shue's body. Level 19. Upgrade to the next level and collect materials to break through to unlock riding. Weichi couldn't help but rub his hands excitedly. Riding on Liang Shue, so soft, it would be even better if she was in human form. Thank you for your hard work, Liang Shue. Shue will keep working hard. The man and the fox continued to explore along the tomb passage. The undead beasts and resentful corpses that awakened along the way were killed by Liang Shue's group attack skills. There is only one road, so there is no need to worry about getting lost or taking the wrong road. Weichi continued to move forward, stepping on the rotten bones. There is light at the end of the road. This seems to be a palace? Weichi replaced the lighting equipment with new spirit stones. The once majestic and luxurious palace had become dilapidated. The lamps on the ceiling had long been broken, the glittering jade was stained black by dirty blood, and there were a few shifty rats in the abandoned palace. The pottery jar in the corner has been weathered and will turn into ashes with just a touch. Broken blades, dead dragon corpses, and human bones were scattered all over the ground. It seemed that a fierce battle had taken place here. Roar! A terrifying white dragon corpse slowly stood up, raising a large cloud of smoke. A skinny man in a gray cloak slowly emerged from the smoke. Lord Atticus, is that you? A dry, hoarse voice floated out from the smoke. Weichi frowned slightly and stopped, thinking about how to answer. No, you are not it! Despicable invader, die! The gray figure suddenly disappeared, the dragon corpse began to tremble slightly, and its shriveled muscles suddenly regained vitality. Roar! Weichi, damn, how did this dragon come back to life? Undead dragon, top grade general level. Although its body has long been decayed, its level is at least 25. The dragon clan's general aura is dragon power, which reduces all attributes of surrounding enemies by 10%. Liang Shue, be careful! The undead dragon stared at Weichi with red eyes and said, I don't know how you got in, die! The knowledge from the textbook flashed through Weichi's mind. The dragon clan has 30% immunity to all attributes except light, and also has the terrifying, curse roar, which adds random fear, vulnerability, petrification, bleeding or stun effects to surrounding enemies. Even the normal active skill, Dragon Fang Stab, is a very tricky locking attack that cannot be avoided through skills. Fortunately, this undead dragon was not very strong when it was alive, otherwise it would have been a tough battle. Roar! The undead dragon locked onto Liang Shue in the front row, and its pair of skeleton dragon wings slowly spread out in preparation for a sprint. Seeing this, Weichi took 2 steps back and immediately performed the projection. Swish, swish, swish. A dense jungle suddenly grew out of the lifeless and dilapidated palace gate. The clever Liang Shue immediately went into the jungle to avoid the gaze of the undead dragon. Huh! Why is there grass? So it's the projection technique? A trivial trick. The undead dragon opened its mouth wide and tried to spit out dark flames to kill Liang Shue. Weichi's mouth corners curled up slightly. As expected, the gray-robed figure from before entered the body of the undead dragon and controlled the corpse. It is not a true undead creature, so it will naturally be confused by the illusion created by the projection. You can use luring tactics. Weichi ran forward and stretched out his right palm. Fire! The flames that had been accumulated for a long time blasted towards the undead dragon. The undead dragon was a little angry after taking Weichi's attack. It was targeting Weichi and launching an attack. Liang Shue's enchantment made it lose control of itself. 5 seconds is enough to decide the winner. The angry snow river ice waterfall fell from the sky and trapped the undead dragon, and the subsequent ice cannon shot through the undead dragon's crown. Roar! The undead dragon wailed and lay on the ground, dead after being attacked by the master and servant. Seeing that the situation was not good, the gray shadow hurriedly flew into the depths of the palace. A dazzling light of upgrade burst out from Liang Shue's body again. Level 20. Chapter 61, Transformation, New Skills. Weichi rubbed his hands excitedly. Every spirit pet will undergo a transformation when it reaches level 20. While growing in size, you can also learn new skills. He immediately searched for materials in the space ring. 5 ice light beads and 1 ice flame grass, all ready. Thank you again for the ice flame grass sent by Hummer Lao Tai. Hummer, NMB, how can you be so selfish? Aminos. Weichi squatted down and put the ingredients to Liang Shue's mouth. Eat it quickly, you will become stronger after eating it. Okay. Liang Shue, who was devouring the transformation material, let out a loud and joyful cry. At that moment, it turned into light. An astonishing azure light burst out from Liang Shue's body, and her pure white hair fluttered in the wind, looking evil and majestic. The strength of the spirit pet after transformation is different. The higher the grade of the spiritual pet, the longer the transformation span. Whoa! Oh whoa! Liang Shue raised his head and roared again, and his arrogance echoed in the silent tomb. The blue light on the body's surface became stronger and stronger. Its body began to grow longer and taller, the curves of the whole fox became more beautiful and elegant, the 3 soft tails became more fluffy, and bright hoof flames burned on its limbs. The claws hidden in the pads slowly stretched out and became sharper. Yes, it's a second-level beast claw. Weichi nodded with satisfaction. Liang Shue, who was almost 2 meters tall, lowered her head and licked Weichi's cheek affectionately. Weichi entered the beast taming space to check the panel data. Name Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox. Rank, Superior Imperial Grade. Level 20. Race, Monster Tribe. Skill. Ice Leap, Normal Active, attacks group targets and tears enemies to cause bleeding effect, replaces with Ice Spear to attack single target in long-range mode. Jade Shattering, Death Rattle, after the Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox dies, it will cause irreversible freezing and frostbite effects to surrounding enemies. Ice Cannon, Elite Active, after charging, it will cause penetrating damage and freezing effect to enemies in a straight line, and can be cast up to 3 times in a row. Chu Lian, General's Halo, Ice Dust Three-Tailed Fox has a 30% chance of being immune to any damage. Snowfall, the Emperor takes the initiative to create a snow river icefall with the target as the center, causing a large-scale group attack, causing freezing and frostbite effects. Charm, Racial Skill, charms a single target and makes it fall into an uncontrollable state, lasting 5 seconds. Phantom Assault, the star pattern on the chest allows you to sprint 3 times in a short period of time. After each sprint, a fox phantom will be generated at the same place for 10 seconds. Yufeng, Riding Skill. In riding mode, the speed will continue to increase, up to 200%. Silent Kill, a first-level transformation skill that uses the tail to attack and tear off a single target, causing a freezing effect. If the target falls into a frozen state, the damage is doubled. Trust, 100. Weichi was a little surprised and asked, "The probability of being immune to damage has increased to 30%? The newly learned skill is actually a melee skill?" At first glance, Liang Shue's newly acquired skills seem unremarkable. In fact, the tail of the fox pet can independently launch support or attack in battle, just like the left-right fighting technique in martial arts novels. Because the ice cannon is a skill that requires reading time, it cannot be used in conjunction with normal attacks. Now Liang Shue can first use ice cannon or snow falls to freeze the enemy, and then use silent kill to kill the remaining enemies. Even without the freezing precondition, the silence kill attack can still bind nearby enemies. Able to attack and defend, Liang Shue's survivability is further improved. Once she is promoted to a 6-tailed fox or a 9-tailed fox, the damage of the ice cannon and annihilation kill will also increase. Unfortunately, the promotion of spirit pets requires a lot of Krypton gold materials, as well as combat experience and understanding of life and death. It cannot be achieved overnight. Otherwise, Tianxian's star would have been filled with myths as numerous as dogs and saints would have been everywhere. Weichi patted its head and said, Liang Shui, I will help you become a six-tailed fox as soon as possible. Shui believes in the master. Liang Shui excitedly circled around Weichi. The roads in the dragon's lair are narrow and single, so there is no need to ride. Weichi looked into the depths of the palace, and his confidence rose again. Every time the pet metamorphoses or levels up, its status will be restored to full capacity. He also has the tonic pills given by Qingning, so its status endurance is not a problem. Moreover, the enemies in the dragon's lair were not as strong as Weichi imagined. Maybe because this place has been sealed for thousands of years, the spiritual power in the monster's body has long been dissipated by the wind, and is no longer as strong as a hare. In this way, the probability of subduing the Demon Dragon King will be greatly increased. Although the Demon Dragon King gave Weichi the Black Dragon contract before leaving, he did not think that the legendary Demon Dragon King would stick his butt out like a good baby and allow others to make a contract with him. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Be extremely cautious next time. The tomb also contains the followers of Atticus. Weichi and Liang Shui rushed towards the direction where the gray figure fled. A man and a fox just stepped into the palace gate. A large number of undead beasts and undead dragons poured out. Their bodies were obviously controlled by the gray-robed men, who deliberately ambushed at the door for a sneak attack. You old bastard! You actually launched a sneak attack! Don't let me catch you, or you will be in trouble! Weichi cursed angrily. The swarming undead army instantly surrounded Weichi and the other man. Retreat! There are too many! Fortunately, the palace gate was right behind us. Liang Shui, who had transformed into the second stage, took the initiative to assume the responsibility of protecting her master. She quickly covered Weichi's retreat and blocked the door with her body. Second level for defense plus a 30% chance of avoiding damage. In addition, the entrance passage is narrow, and at most it can be attacked by 3 undead beasts at the same time. The strongest undead dragon was stuck at the back and unable to attack. Weichi's eyes lit up and he thought of a good idea. Liang Shui, please step back a little. The big white fox was very obedient and retreated 1 body length. The undead tiger, with its fighting spirit overflowing, immediately rushed forward to block the position, and the number of enemies that could attack Liang Shui was reduced by 1 again. Right now! Weichi immediately concentrated his mind and created a half-stone wall in front of the undead army and Liang Shui. The hideous undead tiger opened its dry mouth and wanted to attack Liang Shui, but it could only stick its head out of the hall. Get in position, Liang Shui, use the ice cannon to deal damage, and I'll take care of the rest. Weichi ordered. Shui understands. All the enemies were blocked at the door. Liang Shui raised her head and roared, starting to accumulate strength. Boom! The azure ice cannon shot into the hall along the undead tiger's skull. A row of undead beasts were attacked and their bodies were briefly frozen. Weichi concentrated his spiritual power to continuously create stone wall projections to trap the enemy. Boom! Each shot of the ice cannon can take away the lives of all the undead beasts in a straight line. This is the difference in attack power before and after transformation. A very unpleasant smell wafted out from the door, and Weichi almost vomited his breakfast. Fortunately, the death rattle skill of an undead beast at the door could not cause any substantial damage to Liang Shui. Crackling. The ice fragments that had frozen the flesh and blood were scattered all over the ground. It's a pity that the undead monsters won't drop any items upon death, otherwise Weichi could earn at least dozens of thousands after this battle. However, the undead monsters were experienced and Liang Shui successfully reached level 21 when her spiritual power was about to run out. Back to full status, full firepower. Half an hour later, Liang Shui reached level 23. Weichi sat down on the ground and gasped heavily. The battle with the spirit pet and the continuous creation of phantom earth walls made his whole body numb. The palace was littered with ice chips and broken bones, and a large number of undead beasts were easily dealt with by Liang Shui. I'm so tired. Liang Shui looked around to make sure everything was safe, then immediately transformed into a human form and picked up Weichi's tired body. What has blinded my eyes? Oh, it turned out to be the plump and tender snowballs. Master, are you okay? It's okay, just let me take it easy. Weichi enjoyed the facial cleanser service of the beautiful spirit pet with peace of mind. Fragrant and sweet. Chapter 62 Deputy Head Raymond. Liang Shui's appearance did not change after the transformation, but she had a more ethereal and cold temperament. The long blue hair slid down her shoulders and fell on Weichi's head. A light and refreshing fragrance goes straight into your nose. Weichi suddenly discovered that Liang Shui was a beautiful girl with great ambitions. A touch of black in the snow white adds a unique charm. Master, do you feel better? Liang Shui lifted her drooping blue hair and said with a smile. Weichi, who was absorbed in watching, blushed. Much better. Liang Shui took his hand and put it in her chest. Master, are your hands cold again? No. No. Weichi, who said one thing but acted another, did not withdraw his hand. He lay in Liang Shui's arms with his eyes closed to rest. According to the analysis of an authoritative expert, the recovery speed of a spirit pet when close to it is 20% higher than normal. Liang Shui held Weichi's head and shook it slightly, like a mother coaxing her child to sleep. 20 minutes later. Weichi's condition has almost recovered and his hands are no longer cold. He buttoned up his fox fur coat with care. Thank you, Liang Shui. If the master needs to warm his hands in the future, just find Shui. Liang Shui smiled and helped Weichi up. The smooth snow meringue is irresistible. Weichi shook his head. Ahem, let's talk about it later. I will listen to my master. Liang Shui rubbed her chest gently. Weichi put on the flame gloves again and walked into the palace with Liang Shui. The subsequent road was unobstructed, and several blind undead spirits were easily dealt with by Liang Shui's 2 claws and 3 tails. I walked through several rooms without encountering any powerful monsters. Maybe the man in grey robes sent them all to block the door. Weichi touched his chin. Liang Shui patted Weichi's shoulder affectionately with her tail, and said in her mind, Master, look, there is a white light ahead. Let's go and take a look. The two stepped into the hall emitting white light. There was a lance nearly 3 meters long on the ground. The dazzling white light came from this lance. Master, here is a lance. It's really strange. It's a weapon that glows. Is it some kind of magical weapon? Weichi squatted down and picked up the lance. This lance is very heavy. Weichi waved it in the air twice and shook his head. No, it's too heavy and can't be used as a weapon at all. At this moment, Weichi suddenly heard an old voice asking, Who are you? Liang Shui, did you hear anyone talking? Liang Shui's fox ears twitched cutely for a few times, and then she shook her head. No, master, what did you hear? Swish! Weichi felt that the lance in his hand had become much lighter. A beam of white light floated out from the lance. I'm Raymond, the deputy leader of the cavalry corps. Who are you? The soul of a man wearing standard armor and covered with wounds slowly emerged. Liang Shui held Weichi behind her and pointed her tail at Raymond, who was floating in the air. Master, it's the enemy. Weichi grabbed Liang Shui's arm and said, Don't jump to conclusions. He looked up and carefully examined the guy named Raymond in front of him. His handsome face was covered with scars, a hint of self-blame flashed in his eyes, and the emblem on his shoulder was exactly the same as the emblem of the goddess church. My name is Weichi, an adventurer from the eastern continent, and she is my spiritual pet. Raymond was stunned for a moment, his brows full of pain. Eastern continent, strange dress, you are definitely not Bill's people. The Raymond in front of him is the deputy commander of the cavalry group that is fighting against the dragon territory. Perhaps we can ask him what happened back then. Mr. Raymond, I don't know Bill, but I just met a guy in a grey robe who can manipulate the bodies of the dead. Raymond's eyes flashed with rage. That's him. Bill, the guy who betrayed the goddess and turned to the devil. When Weichi saw how emotional and at a loss he was, he knew he had asked the right person. He asked politely, Mr. Raymond, I have already learned the general idea of this matter from your companion's diary. Wasn't the battle against the demon dragon going quite smoothly? Why did you fail in this demon dragon's lair? Raymond's eyes flashed with endless regret. It's all my fault. I didn't convince Kyle, nor did I have the strength to defeat him and lead everyone back to the Empire. What exactly happened back then? Weichi continued to ask. Raymond sighed softly. Under the guidance of Archbishop Bill, our cavalry group easily defeated the defense line of the dragon army. We followed the trail and found this place to kill the dragon. I didn't expect the conspiracy of this traitor Bill. The night I entered the dragon's lair, I accidentally discovered that Bill was colluding with the dread god Adikos to plot against the knights and the dragon clan. Unfortunately, I was too weak and was killed by Adikos. It took over my body and wanted to harvest my soul. I fought desperately and could only attach my soul to this lance. Something happened that made me feel sad and angry. Kyle, as a knight of the Holy Land, actually abandoned the honor of a knight and was bewitched by the devil. In order to protect the honor of the knights from being tarnished, I planned to destroy Atticus with one shot when he took over Kyle's body. The angry Atticus ordered my body to be chopped into pieces and fed to wild dogs. Perhaps it was the goddess's blessing that my soul has been kept in the gun. Weichi, I hope you can take this gun and kill Kyle. No, kill that fallen knight. Raymond pleaded. Weichi and Liang Shui were very surprised after hearing this. They had all been attacked by Atticus' nightmares. Weichi has lived 2 lives as a human being and experienced life and death, so he was not defeated by fear. Liang Shui also broke the nightmare of fear through reincarnation when she lost and recovered. The deputy captain Raymond in front of him was able to resist the coercion and inducement of Atikos with his personal will. Weichi spread his hands and said, "Mr. Raymond, you are a respectable knight. If time is not urgent, I am willing to help you deal with the corrupt knight leader. Unfortunately, the purpose of my trip is to find the legendary demon dragon king. Anyone who can become the deputy head of the group is naturally not a fool." Raymond immediately understood what Weichi meant. "You can help, but you have to be paid. Weichi, the body of the demon dragon king is sealed in the deepest part of the tomb. If you want to contract it, you must defeat Kyle, who is responsible for guarding the seal." Raymond hesitated for a moment. "This gun is for you. It has accompanied me through life and death battles for many years, and has been blessed by the Pope. It has extra damage to demons. With its help, your fight with Kyle will be much easier." After saying, the originally rusty lance was now as good as new, and the sharp tip of the lance was faintly flashing with golden light. The results were about what I expected, neither higher nor lower. "I don't ask for any expensive gifts from you. Just watch the ads to catch up. I don't intend to make a lot of money from my self-entertainment works. I will keep updating unless I am kicked out of the Black Room. Thanks to Long Yijing, who loves to eat lazy jelly, for the strong support. Bang bang bang, I'm on my knees." Chapter 63, Kill Bill. Weichi didn't want to interfere in the grudges of the undead. But the other party gave too much. "I just happen to be lacking a handy weapon, so I'd better take it. Mr. Raymond, we have the same interests. If I could meet that fallen knight, I would fulfill your wish." "Thank you, Weichi. May the goddess of hope guide your soul." Raymond's soul trembled slightly, and then slowly returned to the lance. Weichi grabbed the silver-white lance and swung it in the air a few times. Perhaps because it was recognized by the lance, it was not as heavy as before and was quite easy to use. The flame gloves are responsible for ranged attacks. The holy lance is responsible for melee attacks. Not bad, not bad. Weichi, who got a handy weapon, continued to move forward with Liang Shui. The blind undead in front smelled Weichi's scent and slowly approached. "Let me try to hurt." The resentful corpse is slow and is an excellent training target. Weichi took a deep breath and grabbed the sacred lance with both hands. He united his waist and legs and shook his right arm forward. The 2.5-meter lance rushed towards the throat of the resentful corpse like a poisonous snake. Puff! The tip of the gun accurately pierced the opponent's throat, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Golden flames ignited on the wounds of the resentful corpse. The effect is outstanding. Weichi frowned slightly. "Raymond really didn't lie to me. The light attribute special effect of this lance is very effective against the dark attribute undead." Weichi twisted his hands, and the rotating lance easily cut the neck of the resentful corpse. "Oh!" A strange sound came from the chest of the resentful corpse, and its body fell to the ground weakly. The blood nether fruit strengthened Weichi's physical strength, and was combined with the restraining properties of the holy lance. It's easy to kill a resentful zombie. Weichi's fighting spirit up. Liang Shui's fighting spirit up. The man and the fox explored forward like bloodthirsty beasts. The golden gun beams flashed continuously, and the blue lasers penetrated the wall. Undead beasts and resentful zombies fell down in large numbers like harvested wheat. 1 hour later, Weichi and Liang Shui rushed into the spacious store. The fallen Bishop Bill, floating in the air, stared at the two of them with extremely resentful eyes. "The despicable invaders actually eliminated the entire undead army. I curse your souls to fall into fear and never be able to be reborn." Bill picked up a skull and muttered a few words, then a faint black gas floated towards Weichi. Oops, it turned out to be a very rare curse skill. The curse skill can effectively reduce the opponent's combat power, and only the purification skill of auxiliary pets can dispel it. This thing has a 100% hit rate, and cannot be dodged. "Pain! Weakness! Torture will await you!" Bill continued to mutter. At this moment, a white light flashed from the white lance in his hand. Raymond's soul flew out of his body, and a golden barrier formed in front of Weichi Liang Shui, successfully blocking Bill's curse skill. A hint of surprise flashed across Bill's sunken eye sockets. "Holy blessing, Raymond, you are such a troublesome guy that you haven't been reduced to ashes yet." Raymond pointed at Bill with a firm gaze and said, "Bill, as the Archbishop of the Goddess Church, you colluded with the devil and betrayed the knights. What crime should you be punished for? Sin? Ha ha ha, Raymond, you are still so ignorant." Bill laughed and said, "When you, who believed in the Goddess of Hope, were torn apart by wild beasts and your soul could not rest in peace, did the noble goddess come forward to save you?" Raymond: "Everyone says that demons in the demon world are the embodiment of evil. Lord Atikos clearly sees what I want and frees me from false beliefs. Such existence is worthy of praise and worthy of human belief." "What nonsense!" Raymond clenched his fists. "Humph, Foolish humans, small and ignorant, death is your final destination. Bill pulled off his gray robe. In full view of everyone, his body grew tall and big, a powerful demon body, a long tail, a row of sharp thorns growing from the spine on his back, terrifying bone blades growing from his arms, and a twisted and hideous face that completely turned into the appearance of a demon. Bill, you have completely degenerated into a devil, Raymond said. Degeneration? This body that transcends humanity. I am very satisfied. Raymond turned his head and whispered, Weichi, the demons are very strong. You must find a way to use the sacred lance to give it the final blow. Free his fallen soul. The archbishop who once saved countless civilians should not become a demon and be beheaded by justice. Weichi was silent for a moment, and then nodded slightly. Die! Bill, now completely demonized, howled shrilly. It stretched its hands forward, and the dark evil energy turned into a blade and slashed towards Weichi's waist, trying to split him in half. I have defeated bosses like the demon of lies, so why would I be afraid of a small elite like you? Weichi raised his lance to protect himself. Boom! The pitch-black devil blade struck in front of him, and the violent impact caused him to step back repeatedly and almost fall. Its attack power is several times stronger than that of the undead dragon. I wonder how fast it is. There is no need to use the mountain and sea seal to deal with this kind of enemy. Demon burial blade! Bill roared angrily and jumped high. He clasped his hands together and transformed them into a huge black knife, slashing down at Weichi's head from top to bottom. Weichi didn't dare to face it head-on. He projected a hook gun from his right hand and aimed it at the pillar on the right side of the hall. He pushed the ground hard with his left foot to swing to the right, thus avoiding the demon burial knife. Boom! The floor was shattered by the powerful energy. The attack power of the demonic burial blade is very high and cannot be taken head-on. This thought came to Weichi and Liang Shue's mind at the same time. Bill was not good at fighting when he was a human. After he used his ultimate move, the demonic burial blade, he did not achieve the expected victory, so he couldn't help feeling a little impatient. Liang Shue saw the opportunity and immediately raised his tail to launch the ice cannon. Bill was unable to dodge during the stiffness period and was blocked from moving by the huge ice crystal. Liang Shue, silent kill. Weichi hid at the edge of the battle and observed. Suddenly, the three foxtails behind Liang Shue stood up, and each tail shone with brilliant golden light. Swish, swish, swish! Bill, who was frozen in ice, had no way to escape. The three tails were like flexible tentacles that accurately pierced Bill's neck and feet, and then tore them hard in three directions. Snap! The double damage annihilation kill tore the frozen Bill into three big pieces. Black blood was splattered all over the ground. Bill's head was thrown high up, but he did not die immediately. Instead, he stared at Liang Shue. Fall into the abyss of pain! Bill, who is still determined to do something evil, still wants to use his cursed skills to weaken Weichi's fighting power. Raymond's figure faded, and he continued to use his skills to protect Weichi and the other person at the risk of his life. Your pet is very powerful. Give it a final blow now. Weichi aimed at Bill's freely flying head and threw the sacred lance in his left hand out with force. The golden meteor flew in the sky and accurately pierced the demon's head. Chapter 64, Fallen Knight Kyle. With a bang, the holy lance shot Bill through the head. The dazzling golden light illuminated the entire hall. The demon's body began to crumble, and monstrous demonic energy surged out of his body. Ugh-hai! Aya! A white soul slowly floated out along with the evil energy. It was Bill's soul. Raymond stepped forward and pointed at Bill and rebuked him. Bill, as an archbishop, why did you turn to the devil? Bill's soul has been corrupted by the evil spirit, and it is only a matter of time before it dissipates. Don't even think about getting any information out of me. I will be resurrected when Lord Atikos completes his great plan. A foolish organization like the goddess cult is about to be reduced to ashes. Ha! Bill laughed wildly a few times, and his soul gradually dissipated. Raymond felt mixed emotions as he watched his former colleagues completely vanish into thin air, and he was speechless. Weichi picked up the sacred lance and patted Liang Shue's head again. The guy who was in the way is dead. As long as we defeat the fallen knight leader, we can open the last seal. After Bill's death, a passage slowly emerged in the center of the hall. Weichi stepped into the passage without any hesitation. I walked about 100 steps. Suddenly, a bright light appeared before my eyes. There is a black throne in the center of the stone pillar. A knight in gorgeous armor sat on the throne, seemingly waiting for something. Weichi looked around and didn't find any monsters. Is this guy the final boss? The knight sitting on the throne slowly stood up. Raymond, I didn't expect you were still alive. Raymond's figure slowly emerged. He looked at the other party and said calmly, Kyle, wake up. There is still a chance to turn back now. The goddess will forgive you. Ha ha! Kyle straightened up. Only then did Weichi discover that there was a pitch black hole on his left chest. Raymond, my good brother, look what you have done to me, Kyle whispered, pointing to his lost heart. I can't let you make the same mistake over and over again, Raymond said coldly. Kyle sneered. I'm not wrong, it's the world that's wrong. He slowly walked down from the throne and towards Raymond. Raymond, do you know what the Knights Templar do? Of course, it is to protect the saint, the goddess, and the church, Raymond said without hesitation. Kyle pointed to the west and said to himself, I used to think so too. As long as we destroy all the demons, the Witch of Despair, and the dragons who believe in witches, we can save everyone. When I knew that the demon god could not be destroyed by humans and that the church leaders were not loyal to the goddess, do you know the despair I felt, Raymond? Impossible! Killing the demon dragon king and obtaining its heart will lead to the emergence of the silent Witch of Despair. This is the oracle of the goddess, Raymond said with disbelief in his eyes. What if the oracle is false? Kyle said coldly. Impossible! The oracle was obtained by the saint from divine revelation, how could it be false? Raymond, you are still so stupid. You believe whatever others say. Kyle waved his hand and summoned a black sword from the void. It's time to settle the vengeance for the shot you stabbed me with. Weichi also walked up to Raymond and said, No need to say so much. Fists are the hard truth. Raymond. Kyle pointed his sword at Weichi. Who are you? Why are you here? Weichi said bluntly. Of course, we are looking for the legendary demon dragon king. If you are willing to give way to me, I will be very happy. I'm waiting for Adikos to come and help me rebuild my body, so you can't pass through here. Weichi smiled faintly. Are we still going to fight in the end? That's right. Since you hold this lance, one of us must die here. I still have a lot of things to do, and you'll be the only one to die. That depends on your ability. As soon as the words fell, Kyle's body was covered with dark light, which looked very oppressive from a distance. Suddenly, several black chains appeared out of thin air on Weichi's body, and his body became extremely heavy. Dark Curse. The cursed target's movement speed and attack speed are halved within 1 minute, and spiritual seal skills are disabled. Kyle, who had abandoned the shackles of honor, was quite insidious. He was ready to kill the young beast master instantly. A dangerous aura came from above. Liang Shui, who was given the task, used her tail to whip Weichi away, thus avoiding the fatal blow. Boom! The long sword emitting demonic energy slashed on the ground. Kyle frowned slightly. Ordering a pet to attack itself to avoid a fatal attack? What a weird guy. Crackle. Weichi slowly stood up from the intense smoke. Liang Shui phantom attack. Kyle turned his head and looked. The agile white fox appeared right in front of him in an instant, and its 3 tails, which appeared and disappeared mysteriously, immobilized his body. Faced the final boss guarding the level. Weichi did not dare to be careless and quickly ordered Liang Shui to use her hidden trick phantom attack to confuse the opponent, and then find an opportunity to use the demon camera to control the opponent and take him away. Before his fall, Kyle was the top expert in the Cavaliers and his strength should not be underestimated. The silence kill threw Kyle's body high into the air, and the subsequent ice cannon pierced through his chest. Ghost Sword! A ball of demonic energy burst out of Kyle's body, and he disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he flashed in front of Liang Shui and chopped her fiercely. Boom! The materialized black sword light instantly pierced through Liang Shui's body. Liang Shui's figure gradually disappeared, and Kyle realized that the enemy he hit seemed to be a fox phantom. An illusion? What's next is the real attack. Boom! Another ice cannon was fired from the right, and Kyle quickly raised his sword to block it. Weichi, who was waiting for an opportunity, threw the sacred lance with all his might. Kyle ignored Liang Shui's attack and turned around to grab the holy lance. Boy, you are very cunning, but unfortunately you are doomed to lose. As a knight of the temple, Kyle certainly knew that the holy lance was the biggest threat to him now. Bang! The ice cannon locked onto Kyle's neck and blew him away. Kyle's body trembled and he suffered some minor injuries. Raymond, goodbye. The first thing Kyle did after he got up was to cut off the holy lance. A sword swung down. The sacred lance broke with a sound. It's over. Kyle smiled proudly. Raymond, who was standing far away, pursed his lips and said, Kyle, you are still so arrogant. How is that possible? I have clearly already. Kyle quickly lowered his head to look for the broken lance. But where are the broken lances now? The sacred lance thrown by Weichi was naturally a fake one he created. Ryoyuki, use snowfall! The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped, and the dazed Kyle was soon completely swallowed up by the huge snow river icefall. Chapter 65 Kyle, someone is cheating. Why can't I use the skills? The blizzard mercilessly devoured Kyle's body, and a large amount of ice crystals blocked his movements, making him unable to move. After careful observation and confirmation that Kyle had no ability to resist, Liang Shui used the effect of Phantom Assault to go around the enemy. Sharp ice claws and Annihilation Kill hit Kyle at the same time. The effect of the Dark Curse has not ended yet. Weichi, who was hiding aside, tightly grasped the sacred lance, stared at Kyle who was unable to move in front of him, and used all his strength to stab the enemy in the chest. Weichi and Liang Shui's full-strength attacks slammed into Kyle's motionless body. The golden and blue lights kept alternating. A faint smile appeared on Weichi's lips. He didn't think Kyle had the ability to make a comeback while being frozen. Die! The holy lance undoubtedly penetrated Kyle's right chest, leaving a shocking hole. Aga! A trace of blood flashed from Kyle's body, and then he fell down softly without a sound. Raymond stood there in a daze, looking at the body of his former friend. After Kyle's death, the stone pillars in the hall quietly shattered. The throne on the platform suddenly exploded. A monstrous demonic energy emanated from it, and the black energy gradually gathered into an arrow that shot through the wall in front. Boom! A crack opened in the tomb that had been sealed for thousands of years. Weichi looked at Kyle's corpse and breathed a sigh of relief. It's over. Raymond bowed and saluted. Thank you, brave warrior from the east. The Dragon Clan is a firm believer in the Witch of Despair. Do not let the devil corrupt your soul. When the dust settles, my soul will also completely dissipate. Goodbye. Raymond's soul slowly dissipated, leaving a faint trace of light in the air. Liang Shui ran to Weichi and started to take credit, circling around him frantically. A bright and flawless gem burst out from Kyle's body. Weichi picked it up and played with it gently. A heartwarming power flows into your heart along the gem. It is certainly no ordinary gem. Weichi put the gem into the space ring. Master, be careful! This guy is not dead yet. Liang Shui's panicked voice suddenly came to my ears. Weichi was stunned for a moment, then without any hesitation he rolled away from Kyle's body. Aga! I can't die here. Ah! Weichi looked up suddenly, and saw Kyle standing up with the force like an old zombie, and the silent red eyes under the helmet lit up again. Fuck! How can you continue to resurrect after death? Boom! With a loud bang, a pair of black wings suddenly grew out from behind Kyle, and he slowly flew into the sky. The pitch-black magic sword was held in his palm, and the invisible sense of oppression locked onto Weichi again. This feeling of oppression that far exceeded that of all his enemies gave Weichi a feeling of powerlessness and despair. Liang Shui opened her fox eyes wide and carefully observed the wings behind Kyle. These wings, no wonder Adikos wants to take over his body. It turns out that Kyle is also a member of the celestial race. He has received the blessing of the goddess of hope and has undergone a second awakening ahead of schedule. But at this moment, Kyle has fallen, and the wings of the gods are filled with the breath of the devil. Kyle, who had returned from the dead, did not initiate an attack. He looked at the sacred lance in Weichi's hand. You'd please defeat me. Weichi. Is this guy schizophrenic? I was defeated by the power of fear, and my soul was sealed by Adikos. The consciousness that controlled my body before was just a puppet that lost its courage and was brainwashed by the demon god. It was also a shame for the Templar Knights. This body has been corroded by the power of the devil for too long, and my soul is about to shatter. Now that the sealed door has been destroyed, allowing this unconscious puppet and the Dragon King to act freely will only lead to countless tragedies. Kyle shook his head in disappointment. The fallen angel Kyle floated above the hall. One of his eyes had lost its luster. The power of the goddess and the power of the demon in my body are constantly fighting, and my strength has dropped to about level 4. While I am still conscious, use your strongest attack and the lance full of courage and power to completely destroy this body, brave earth. Weichi looked at the fallen knight who was seeking death in front of him, and resolutely drew out his sacred lance. Please. Good. Even though he was confused, Weichi still calmed down quickly. Kyle's overall strength is definitely much stronger than his current self. Fortunately, his soul was able to temporarily control his body, and he stood there as a wooden stake for Weichi to kill. At this moment, Kyle's eyes gradually became silent. Damn it, don't tell me you can't control your body. Weichi cursed. Soul-destroying cold blade. What responded to him was an extremely sharp black sword energy. The sword energy was so fast that Weichi had no way to avoid it. Seeing this, Liang Shui subconsciously jumped in front of Weichi to block the knife for him. Boom! The man and the fox were blown away by the exploding sword energy and crashed into the other side of the hall wall. Fortunately, Liang Shui's luck is very high. Chu Lian activated the effect and became immune to this powerful soul-destroying sword energy. Ouch! Weichi didn't want Liang Shui to continue gambling with her life, so he had to use the mountain and sea seal. The ultimate move was originally reserved for the Demon Dragon King, but now it has to be used in advance. Weichi, who had transformed into a golden fox, took the initiative to serve in the front row. He let out a long cry and then rushed towards Kyle in the sky angrily, raising a biting cold wind wherever he went. Liang Shui, who was supporting from the rear, immediately used the demon camera. Kyle's body froze and turned into an unconscious wooden stake. Although Weichi, who has transformed into a fox demon, can only use his own skills, his attack power is stronger than Liang Shui and he has an invincible effect. Basic attacks are not to be trifled with. The sharp claws and tail hit Kyle's body at the same time, instantly tearing open the black armor on his body. Attack power increased. Could it be related to Liang Shui's transformation? The golden fox widened its eyes. Liang Shui, can you still release the flaming sword now? Liang Shui in the back nodded slightly. When the master transforms, Shui seems to be able to use your skills once unconditionally. Well, we will kill him seamlessly together. We only have one chance. Shui understands. There are 2 seconds left of Yasha's control time. Weichi pounced towards Kyle like a golden arrow. Roar! A huge flaming sword fell from the sky. Bang! The hall floor was shaken to pieces. The fallen knight had just regained control of his body when he was blasted away by the fiery shock blade again, and he hit the wall and couldn't get off. Snowfall, ice cannon, claw attack. The two of them blasted the enemy with their attacks as if they were free. The silent time was about to end, and Liang Shui rushed forward and used the flaming sword again. The poor fallen knight didn't make any moves except for the sneak attack at the beginning, and was controlled to death. Charm plus silence plus silence. Play NM. Someone is cheating. Weichi, if you are not good at it, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. The past is the past. Chapter 66 The Truth from Thousands of Years Ago. The second flaming sword fell from the sky. The picture seems to be frozen at this moment. Weichi instantly released the transformed state of the mountain and sea seal, and his consciousness quickly returned to his body. The first thing he did after waking up was to hold the sacred lance tightly in his hand. The fallen knight looked at the young man who was charging bravely. He seemed to recall his former self, who was also so fearless and strong. The time of silence is over. Kyle's body was free again, but he did not dodge or resist. Let the sacred lance pierce his chest again. Death is the real relief for him. Weichi twisted his hands hard and pulled out the holy lance again. Kyle spat out a mouthful of black blood and almost fell to the ground. The pair of eyes that had lost their humanity slowly regained their spirit. Ahem. Brave adventurer, you did great. Weichi shook off the blood stain on his lance. You are also great. Your soul has overcome fear. It's a pity that Raymond is gone. Kyle lowered his head and coughed up a lot of dirty blood. Adventurer, what's your name? Weichi. Weichi, as a reward for defeating me, I will tell you everything I know. Ahem, maybe it will be more helpful in contracting the Demon Dragon King. Weichi learned some of the truth about the world and the grievances from thousands of years ago from the Knight Templar of the goddess cult. It turns out that it was not only the goddess of hope, Zifizi, who saved Tianxian's star, but also the Witch of Despair. For unknown reasons, the goddess of hope and the Witch of Despair eventually parted ways. The Witch of Despair shared her power with her only follower, the Dragon Clan, and then disappeared in the long river of history, without a trace. The goddess of hope also mysteriously disappeared after leaving behind the goddess church and the Skarat church. The goddess cult grew stronger and became the #1 organization in the Western continent. At that time, the knights received an order from the Pope to attack the Dragon Clan, with the goal of obtaining the heart of the Dragon King. It is said that it contains some of the power of the Witch of Despair. As a result, Archbishop Bill's soul was corrupted by Atticus during the expedition, and Deputy Captain Raymond was possessed by Atticus. When Kyle and the Dragon King were both injured in the fight, the unsportsmanlike Atticus suddenly launched a sneak attack and used the power of the Demon of Fear to trap the Dragon King and Kyle in the nightmare world and harvest their souls. Kyle is an upright, brave and skilled fighter. Although he is a little arrogant, he should not be defeated by fear. Unfortunately, his secret love for the saint was discovered by Atticus, who was good at manipulating people's hearts, and made a big fuss about it. It promised Kyle that as long as Kyle was willing to be obedient, Atticus would help him get the woman that he would have never been able to get otherwise. Having lust in your heart is a sign of depravity. Wanting more, Kyle begins to fear death. In comparison, the simple Raymond's mind was full of illusory things like glory. He was incredibly loyal to the goddess cult, so naturally he was not afraid of death. The plan that Atticus had been planning for a long time was shattered by a single shot from the young man. The furious demon ordered Raymond to be dismembered and fed to dogs. So Adikos ordered Bill and Kyle to guard the Dragon Palace and never let anyone steal the Dragon King. It never dreamed that the lingering Raymond would indirectly help Weichi to contract the Demon Dragon King 1,000 years later, completely aborting its plan. And Kyle's soul has been imprisoned in an endless nightmare for 1,000 years. It was not until Weichi stabbed the fallen knight to death with a single gun that his lost soul was brought back to the world. Knowing that he had made a huge mistake, Kyle was too ashamed to face the people of Jiangdong, so he asked Weichi to stab him to death. Ahem, Mountain and Sea Seal, I remember it was the token of the supreme leader of the Scarlet Church. I didn't expect it to be on you. Kyle's body was already mostly destroyed. You know about the Mountain and Sea Seal? Weichi's eyes widened. Kyle shook his head. I only know that the Mountain and Sea Seal has always been in the hands of the Scarlet Church. Now it seems, the Scarlet Church should no longer exist. The facts were not much different from what Kyle had guessed. Today, 1,000 years later, no records are left of the Scarlet Church. No such group found. Kyle's body turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared completely. The air still lingered with the echo of his self-blame. Goddess, Simon, Catherine, Raymond. I'm sorry for you. Simon? Could it be Qin Ning's grandmother? The expeditionary cavalry regiment was completely wiped out. Liang Shui, who was listening to the story, shook her head. Unexpectedly, the Demon Dragon King was actually involved with the three forces of the goddess cult, the Demon Realm, and the Witch of Despair. Weichi touched Liang Shui's for distressly. Are you seriously injured, Liang Shui? Master, Shui is fine. Liang Shui responded happily. Weichi looked at the faint cracks in the wall in front of him and said, I hope the Demon Dragon King is not a male dragon. Liang Shui began to recall desperately. The Demon Dragon King in the previous life had never appeared in the human world in human form, and she didn't know whether the Demon Dragon King was male or female. The other side of the wall. The Demon Dragon King, who was peeking from the corner, said to himself, Even if the seal is broken, I can't leave here. It's dark, I can't see anything. What on earth is going on outside? She sat back on the throne depressedly, and sneezed unexpectedly. Chu, who is cursing me? Task 1. Please bind the host to a human and activate the novice gift package. The Demon Dragon King crossed his legs and looked at the system interface in front of him, pursing his lips slightly. Although I can only leave here if I become a human spiritual pet, it is really annoying to be reminded by inexplicable things. The Demon Dragon King closed his eyes and began to think about the end of the universe. Is everything just an illusion of mine? Will the man with the Mountain and Sea Seal really come to save me? When the Dragon King and Kale were fighting fiercely in the upper level of the underground palace, Adikos made a surprise attack and imprisoned her soul with the soul-guiding lamp. The surviving dragons risked their lives to send her body here, and activated the final mechanism to completely isolate the dragon's nest from the outside world. The only key for humans to enter this place is the dragon contract of the Magic Dragon clan. In other words, no one except Weichi can enter this place. Because there is no second Dragon King in the world. Thump, thump, thump. There was the sound of footsteps and voices coming from the other side of the wall. Liang Shui, this road is too long. Oh. The mechanism is here. The man's voice was full of excitement. Squeak, squeak. The door of the dragon tomb, which had been sealed for thousands of years, was slowly opened. A glimmer of expectation flashed in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King. She finally had the chance to leave this dark and haunted place. Chapter 67 The Demon Dragon King's Hesitation. After recovering, Weichi picked up the sacred lance. Liang Shui, it's time to go. Weichi swung the lance in his hand, and the cracked wall collapsed. It was pitch black and I couldn't see anything. This is a narrow path that goes downhill with a very steep slope. To be safe, Weichi threw broken stones down. Gurgle, gurgle. The stone rolled for a long time before it reached the end. Weichi couldn't help but gasp. This tomb passage is too long, and there are no corpses nearby. Is this dragon's lair auspicious or ominous? Liang Shui pricked up her ears and did not dare to be careless. The two walked along the passage for a long time and finally came to the underground. The underground space is very spacious yet eerily quiet. Liang Shui reminded. Master, there is not even a mouse or mosquito here. Weichi, who has read Ghost Blows Out the Light, knows that the more prominent the identity, the more dangerous the tomb is. Liang Shui, take the flashlight and go over there and take a look. Because there was no sign of any living creature nearby, Liang Shui transformed into a beautiful blue-haired girl wearing a fox fur coat. She explored to the left according to Weichi's orders. After some time, Weichi discovered that there was a group of slave statues standing at the edge of the space. They were kneeling on their knees in different directions to show their submission. The eyes of these slaves are inlaid with black and purple gems, and their bodies are made of pure gold. If you move one of them out, you should be able to sell it for a lot of money. Master, these things look very valuable. Do you want to move them away? Liang Shui asked proactively. No one knows anyway. Weichi shook his head. These statues should be the spoils of the dragon tribe. As the 3 good youths of the 21st century, we should not steal their things. In fact, Weichi also wanted to move these things out and sell them for money. It would not be worth it if some mechanism is triggered or the Dragon King finds out and loses his favor. Liang Shui smiled slightly and followed behind Weichi. If an ordinary beastmaster accidentally breaks into the tomb of a powerful person, he would probably find out the person's faded underpants. The owner is still the same owner and never does anything petty theft. The two continued to explore forward cautiously. The Dragon Clan really likes to collect all kinds of treasures. On both sides of the passage are all kinds of glittering jewelry, gold, and exquisite handicrafts. These were all plundered by the Demon Dragon Clan from various countries in the Western continent in the past, so Weichi naturally couldn't name them. Looking at the wealth that was enough to rival a country, his nails almost scratched his palms until they bled. Master, you can close your eyes. Shui will lead you on the road ahead. Good. Weichi quickly closed his eyes and muttered. There are plenty of opportunities to make money, but if you miss the chance to contract the Demon Dragon King, it will be gone. Liang Shui's warm jade hand gently grasped his palm, very soft. I don't know how long I walked. Liang Shui, this road is too long. Master, we have reached the end. Weichi slowly opened his eyes. A black wall blocked the way ahead, and the road had come to an end. Master, there should be some kind of restriction on this door. It cannot be opened by brute force. There should be a switch nearby. Weichi subconsciously raised his left hand, and sure enough, a certain spot on the stone door was glowing faintly. The mechanism is here! Weichi pressed his left hand on the glowing area, and Long Qi emitted a black and purple light at the same time. Squeak, squeak! The door that had been sealed for thousands of years slowly opened from bottom to top. There was also a glimmer of anticipation in Liang Shui's eyes. The Demon Dragon King is a mythical spiritual pet, and his starting point is much higher than her elite white spirit fox. If the master can successfully capture it, he can become a dragon tamer, which is one level higher than a beast tamer. Although the sense of security is not given to my master by me, as long as my master is happy, that is enough. Dust was flying, and a violent and awe-inspiring aura came from inside the door. The dust has settled. A cold female voice came slowly from inside. Contractor, you are finally here. Inside the door is a very small secret room. There is a black and purple throne in the center of the secret room, surrounded by white bones, which has some horror elements. A beautiful black-haired woman sat on the throne with her legs crossed and one hand on her chin, staring at Weichi. The color of her eyes is blood red, which symbolizes violent bloodlust. The pair of slightly curved purple dragon horns on her head and the black dragon tail that droops casually indicate that this woman is the Demon Dragon King that Weichi is looking for. You are the Demon Dragon King? Weichi confirmed again. The demonic Dragon King raised his eyebrows and smiled strangely. Why? I don't look like a Dragon King? She stood up slowly, her inky black hair fluttering in the wind. Only the tuft of purple hair on top of her head remained standing. The luxurious yet sexy dress could not cover Biba's round breasts. Overall, she looked smaller than Liang Xue, but at least she was D, so her child would not starve in the future. The snow-white arms and well-shaped armpits are exposed, and the thin black silk gloves can further highlight the slender and soft hands. Her voluptuous legs were clad in a pair of ultra-thin black suspender stockings, and her black high heels were embellished with sparkling gems. Sexy yet dignified, this was the first impression she left on Weichi. Weichi's heart was finally at ease. I thought the Demon Dragon King was a cruel and merciless middle-aged uncle, but now it seems that I was overthinking. The Demon Dragon King has fair skin, not as dark as Weichi imagined. There is an innate arrogance on her face. Puchi, you are quite an interesting person. You dare to joke in front of me. She walked straight to Weichi. Weichi felt a little pressured by his height of nearly 1.9 meters. Weichi took a deep breath and said, Dragon King, I, Weichi, will not say any roundabout words. Since you are willing to give me the dragon contract, it means that I am qualified to become the contractor of the Demon Dragon Clan. Would you like to be my spiritual pet? The Demon Dragon King stared closely at the human in front of him. A system panel popped out. Name Weichi. Bloodline, Shenren. Rating SSS. Can the so-called system be activated after making a contract with him? A hint of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King. If you don't make a contract with Weichi, you will never be able to leave the sealed place. However, as the leader of the Dragon Clan, it was difficult for her to accept the idea of being a pet for humans. When she first met Weichi in the Nightmare Assault dungeon, she simply liked him very much, so she gave him the dragon contract. The Demon Dragon King's original plan was to return to his body and quickly recover his strength, then use the power of Dragon Contract to find him to be the spokesperson for the human world and lay the foundation for the expansion of the Demon Dragon clan. When she woke up, she found that all the dragons were wiped out except her. The sealing barrier set up by Adikos prevented her from leaving unless someone was willing to smuggle her out using a spiritual contract. The Demon Dragon King also considered using Weichi to unlock the seal and then find a way to escape, but the other party was the benefactor who saved him twice. This kind of backstabbing is really contrary to her character of revenge and repayment of favors. Adikos seemed to have said that the power of the mountain and sea seal was to enslave all beasts, and the Demon Dragon King was also worried that he would be entrusted to the wrong person and be enslaved by hateful humans for the rest of his life. 1. Be trapped here until you die. 2. Choose to believe Weichi and take a gamble. You can get rewards by giving it to someone as a spiritual pet. The Demon Dragon King's CPU temperature skyrocketed. Weichi, who had lived 2 lives, could see the hesitation in the eyes of the Demon Dragon King at a glance. Putting yourself in the other person's shoes and thinking from their perspective is indeed a gamble with human contracts. Weichi smiled and said, Dragon King, tell me your conditions. Chapter 68, Family Status Battle. The Demon Dragon King's eyes lit up after hearing this. Stupid humans! You actually took the initiative to give me the opportunity to propose conditions? Doesn't this give you a huge boost in strength? The soul contract of Tiangshuangsing is very powerful. If the Beastmaster abuses the spirit pet and reduces the trust value, it will cause the spirit pet to defect. Neither of them can violate the oaths set forth in the soul contract. The soul of those who betray their oath will be damaged and their cultivation will regress, and they will never be able to become a peerless master in their lifetime. The Demon Dragon King's eyes swam around, and she lowered her head slightly and moved closer to Weichi. An alluring body fragrance enters my nose. The tall figure, the plump northern hemisphere, and the fair body were constantly stimulating his visual nerves. The Demon Dragon King said calmly, Weichi, what is your goal? I would rather die than become a pawn of a mediocre person. Weichi immediately replied, Whether we are humans or dragons, isn't our goal to become the strongest in the world, to see the true meaning of how the world works, and to change our fate? The Demon Dragon King was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Weichi to be so conscious. The desires of ordinary human beings are nothing more than money, desire, and status. The desire of the strong is to become a saint, to control the world and even the cycle of life and death. He is a thinking human being, qualified to be my master. The extremely beautiful face was right in front of him, and the cold and arrogant brows gave Weichi a desire to conquer her and make him want to pin her down and teach her a lesson. The Demon Dragon King slowly extended 3 fingers. First, you must improve your own strength as soon as possible. You can't give up the grudge between this king, and it will be settled sooner or later. Second, I will not serve you with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. On the contrary, I want you to prepare food for me, bathe and change clothes for me personally, and you must play with me when I am bored. 3. Compete with me. 4th, you must do your best to help the demon dragons reproduce and survive. If you can't do these 4 things, there's no point in talking. At this point, a barely perceptible blush flashed across the Demon Dragon King's pretty face. She is the only one left in the Dragon clan. If she couldn't have children, how could she face her ancestors in the 9 springs? From her point of view, it is a very shameful behavior to let an arrogant beast master serve the pet with meals and bathes. Since you want me to lose face and become your spiritual pet, then you must also be willing to lose face and accompany me in being lost. People are like this. It would be very painful to bear the bad luck and misfortune alone, but it would be much more relieved if there is someone who shares the same suffering as you. The self-righteous Demon Dragon King has no idea about the relationship between the Beast Master and the Spirit Pet. In order to increase their trust, serious Beast Masters would do nothing more than take care of their pets' eating, drinking, defecating, urinating, and sleeping. The conditions she offered were more like rewards than demands. For example, when it comes to bathing dragons, human society has no place to bathe dragons. For example, helping the dragon race to reproduce. From Weichi's perspective, the Demon Dragon King's request was not a request at all. 1. To improve strength, Weichi was more anxious than anyone else without her urging. 2. Serving, a beautiful dragon girl who helps you fight, can be seen and touched, and will not defect is always better than serving an XXN who does a lot of B things and explodes your gold coins, right? 3. Conquer others with virtue. 4. If we can really tame the Dragon King, wouldn't it be easy to invest hundreds of millions to help them rebuild their homes? Young Weichi didn't know that he had actually signed a contract to sell himself. So much so that I shed tears of pain and joy in countless nights in the future. There are only a very small number of natal spirit pets like Liang Shui that are so unconditionally devoted and have an initial